Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 571-580. As for the ability of the sealed artifact obtained from the feathered serpent, it was actually quite good. It can make the target's flesh rot and soul corrode. It can summon the underworld gate. It can awaken and strengthen corpses and ghosts. It can make the life force of all living beings rush to the end of their lives, with an unstoppable decline. Hobert named this sealed artifact 1-110, and placed it on the stone platform reserved for Sequence 1 sealed artifacts. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, unconsciously. I have already collected 10 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts. Currently, the Sequence 1 sealed artifacts Hobert commonly used were 1-107, which was confiscated from the Tamara family and allowed him to use all the abilities of a law enforcer for a short time, and 1-109, which was obtained from the Aurora Order's Black Knight. Especially after 1-109, herded the demigod from the Fursak Empire, Hobert gained the ability to severely wound a Sequence 4 in a short time, making 1-107 less frequently used. Next, Hobert began to ponder why this feathered serpent was on that primitive island. After entering the country of disorder, Hobert recovered all his memories about Adam, so he knew that the sigh in the tomb hall and the person who questioned him was Adam. Fortunately, he had prepared appropriate countermeasures in advance, which made Adam sufficiently wary of the Creator and thus did not harm them. Otherwise, with just a thought, Hobert and the other two could have died from various coincidences. For example, the creature in the spirit world at that time just happened to want to say hello to Hobert and his companions, or a few wandering Sequence 3 extraordinaries outside just happened to find a secret passage into the tomb hall. Hobert smiled helplessly. In front of an angel king, a demigod was like an ant. He took a deep breath and recalled his conversation with Adam. He found that Adam seemed to intentionally publicize the death of the ancient sun god to the fool, but the Creator's favored one, also being on this expedition, was clearly not in Adam's script. Hobert thought to himself, "Brother Adam, is the Creator's power not strong enough? Why haven't you changed your script yet?" Thinking of this, he smiled. He wasn't particularly worried about Adam's script. If Adam made the development of the story very unfavorable to him, or put his life in danger, he, as a demigod, would be able to sense it through the country of disorder and use the country of disorder to respond accordingly. Hobert's thoughts returned to the original question: what was the purpose of that feathered serpent for Adam? Soon, he had a bold guess. Was Adam observing the state of the artificial death god through that feathered serpent? Did he even discern the Black Knight goddess's plan from some details, which is why he started observing the artificial death god? The Black Knight goddess's plan certainly wasn't written by Adam. After all, she was a true god. Adam could only temporarily influence the probability of the Black Knight goddess's plan succeeding or failing, but he couldn't write a true god into his story. Perhaps there was also some secret cooperation between the two, it was hard to say. Based on Hobert's impression of the Black Knight goddess, it was not impossible for her to place a certain bet on Adam's side. After all, everything was unclear now, and even true gods had to consider hedging risks. In any case, Adam was very likely observing the state of the artificial death god through that feathered serpent, so that at a critical moment, he could support the side that should be supported. Hobert took a deep breath and temporarily stopped thinking about this problem, or rather, the Creator had not yet reached the level of participating in the game of the gods. After considering this problem, Hobert looked at the third trophy of this operation, the extraordinary characteristic extracted from that demigod-level curly-haired baboon. That was, of course, a fallen earl's extraordinary characteristic. Hobert checked it with the authority of the country of disorder, and there were no problems with this extraordinary characteristic. Hobert guessed that there should be more extraordinary characteristics of the lawyer pathway on that island. After all, Adam had once held the uniqueness and 3 Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway for a long time, which should have attracted many extraordinary characteristics of that pathway. Unfortunately, that small island was hidden by Adam. After crushing this extraordinary characteristic, Hobert went to look at the corpses of the feathered serpent and the curly-haired baboon. Unfortunately, neither of them had mental imprints, so they couldn't be reused. They could only be treated as normal demigod-level spiritual materials and sold to the Earth Mother Church. Even as just spiritual materials, they could sell for at least tens of thousands of gold leathers. But because South Colson currently had no shortage of money, Hobert had no intention of selling them for now. The last 3 trophies were 1 sequence 5 inches Mystic Mentor, extraordinary characteristic of the Reader Pathway, and 1 each of the Corrupted Baron and Navigator extraordinary characteristics. The Mystic Mentor's extraordinary characteristic could be considered for sale to Iceberg Vice Admiral, while the Corrupted Baron and Navigator extraordinary characteristics would be kept to cultivate his own forces. After dealing with the trophies, Hobert returned to the real world to rest. Early the next morning, he went to Longtail Island with renewed energy to check on the rubber tree planting situation of the manor lords there. As it stood, within 3 days at most, the manor lords would have planted all available areas with rubber trees, and the scale of the rubber plantations was expected to double. Hobert nodded with satisfaction. Just a little longer, and then it would be time to harvest. In the afternoon, Hobert went to Green Meadow Manor again, just like last week, to participate in the tarot club with Furs. The two of them lay on the bed again. Hobert first briefly described the exploration he undertook with the world and the Hanged Man the previous night. He also talked about the recent situation on Longtail Island and Conrad's recent preparations. At exactly 3 o'clock, their vision was covered by gray fog. When they came to their senses, they were already above the gray fog, on both sides of the bronze long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool." With Justice Audrey's unshakable greeting, this week's Tarot Club officially began. This time, the Hermit Catalia brought 3 more pages of Rosal's diary to the Fool. Of course, it started with the Fool Klein's reading time. This diary spanned a long period, including Rosal's longing for his homeland shortly after he transmigrated, records of his doting on Bernadette and teaching her 2 Chinese characters, and a detailed description of the blasphemy slate. Previously, Rosal had only briefly mentioned the blasphemy slate he saw in the Twilight Hermit Club. This diary contained records from just after he had seen the blasphemy slate. According to Rosal's description, he saw the second blasphemy slate, and he realized that he had only seen a part of it, with some content of the blasphemy slate not yet revealed. But what was strange was that the 22 extraordinary pathways on the blasphemy slate were complete. He was also very curious why he felt that the blasphemy slate was incomplete. Seeing this, Klein thought again of the mural about the blasphemy slate he saw during this exploration. The ancient sun god once possessed the first blasphemy slate, and his son Adam possessed the second blasphemy slate. The blasphemy slate must have a very close connection with the ancient sun god. Then he wondered, whether in the church's material or in Emperor's description, the first blasphemy slate contained information on 22 extraordinary pathways. So, did the second blasphemy slate contain some other information in addition to the content of the first blasphemy slate? What could this information be? But he didn't ponder too much at this moment. Klein looked again at the 2 Chinese characters Rosal taught Bernadette, homeland. These 2 characters seemed to have magic, making Klein's eyes feel a little warm. Taking a breath and suppressing his emotions, Klein made the diary in his hand disappear and looked at the hermit. "What is your question?" Catalia respectfully said, "Respected Mr. the Fool, I want to know the meaning of these 2 symbols." After getting permission, she materialized the 2 Chinese characters. Everyone was very interested in the symbols in Emperor Rosal's diary. They basically forcibly memorized the appearance of these 2 symbols and then waited for the Fool's explanation. Hobert also saw them, and they were, homeland. At this moment, a melody seemed to suddenly play in his mind, a big river with wide waves. And there was the civet in the watermelon field, and the young Runtu holding a steel fork. He suddenly gave a helpless wry smile, realizing that he was like a wanderer who had been away for many years, having adapted to life abroad, with only a heart full of nostalgia when thinking of homeland. Klein paused noticeably. He finally understood why Bernadette chose these 3 pages of the diary, because they contained the protective symbols his father left for her, homeland. And the record about the blasphemy slate just happened to appear on one of the pages. Having understood this, he said, together, they mean, homeland, the resting place of the mind and spirit. At this moment, Hobert suddenly felt that a soft spot in his heart was touched. He felt that his spiritual distance from Klein and Rosal was so close, and a certain resonance seemed to be generated. Klein did not offer further explanations. You may begin. The hanged man Alger first looked at Emperor. You know, I have one extraordinary characteristic each of Ocean Songster, Erudite, and Briber, as well as the eyes of a 6-winged gargoyle for sale. Because Klein and Alger discussed exploring the ruins together in private during last week's Tarot Club, everyone was slightly surprised when the hanged man initiated the transaction. Catalia even wondered if the hanged man was in a hurry for money and was selling the extraordinary characteristics he had bought for promotion before. But because there was also an extraordinary characteristic of the reader pathway to be sold, this made Catalia realize, did the hanged man get promoted in Hunt an Ocean Songster and an Erudite last week? Then she wondered again, how did he do it? Catalia had been promoted to Sequence 5 for a long time, and she didn't have full confidence that she could definitely kill a Sequence 5. How did the hanged man, who had just been promoted, seem to have so easily completed 2 hunts of middle sequence extraordinaries? As for the Sequence 7 Briber, for a Sequence 5, it was not difficult to deal with. Others were also a little surprised, with a hint of curiosity. This should be the most extravagant transaction initiated by the hanged man. Hobert quickly composed himself. Ocean Songster for 8,000 gold pounds, Scholar for 3,500 gold pounds, Briber for 1,200 gold pounds, and the eyes of the 6-winged gargoyle for 450 gold pounds. Deal. Alger tried to suppress his excitement. These more than 10,000 gold pounds, combined with the income from selling the Phantasm Bell Tree yesterday, brought his total earnings from this exploration to 16,150 gold pounds. At this moment, Klein had also emerged from his nostalgia for his hometown. He manipulated the world to say, I have an extraordinary characteristic of Sequence 5 for sale. It's from the Cultivator pathway, a druid. The other members were slightly stunned. Another Sequence 5. The Moon Emlyn thought to himself, am I the only one who has this illusion? Why does it feel like Sequence 5 powerhouses are as common as carrots sold on the street at this tarot club? Hobert almost reflexively said, 8,000 gold pounds. Catalia hesitated for a moment but then said, I offer 8,500 gold pounds. Hobert was startled, then realized that Klein had singled out this extraordinary characteristic to sell, hoping to sell it to the hermit. As the captain of the future, Catalia had a deeper understanding of the hidden dangers of Frank Lee than others, but she also knew how rare a Sequence 5 extraordinary characteristic from the Cultivator pathway was on the market, especially with the Earth Mother Church around. So, after hesitating, she still decided to try her best to buy this extraordinary characteristic. At worst, she wouldn't tell Frank that she had acquired the druid extraordinary characteristic until he became a little more normal. That day would never come. In any case, Catalia felt that the opportunity was rare, so she offered an extra 500 gold pounds. The world said, priority goes to the one who can pay in gold coins. Hobert spread his hands, indicating that it was difficult for him to acquire so many gold coins, so he gave up bidding. At the same time, he thought, the food in Silver City finally has hope of improving. Catalia breathed a sigh of relief. Please give me some time to raise the funds. If it were 8,500 gold pounds in banknotes, it wouldn't be difficult for her, but to gather so many gold coins would also take time. Okay. Klein then manipulated the world again to say to Emperor, I want to sell one extraordinary characteristic each of Chaos Mentor, Wind Blessed, and Diviner, as well as the core crystal of the 6-winged gargoyle. He pondered for a moment and decided to sell the core crystal of the 6-winged gargoyle because he had no subordinates on the diviner pathway, so keeping it was useless, it was better to cash it in. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense. Audrey even suspected, did the world and the Hanged Man team up to eliminate an extraordinary organization last week? No, Hobert also participated. The Hanged Man immediately said, you know, so it's very likely they shared the spoils together. While the other members were still immersed in thoughts like, where did they get these extraordinary characteristics? Hobert had already started bidding. The same prices for Mr. Hanged Man, Chaos Mentor for 8,000 gold pounds, Wind Blessed for 3,500 gold pounds, Diviner for 1,200 gold pounds, and the core crystal of the six-winged gargoyle for 3,000 gold pounds. The world said in a hoarse voice, deal. The other members then came to their senses. The world's 2 transactions earned a total of 24,200 gold pounds. And Emperor's 2 rounds of acquisitions cost nearly 30,000 gold pounds. Even Audrey sighed, are large transactions at the Tarot Club so common now? Emlyn recalled the previous transaction between Emperor and the Blood Race, but that was a long time ago. Audrey seemed to realize something. She asked the Hanged Man with anticipation, do you have the fruit of the Phantasm Bell tree? She was almost certain that Hobert, Mr. World, and Mr. Hanged Man had cooperated privately last week, and Mr. Hanged Man should have obtained what he needed. Alger smiled. I was just about to tell you, I have already obtained that fruit, 2,000 gold pounds. Deal. Audrey agreed almost without thinking. Based on her digestion of the potion, she believed she could attempt to advance by June or July at the latest. Next, Klein and Catalia also completed the transaction for the mythical creature's blood. After the transaction was completed, Klein had the dummy the world say, according to our previous agreement, now that the transaction is done, you need to pay me an additional reward. Catalia immediately asked, what do you want? The world said hoarsely, I want to meet Mysterious Queen. Don't worry, it's very simple, I just need her help. Hobert slowly nodded. This was preparation for infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral. Catalia cautiously said, I will try my best to facilitate it, but I cannot guarantee success. While everyone was marveling at how many transactions had been made at this tarot club, the Sun Derek said again, I need the Sequence 5 potion formula for the Sun pathway. While the other members remained silent, the world said, I have it. The name of that potion formula is, Priest of Light, worth 5,000 gold pounds, and there's also an extraordinary characteristic of a Priest of Light, worth 8,000 gold pounds. This came from a soul he released from the wriggling hunger, obtaining not only the relevant potion formula but also an extraordinary characteristic of a Priest of Light. Audrey, sitting at one end of the long bronze table, couldn't help but exclaim, has the Tarot Club grown to this extent? It can almost instantly satisfy a member's need to advance to Sequence 5. Alger also sighed. When the Tarot Club first started, besides Mr. Fool, only I was Sequence 8, and now transactions concerning Sequence 5 are so frequent. The other members also felt a bit emotional, thinking that today's explosive transactions seemed to have elevated the Tarot Club to another level. Little Sun happily said, Mr. World, I very much hope to complete this transaction with you. He said with some difficulty, but I don't have gold pounds. Hobert then said, just like your last transaction with Mr. Moon, I'll pay for you first, and you can settle with extraordinary materials. Little Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Emperor, I don't know how to thank you. He decided that he would give Mr. Emperor more extraordinary materials in this transaction. Klein had no objection to this kind of transaction. He manipulated the world to say, no problem. Emlyn sighed, is Emperor so rich? It's as if his money is endless. Derek seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to Emperor, Mr. Emperor, can I settle with extraordinary characteristics of levels other than Sequence 8? Silver City might not have that many Sequence 8 extraordinary materials in reserve. He roughly calculated that this time he would need to pay for more than 40 Sequence 8 extraordinary materials, which might indeed deplete most of the Sequence 8 extraordinary materials in Silver City's warehouse. This could very likely affect the normal operation of Silver City. Of course, Hobert said, but there's something I need to make clear to you. I have my own sales channels. Sequence 8 extraordinary materials are very common transactions at extraordinary gatherings, easy to sell, and can have a small premium added, so I can calculate them at 300. But Sequence 9 and Sequence 7 levels are different. Sequence 9 extraordinary materials generally don't sell for much, most are between 100 and 150 gold pounds. And there aren't many transactions for Sequence 7 extraordinary materials. I might have to hold on to them for a long time before I can process them all. Accounting for time costs and potential low-price sales, I can only calculate Sequence 9 extraordinary materials at 100 gold pounds for you, and Sequence 7 extraordinary materials at 500 gold pounds. Although Hobert intentionally or unintentionally helped Derek, he couldn't afford to lose money to help. After all, so many mouths in the South Colson region were waiting for the auction house's profits to eat. With the re-establishment of order in the South Colson region, Hobert had to spend about 20,000 gold leathers each month to maintain South Colson's normal operation. Coupled with the current various constructions, the money from the auction house and taxes were simply not enough. However, this situation would improve after the tourism festival, and Hobert was not in a hurry. He had previously reached a transaction of up to 80,000 gold leathers with Bishop Simpson, and that money had been kept in the country of disorder, untouched. Derek nodded. No problem. Acquiring at a slightly lower price than the market price made Derek feel a little better. The transactions at this tarot club, which had been like dumplings falling into a pot, finally came to an end. Next came the free exchange session. Alger looked at Emperor and the world at the lower end of the long bronze table. Can that mural be shared with everyone? He believed that the mural might make the sun think of something, thereby obtaining more information. Klein also hoped to use this mural to attract the attention of other members, so that everyone would be more active when trading intelligence and crowdfunding, so he said, I have no objection. Hobert also thought it was time to trade this crucial information with everyone, so he also said, no problem. The other members also realized that the mural seemed very important, so they all looked at the Hanged Man. After obtaining Mr. Fool's permission, Alger materialized the mural depicting the Angel King sharing the creator of Silver City. The bloody, evil, horrifying, and dark scene instantly stunned the other members of the Tarot Club. Emlyn looked a bit bewildered. Who are they? What are they doing? This way of eating is too barbaric, isn't it? But soon, he recognized the victim being shared from the Radiant Cross. He might, probably, possibly be the creator of Silver City. If Emlyn could figure it out, the other members basically understood it too. Audrey felt a huge shock. Is that the ancient sun god, the creator worshipped by Silver City? Yes, Hobert gave a clear answer. This is an abstract depiction of the ancient sun god's death. The sun, Derek's mind was filled with pain and despair. He recognized that the creator, whom Silver City worshipped, was being devoured in the mural, and he also recognized that the three figures around him were the eternal blazing sun, the storm of Lord, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Derek muttered to himself in sorrow, God is dead, eaten, and will never return. After a long silence, Justice, Audrey asked, as if to herself and to everyone, is this the origin of the three gods? Blasphemy. Audrey was instantly horrified. I actually said something so blasphemous to the gods. Magician, Furz's pupils contracted, three gods. Reminded by Miss Justice and based on some previously obtained information, she understood what the scene depicted in that mural symbolized. The Hanged Man, Alger responded, perhaps, but it doesn't explain the baby. He secretly glanced at the fool, finding that this great existence had no intention of explaining, but merely watched calmly, so he looked at the Emperor again. Everyone else's reactions were similar to Alger's, and their gazes ultimately focused on Hobert. It's time to trade this information with everyone, Hobert said. However, before that, I need to request to report some matters to the fool privately first. Everyone was stunned. Why report to the fool privately first? Alger thought of the Emperor's performance in the burial hall. He was clearly participating in this expedition with a mission. When he obtained some information during the expedition, he must have reported it to the creator first. So, is he reporting to the fool privately now because the creator has some private or God-level information to exchange with the fool? Then he lamented inwardly, I really want to know what the emperor is reporting privately. Catalya, who didn't know too many inside details, guessed, perhaps some secrets involving the fool are to be revealed in this exchange. The moon, Emlyn, on the other hand, thought, could it be that the fool also participated? Haha, what am I thinking? If that were truly the case, how could the fool allow such a mural to be displayed in the Tarot Club? Derek also recovered at this moment, his eyes slightly red as he looked at the emperor, and then at the fool. Klein was also curious, what is there to report? Then he sighed, I hope this guy doesn't report anything that would embarrass the fool. All right. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, said, then he created an environment for private communication. Hobert said, respected the fool, the upcoming information exchange may involve many blasphemous remarks, so I ask for your understanding in advance. Klein spoke as if he knew what remarks Hobert was referring to. I know. He thought to himself, haven't you blasphemed the gods enough times before? Why are you reporting it in advance today? There's also a private matter to report. Hobert said. Neither Miss Magician nor I have divulged any information about the Tarot Club, even after marriage. Quote, however, the previous transaction for the bottle of life poison made us aware of each other's identities. I also ask for your understanding regarding this matter. Klein, in the fool's calm tone, said, as long as it's not active disclosure, it's fine. This was the answer Hobert expected. He then added, thank you for your understanding. He continued, to maintain normal trading within the Tarot Club, Miss Magician will continue to trade with me normally in the future, but after the transaction is complete, payment will no longer be made through sacrifice to you. Klein behind the gray fog, why do I feel like your private stash has been discovered? Miss Magician should just stop paying altogether, right? Do you also have to hand over your income from the Tarot Club? Klein breathed a sigh of relief and ended the private communication. Fortunately, he wasn't trying to confirm anything with me. Hobert said to everyone, as you may have noticed, my transactions with you no longer place much emphasis on the amount of gold pounds, and the prices offered for each transaction are not high. But this transaction will cost 8,000 gold pounds. Because that's what this transaction is worth. I hope everyone can participate in this exchange, and you can even pay in the form of debt. We can even discuss the payment method. Audrey was the first to raise her hand and say, I'll pay 2,000 gold pounds. She seemed to have not heard Hobert's last sentence at all. Little Son immediately said, I hope to use 4 extraordinary characteristics at sequence 7 level to substitute for 2,000 gold pounds of remuneration. He would participate in this transaction even if it meant selling everything he owned, not to mention that such a reward was not a great burden for him. Hobert nodded, all right. The two of them had already covered half of the remuneration. Then Catalya was willing to pay another 1,000 gold pounds. The world, and Alger, who had just received so much income, also showed off their wealth for a rare moment, each contributing 1,000 gold pounds. Finally, Furs and Emlyn each contributed 500 gold pounds, claiming the last 1,000 gold pounds. After the crowdfunding was completed, Hobert first organized his thoughts before beginning. Everyone should still remember the information regarding the Rose redemption. Let's first talk about Dark Angel, Saslier. In some myths, this angel king was created by the ancient sun god from one of his ribs. Catalya thought of some previous questions. No wonder the emperor had not previously disclosed detailed information about the Dark Angel. It seems that the Dark Angel has an extremely close connection with the ancient sun god. Perhaps by knowing the relevant information about the Dark Angel, one would know how the ancient sun god fell. Hobert continued, this is actually a metaphor. The creator, said that Saslier is actually the human side of the ancient sun god that split off. In other words, Saslier is more like a clone of the ancient sun god. Everyone's mouths fell open, even Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state. His clone can be an angel king. Klein, while surprised, did not forget to manipulate the world to speak. When it reaches the Old Ones, it's at the above the gods level, where one can split off one's humanity. Then the ancient sun god would only have divinity left. Derek didn't know how to react for a moment, but he remembered that the chief had once described the dark angel as the vice-monarch of heaven. At the time, he thought that was an angel king highly trusted by the Almighty God, but he never expected that it was the Almighty God himself. The most surprised was Catalia. This was a result she had completely not expected. Everyone else was still in a somewhat bewildered state. A perfectly good angel king had become a clone. Hobert smiled. I'm sorry, I can't answer your questions, because my understanding of above the gods is very limited. But one thing is certain, Saslier is the human side of the ancient sun god. He paused and then added, another piece of confirmed information is that the purpose of the Rose redemption was to assassinate the ancient sun god. Catalia was the first to realize, that's not right, is it? I remember that Saslier was the main initiator of the Rose redemption. That's assassinating himself. The clone wants to assassinate the main body. Everyone immediately had this thought, and Furz's mind even conjured story after story. Catalia gave a wry smile. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Am I losing control? Why would I have such thoughts? Klein behind the gray fog glanced at the world across the bronze long table, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that's just a dummy, at most a marionette, not a clone, so there's no need to worry about harm from the world, nor about him rebelling. Then he sighed inwardly. Is the risk of creating an alt account so high in this extraordinary world? Emlyn, on the other hand, suddenly thought of the puppets that accompanied him. Before, he always felt that those puppets were unique and had emotions. Now, thinking back, he actually found these thoughts a bit horrifying. Little Sun felt a bit overwhelmed, as if he couldn't quite keep up with the Emperor's narration. Didn't he just say that the Dark Angel was a clone of the Lord? How did he become the mastermind behind the assassination of the Lord? Things are not that simple. Hobert said. Regarding the events I'm about to describe, I don't know the specific details, as they involve some very high-level information. But I can tell everyone very clearly that the cause and outcome of the events are as I describe, but some theoretical details I am still unclear about. He said this to avoid explaining the awakening of the consciousness of God and celestial worthy. Even for a demigod, knowing such high-level information would be strange, so it was better to simply pretend not to know. When everyone heard the Emperor say this, they knew they were about to grasp some very high-level, very secret information. The ancient sun god was in a very bad state at the time, Hobert said. I can't explain exactly why he was in a bad state, but you can understand it as being affected by a special kind of contamination. This contamination would make him like another person, or rather, another god. Do you still remember when I said that Emperor Rosal washed away excess extraordinary characteristics through death? The ancient sun god probably also intended to use death to cleanse himself of the contamination he had suffered. Although he didn't have the ability to resurrect like the Black Emperor, he was the Almighty God, and he had many ways to utilize the process of death without truly dying. Everyone felt a bit slow to react, like a primary school student listening to a university lecture, seemingly understanding something but also unable to process it immediately. But very quickly, they realized why they had such thoughts. That was a god. Gods seemed to be a different kind of being from humans. How could their thoughts, their logic, be so easily understood by ordinary people? At the same time, Klein also thought, old ones can also be contaminated. Contaminated by whom? Or rather, who else can contaminate an old one? Perhaps it's not contamination. The Emperor said the ancient sun god might turn into another god. Could this be an attack from another old one? Alger, however, chuckled inwardly. Death is the end of life for me, but for gods, it is a rebirth. Thinking like this, I feel so small and pathetic. Catalia crossed her hands on the bronze long table. The world just mentioned a new term, old ones. The Emperor didn't refute it, which means that the true title for above the gods is actually old ones. Then she sighed. Before joining the Tarot Club, I thought I was well-traveled and very knowledgeable, but after joining, I realized I was as ignorant as a child. I realized this was the true nature of the extraordinary world. Derek's heart, however, sparked a glimmer of hope. The Emperor had said before that the Lord still had a chance to resurrect, so does that mean the Lord we worship still has a chance to return? Next, Hobert got to the point. Under the organization of the Dark Angel and the Black Knight Goddess, members of the Rose Redemption began to frequently appear and conspire in the Giant Court. After they reached some agreements and plans, the assassination of the ancient sun god began. The specific process is unknown. According to some very vague intelligence, the entire plan started with the slumber of the Dark Angel, Saslier. His consciousness and extraordinary characteristic returned to his main body, and he resisted that special pollution together with the ancient sun god. The Black Knight Goddess and other gods and angel kings took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Although the ancient sun god and Saslier were resisting, that special pollution still began to fight back. This battle was fought in utter darkness, creating huge ruins of a divine war, and ultimately, the ancient sun god fell. Catalya suddenly realized, that's the sea area at the end of the Sonia Sea. Klein also recalled his previous experience of searching for mermaids. That place was indeed filled with the aura of many gods. At that time, Klein was still wondering what kind of battle could have caused such consequences. It turned out to be a divine war in the third epic in which all the gods and most of the angel kings participated. Audrey, on the other hand, sighed. Thousands of years have passed, and the traces of that divine war are still there. This shows how intense it was. Furs felt that when she was strong enough in the future, she must go and see it, and feel the power of the gods. Yes. Hobert replied affirmatively, not only that sea area, but the current, forsaken land of the gods, is also filled with the power of secrecy, fallen, and lightning. When Silver City is in complete darkness, monsters will appear, or companions will disappear unknowingly. The other party should have entered a secret state. And those monsters are very likely their once disappeared companions, who, after being polluted by the fallen power, turned into monsters and then hid in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to attack the residents of Silver City. The power of lightning is clearly that of tyrant, which is the power of the sailor pathway. I remember the sun said that the God-forsaken land is basically illuminated by lightning. Derek was first surprised, then firmly remembered what Mr. Emperor had just said. He realized that this was something Silver City had not understood for thousands of years. Klein thought, I didn't expect that the operating logic behind the God-forsaken land, which sounds so strange, would be so simple when explained from the upper level. Those phenomena are the consequences of the divine war. Or rather, the changes made by the gods to the natural world within a certain area during the divine war. Then he smiled, I suddenly have the illusion of a magician revealing a secret. Catalya sighed with emotion, this is the power of the gods, it's truly despairing. Derek then asked, Mr. Emperor, was the God-forsaken land caused by that divine war? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, I believe it should have been caused by the fall of the ancient sun god. This is my own conjecture. I believe that the fall of the Old Ones, which is what was previously referred to as above the gods, can have a huge impact on this world. I think of it this way, the uniqueness on them was still within a controllable range when it was inside the Old One's body. Once the Old One fell, the collision between the uniquenesses would make them uncontrollable. If a single uniqueness loses control, it might not cause too much of a reaction, but if several uniquenesses lose control together, it might cause a very serious impact within a certain area. After all, those are abstract manifestations of natural forces. Their temporary loss of control might be equivalent to a reconstruction of the relevant natural forces. These reconstructed forces intertwine, collide, and then erupt with energy powerful enough to destroy the world. Of course, this is purely my personal conjecture. I only know that the fall of the ancient sun god triggered the so-called Great Cataclysm, and formed the God-forsaken land. The specific details of the theory can only be completed through conjecture. Derek nodded slightly. Mr. Emperor's conjectures are usually very reasonable. Before finding a more precise theory, Mr. Emperor's theory can fully be used for explanation. Klein sighed. This theory is a bit like nuclear fusion, or the theory of the hydrogen bomb. Two hydrogen atoms collide under immense pressure, producing strong light and high temperatures. Haha, I've regained the style of a keyboard warrior from back then. The others had no opinion on the Emperor's theory, as they had only just come into contact with this information today and had not fully digested it yet. Hobert waited a few seconds for everyone before continuing. If the ancient sun god could be resurrected, he might be able to re-sort out the disaster he caused during his fall. At most, there would only be ruins of a divine war, and not the God-forsaken land that has existed for more than 2,000 years. But his resurrection process was interrupted. The pure white angel, the wind angel, and the wisdom angel suddenly betrayed the ancient sun god. The pure white angel seized the uniqueness of the sun pathway and a sequence one characteristic from the ancient sun god. The wind angel seized his uniqueness of the tyrant pathway and a sequence one characteristic. The wisdom angel seized his uniqueness of the white tower pathway and a sequence one characteristic. Therefore, the ancient sun god's resurrection process was forcibly terminated. It is precisely because his resurrection failed that the God-forsaken land has never returned to normal. Klein sighed. As expected, you have to guard against fire, theft, and your own subordinate gods. Also, so the sequence 0 of the reader pathway is called White Tower. Audrey frowned. This isn't the first time I've sighed about this. Why does betrayal among gods happen so frequently? The subordinate gods of the second epic betrayed the ancient gods. Tutor and Trensused also betrayed Solomon in the fourth epic, and the third epic is no exception, with 3 angel kings betraying the ancient sun god. Catalyal listened quietly to the Emperor's description, White Tower. Haha, listening carefully to the Emperor's description, one always discovers some important information inadvertently. This is enough to show the Emperor's erudition. Derek's eyes did not turn red again this time. He already knew that the resurrection process ultimately failed, so when he heard the description of the failed process, his heart was very calm, and he had already unconsciously accepted this fact. Hobert continued, Saslier, who can also be said to be one aspect of the ancient sun god's personality, realized that his plan had failed and urgently retrieved the uniqueness of the hanged man pathway and the sequence one extraordinary characteristic, and merged with the negative emotions of the ancient sun god before his fall, finally transforming into the true creator. Derek suddenly stood up. No, impossible, how could it be the true creator? It's not like that. That was the Lord that Silver City had believed in for thousands of years. How could he transform into an evil god? Klein behind the gray fog also lost his composure a bit and quickly and silently covered himself with the gray fog. So this is how the true creator came to be. No wonder he dared to call himself the creator. No wonder in the early fourth epic, the true creator was at odds with the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. It wasn't because the true creator might have the ability to graze gods, and there was a certain reason because they were adjacent pathways, but I believe the most important reason should be the enmity formed by this betrayal process. Everyone was very surprised at this moment, and no one noticed Mr. Fool's gaffe. Audrey couldn't believe her ears. The ancient sun god actually turned into an evil god. And he is now in the God-forsaken land, but he no longer protects the creatures there, and even causes many members of Silver City to lose control. Furs sighed. This is very much like a plot from a horror novel. A gentleman who was widely respected was betrayed and murdered by his friends and servants, and then this gentleman turned into a ghost. Alger, however, sighed because of something else. The level above the gods is so strong. Even if the plan failed and he couldn't be resurrected, he could still retain the status of a true god. Haha, now even if I know how the Storm of Lord's divine position was obtained, I'm not shocked anymore. Is this influenced by the Emperor? Or is it because I had already thought about this unintentionally before, but just wasn't willing to admit it? Emlyn was surprised for a moment, but then quickly burst out laughing because that history was simply too distant. This reminds me of a saying from Emperor Rosal: history is far more exciting than drama. Catalya, after calming down, thought of the most. The history of the third epic and the fourth epic are linked. The fall of the ancient sun god, although he didn't completely fall, he also didn't successfully resurrect. In short, this event caused the so-called Great Cataclysm. She continued to think. This event shaped the early fourth epic. According to the intelligence about Rose's redemption that she had previously traded with the Emperor, the Black Knight goddess, the god of war, and the Earth Mother had already become gods in the third epic. Because of the betrayal of those three angel kings, they seized the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristic they needed from the ancient sun god. Therefore, after the Great Cataclysm, or in the early fourth epic, they successively became gods. Coupled with the previous three gods, the Black Knight goddess and others, these were the 6 gods of that time. Also because of the betrayal of the 3 gods, the eternal blazing sun and others, the 3 gods, the Black Knight goddess and others, did not trust them very much. And the 3 gods, the eternal blazing sun and others, were suspicious of each other because they were adjacent pathways. The Black Knight goddess and the god of war were also adjacent pathways and did not trust each other very much. Therefore, in the early fourth epic, there were very complex contradictions among the 6 gods, which allowed the True Creator's faction to gain considerable development space. It was not until the True Creator threatened the safety of the 6 gods that the 3 gods of adjacent pathways, the eternal blazing sun and others, had no choice but to cooperate. And the True Creator should have shown some thoughts of revenge in the early fourth epic. Combining this with what the Emperor said, that the True Creator should not have checked the Black Knight goddess and the god of war at that time, but should have united with them, and then through the current performance of the True Creator, he should have, to a certain extent, vented his anger on the 3 gods, the Black Knight goddess and others. So this made the Black Knight goddess and them also join the faction of the eternal blazing sun and others, forming the 6 gods faction, and quickly disintegrated the True Creator's faction. After sorting out this entire history, Catalya felt relieved. Only in the Tarot Club can one obtain such high-level intelligence. If it were another gathering, or even through the Moses ascetic order, one might not be able to understand this history so thoroughly. At this time, the Sun was still somewhat unable to accept the fact that the Almighty God had transformed into the True Creator. It was very ironic that the Almighty God, whom Silver City had always believed in, was in the God-forsaken land, but he did not bring salvation, but rather madness and loss of control. No one spoke to persuade him, because they all knew that such a thing could only be accepted by the Sun himself. After more than half a minute, the Sun sat down and apologized. "I'm sorry, I just now." Hobert said, "It's still the same old saying, Silver City now has new hope." Derek unconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool, then quickly withdrew his gaze. He finally understood now why Mr. Emperor had repeatedly reminded him that even if the Almighty God truly resurrected, he would no longer be the ancient sun god they believed in. Hobert saw that everyone had recovered from their initial shock, and then he continued, "So the True Creator is the human side of the ancient sun god, and also the true god of the secret supplicant pathway. Similarly, it can also be considered that he is Saslier. These are all the same concept." He paused and then said, "When we made our transaction before, we mentioned that the ancient sun god possessed the uniqueness and sequence one characteristic of 5 pathways. The True Creator reclaimed the relevant characteristics of the secret supplicant, the eternal blazing sun, the storm of Lord, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Each seized the relevant characteristics of the sun, tyrant, and white tower pathways respectively. There's also the visionary, which is the extraordinary characteristic of the spectator pathway. Although I haven't found any clear records, it should have been obtained by Adam." The sudden mention of Adam made everyone feel as if they had returned to reality, or rather, found an acquaintance, in that familiar yet strange period of history. Hobert then said, "Last week, I conducted an exploration with the world and the Hanged Man. During this, we encountered a church. The murals everyone saw just now were discovered in that church. According to the information I just received, that church should have been built by Adam. We should have mentioned this before. Adam had been working to resurrect the ancient sun god since the fourth epoch. However, it is said that he doesn't believe the true creator is his father. It seems neither he nor Amun recognized this point. In the early fourth epoch, they even did not join the true creator's faction. That's why the mural depicts that malevolent-looking infant, that is a description of the true creator. But even though they didn't recognize it, there were no conflicts between the two sides. As for the fact that Adam's consciousness had long been occupied by the ancient sun god, it was not suitable to be publicly revealed at this stage. Alger nodded. This all makes sense. Those murals were drawn from Adam's perspective, so of course, they would demonize the true creator. Klein, meanwhile, sighed inwardly. The things Rosal didn't understand back then, he finally understood today. So this is the relationship between the eternal blazing sun and the other three deities, as well as the angel King Adam. On the surface, it seemed complex, but after understanding the events and conflicts behind it, their relationship is not difficult to comprehend. Audrey also sighed. From the perspective of extraordinary characteristics, it's easy to clarify the context of a matter. The sun lowered his head, silent for a long time, and finally made a decision: just treat the true creator as an evil god. Although he has a close connection with the Lord, what he is doing now is the work of an evil god. In critical moments, one must not hesitate. Hobert finally smiled. Above, that is the intelligence about the ancient sun god, also known as the Great Cataclysm. As usual, everyone began to savor the intelligence they had just received. After a while, the world suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "In the church, I also found a special mural." Then, he feigned obtaining Mr. Fool's permission and presented the mural depicting the ancient sun god and the blasphemy slate. Catalya immediately recognized it. This depicts the ancient sun god. Is that the blasphemy slate in front of him? Alger was slightly stunned. Both times he had seen this mural, he had noticed the slate, but he had never connected it to the blasphemy slate. Klein, manipulating the world, said, "I believe so." Audrey exclaimed, "So that's what the blasphemy slate looks like." Emlyn stared at the blasphemy slate for a few moments. This is the legendary blasphemy slate. No, I heard it records potion formulas. I used to think it was similar to a stele. How many formulas can this one slate record? Or are the letters written very small? Derek also temporarily emerged from his emotions and looked at the slate. After all, the Silver City's textbooks contained records about the blasphemy slate. The world then said, "As far as I know, the content of the second blasphemy slate is different from the first blasphemy slate." Nonsense. Of course, it's different. Emlyn thought. Isn't this obvious? If the content were the same, would there be a need to distinguish between the first and second? Wait, the sequence and pathway are fixed, so why would the content be different? Everyone also seemed to realize this problem. Catalya said, "Could it be that the names of the potions and main ingredients required for advancement are different?" Then she explained, "I heard that the names of some extraordinary creatures have changed over the long course of history, and after some extraordinary creatures went extinct, extraordinaries even found alternative extraordinary creatures. Many potion formulas from the fourth epoch are different from what they are now." Audrey nodded. "We discussed this in a previous tarot club. What to do if some extraordinary creatures went extinct. I didn't expect that alternative creatures could be found." Klein didn't say anything, but he felt that things were definitely not that simple. That's the superficial difference. Hobert also joined the discussion, saying, "As far as I know, the biggest difference between the two blasphemy slates is the different meanings they represent." He smiled. "Although this information is also very advanced, what I know is limited. Consider it a bonus for this tarot club. Mainly, the origin of the blasphemy slate cannot be disclosed as the Emperor at this stage. Information of this level can actually be given as a bonus." This greatly exceeded Klein's expectations. He had presented that mural just now hoping to attract everyone's attention, so they would be more active in crowdfunding. He didn't expect Hobert to be so generous. Furs thought of some of Hobert's previous expressions. The Creator's task for him might be to conduct more intelligence transactions with us, to let us know more. The other members also looked at the Emperor with great curiosity. As far as I know, Hobert said, the first blasphemy slate primarily records the pathways to becoming a god. We talked about the second epic before. Those ancient gods were only able to become gods purely by luck, and even after becoming gods, they were basically all mad, bloodthirsty, and lacked reason. The first blasphemy slate held immense significance at the time, providing a pathway to godhood that could maintain sanity. Emlyn smiled. Then we probably wouldn't understand the first blasphemy slate, right? After all, the main ingredients required for the formulas are names of ancient creatures. This reminded Audrey of the psychologist potion formula she had obtained from the sun. The moment she saw the formula, she realized that both the potion's name and the main ingredients' names were unfamiliar, but fortunately, Mr. Fool provided the translation. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, although I haven't seen the blasphemy slate, I have a feeling that the content on it should be conceptual information. For example, what it presents to extraordinaries, could it be the ritual for advancement, and the measurement of extraordinary characteristics used in the advancement potion? After seeing the extraordinary characteristic measurement, extraordinaries could naturally associate it with the relevant extraordinary creatures. So even if the extraordinary creatures recorded on the blasphemy slate before went extinct, when looking at the blasphemy slate again, alternative extraordinary creatures would appear. If no alternative extraordinary creatures can be found, perhaps it would directly show wording like, one portion of a certain sequence's extraordinary characteristic. Emlyn opened his mouth. That amazing. Audrey and Furs had similar thoughts. Klein thought to himself, this is very mystical. Hobert spread his hands and smiled. This is inherently a magical world. But this is just my guess. What the true blasphemy slate is like, one has to see it in person to know. He then continued, therefore, the significance of the first blasphemy slate is widely believed to be the availability of advancement methods that can largely avoid madness and loss of control. This also provided a prerequisite for the rise of humanity. Compared to those massive beasts, human physiques were too weak at that time. Back then, by directly devouring extraordinary characteristics to gain extraordinary abilities, the massive beasts had a stronger tolerance for losing control, so humans had no advantage in this aspect at all. Many legends point to one fact. In that era, human ancestors tested medicines on themselves, summarizing some relatively safe advancement methods. However, we all know that after sequence 5, certain rituals are required. Human ancestors may indeed have discovered some valuable information, but the overall rise of humanity is also inseparable from the impetus of the blasphemy slate. From then on, the smaller-bodied humans stood on the same starting line as those intelligent or unintelligent magical beasts, and might even have a greater advantage than them. Thus, humanity began to rise in the extraordinary world. Everyone listened intently. Although the Emperor's words didn't contain anything particularly astonishing, they clarified some things that were previously unclear or difficult to understand. For example, other members had almost never connected the blasphemy slate with the rise of humanity. Audrey quickly asked, what about the second blasphemy slate? What is its significance? Is it a prerequisite for humanity to prosper? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, according to my understanding, the second blasphemy slate holds immense significance for the gods. Before explaining that, let me first introduce a concept. What we previously called, above the gods, is named Old One. Catalya leaned forward, just as expected. Alger repeated after him, Old One. This word was very unfamiliar to him. The other members also firmly remembered this word. This noun must represent a very high-level piece of intelligence. According to some information I've gathered, a god who has mastered the uniqueness of multiple pathways and a certain amount of extraordinary characteristics is called an Old One. Hobert continued, but I'm not clear on the specifics of how to master it. The reason for not being clear was simple. This was not something a demigod should know. Klein had already grasped the relevant concept of the Old One through his transaction with the Emperor, but Hobert's words resolved a long-standing doubt for Alger, the root cause of conflict between true gods of adjacent pathways. Hobert then added, the second blasphemy slate is said to contain information about how to become an Old One. The way to become an Old One. Everyone at this time only had a vague concept of an Old One. The Emperor's words made them realize that just like becoming a sequence 0 true God, there is a definite method to become an Old One. And this method, even the usually knowledgeable Emperor was unaware of. Klein immediately understood. The content Rosal hadn't seen must be about how to become an Old One. Alger sighed. This is the blasphemy slate. Only information of such a high level can match its legendary status. After a brief surprise, Catalia quickly calmed down and organized her words to ask, where did the blasphemy slate come from? I mean, who summarized the method of becoming an Old One? Also, who summarized the 22 relatively safe advancement methods for the first blasphemy slate? And recorded this information on the blasphemy slate? Was it an ancient god? Or the legendary the Creator? Hobert believed that too detailed information about the first blasphemy slate should not be disclosed for now, so he said, the era when the first blasphemy slate appeared is too ancient. I don't have any relevant information here. However, I do know that the summary of becoming an Old One on the second blasphemy slate was completed by the ancient sun god, because he is an Old One. This is his great contribution to the extraordinary world. Catalia nodded. She remembered that during a previous Tarot Club meeting, the Emperor had said something similar. She said, then, the first blasphemy slate must have been created by an existence who advanced to a god in a relatively safe way in the second epoch, or even earlier. Not necessarily. Hobert said. Just like me, I haven't undergone systematic mystical training, only occasionally encountering mystical symbols, but as I advanced, I gradually became able to clearly feel the connection between extraordinary power and those mystical symbols, and I could easily understand their meanings. By now, I can even understand the operating principles of most magic circles. Catalia nodded. I understand what you mean. Some things can be deduced by one's own extraordinary characteristic and high extraordinary pathway. Hobert smiled. I believe that's the case. The conversation between the two made Audrey realize a problem. In the extraordinary world, mature concepts are very important. Hobert and the Hermit had similar levels of concepts, so their communication efficiency was very high. Hobert then said, for gods, the second blasphemy slate ended the era of wars for various ridiculous reasons and opened the era of vying for the Old Ones. Thus, the brand new fourth epoch began. These words made everyone realize, the gods had already begun vying for the Old Ones at the very beginning of the fourth epoch. Klein sighed. As an extraordinary person at Sequence 5, he was completely unaware of such things. The concept of God seemed like a huge divide. Below this divide were the common people, and beyond this divide, one had completely transcended the thoughts and consciousness of ordinary people. Audrey felt as if she saw a distant peak, but all she could do at the moment was praise the peak, because she was too far from it. Alger, on the other hand, gave a wry smile. My goal before joining the Tarot Club was just to become a Sequence 5, then I had the ambition to become a demigod, and now, I'm almost unable to define my goal. The other members also had their own thoughts, and for a moment, the entire hall fell silent. After a long while, Klein again manipulated the world to ask, where are the two blasphemy slates now? Or rather, in whose hands are they? Hobert vaguely replied, it is said that the ancient sun god once held the first blasphemy slate. After his fall, its whereabouts became unknown, and it should now be in the god-forsaken land. The second blasphemy slate seems to be in Adam's hands. Klein nodded imperceptibly. This connected with the diaries of Emperor Rosal he had read. Rosal had seen the second blasphemy slate, but the method of becoming an Old One was hidden by Adam. Catalia suddenly said, can the blasphemy slate be seen as the light brought by the ancient sun god to the extraordinary world? I remember Mr. Emperor once said that the first blasphemy slate appeared in the second epoch, and the ancient sun god also appeared in the late second epoch. And now Adam, the son of the ancient sun god, holds the second blasphemy slate, so I believe this blasphemy slate also has a close relationship with the ancient sun god. Emlyn and Derek only realized this after hearing Catalya's summary. Audrey sighed again. The hermit's logical ability is so strong, she can think of so much information so quickly. That can be said. Hobert continued to announce more information to everyone. According to reliable information I've obtained, the second blasphemy slate seems to be the corpse of the ancient sun, fused with a part of his will. Everyone immediately showed varying degrees of surprise. Alger thought to himself, it's always been called blasphemy slate, as if it were a naturally formed object. I never thought its main material would actually be the corpse of the ancient sun god. Klein wasn't too surprised. No wonder the Emperor guessed that the content displayed on the blasphemy slate was a mode similar to direct communication with spirits. So it was fused with the will of the ancient sun god. Emlyn had an urge to scratch his head. The blasphemy slate isn't a stone tablet, fine, but it's made from a corpse. That sounds terrifying. Furs suddenly thought, I wonder if I keep advancing and become an angel, will I be able to write books with my will? That way I wouldn't need to write, and I could write incredibly fast. After a slight pause, Catalya asked again, whose will form the first blasphemy slate? Unknown. Hobert said simply, but what's certain is that the first blasphemy slate occasionally appeared before the ancient sun god did. Alger then analyzed, could the first blasphemy slate be a product of ancient times? Derek looked at the hanged man and involuntarily murmured, ancient times. For Silver City, ancient times was also a very distant history, with only very vague records. Klein also sighed, has the Tarot Club's intelligence exchange finally touched upon ancient times? He then realized that he currently had almost no information about ancient times. Hobert smiled, it's not impossible. Catalya sighed, ancient times. The age of chaos. It's a pity that no relevant records seem to have been left from that time. Regarding this epoch, it was like a blank in history. Everyone knew of its existence, but then realized they had no knowledge of that epoch. After everyone had pondered for a while, Hobert finally said, that's all the information I know about the blasphemy slate. He then added, please ask Miss Justice to help us with psychological suggestion, because information about the old ones is not suitable to be brought into the real world. Of course, everyone had no objections. After receiving Audrey's psychological suggestion, they all thanked the Emperor. After all, this information was extremely valuable and helped them sort out their thoughts. After this topic ended, Alger curiously asked the Emperor, Mr. Emperor, when we were in the tomb hall, which Pathways Extraordinary was talking to us? Although Alger couldn't see the Emperor's expression, he felt that the Emperor's expression at this moment was a bit strange. He only heard the Emperor say, that should be Adam. Alger almost slid off his seat. Adam. He had originally thought that it was at most an angel level extraordinary, or even just sequence 3, because he hadn't felt any threat at the time. And because he had encountered a long-haired monster with invisibility and petrification abilities outside the church, he had thought it was just an extraordinary person with invisibility. He never expected that it was an angel king. He had actually heard an angel king talking to the Emperor. This made him feel as if a character from a mythological story had walked into the real world. Klein, having already had some conjectures, wasn't so surprised. The other members' gazes went back and forth between the Emperor and the hanged man. Where did they explore last week? Not only did they see murals with such a huge amount of information, but they also encountered Adam. Furs, however, frowned. Before joining the Tarot Club, Hobert hadn't told me about such an important matter. It's also possible that his relevant memories were sealed, and he only recalled them after coming to the gray fog above. After a moment of surprise, Audrey asked Hobert, what does Adam look like? How did you escape from there? I don't know. Hobert said with a wry smile, if he wants to hide himself, with our current level, we might not discover him until we die. It's even possible that after we landed on that island, he was already by our side, observing us, watching us move forward, watching us fight. Not only watching us, but at that time, our thoughts and inner feelings were like books placed in a library that Adam could browse. To him, we had no secrets whatsoever. Although Hobert had sealed all the key memories he could think of, he was still afraid that Adam might have obtained some crucial information. Fortunately, Hobert also knew that Adam couldn't be so idle as to constantly monitor a demigod in 2 Sequence 5s. Of course, the key was that all 3 of them had powerful backing. Everyone was once again shocked by the Emperor's description. Such an ability was truly terrifying. Audrey felt a little incredible. Is this pathway so terrifying at the Angel King level? It should be said that every pathway is quite terrifying at the Angel King level. Hobert smiled. However, the abilities of Adam and Aemon, the 2 brothers, are exceptionally bizarre. In fact, the Diviner pathway, after reaching high sequence, after sequence 5, also began to develop in a bizarre direction. Klein even felt a chill down his spine. It's hard to imagine that our exploration team at the time might have had 4 people. Anyway, I only remember 3. Catalya also said, "What a terrifying ability. Although we know that the Fool has always been protecting us, it doesn't hurt to imagine that our gathering actually has another member listening in. If no one reminded us, we wouldn't even be aware of his existence." This description made everyone unconsciously feel insecure, and they instinctively looked at the empty seats around them. Hobert, however, smiled and said, "Adam wouldn't care too much about small fries like us." Alger nodded. That's right. He remembered that Adam seemed to be more concerned about the Creator's state at the time. However, the 2 of them, singing and harmonizing, did not comfort everyone. Everyone still felt a little insecure. Hobert then said, "As for how we escaped." He smiled. "Of course we were let go. You wouldn't think we could escape from the gaze of an Angel King, would you? Even if we escape by chance, as long as we are still in this world, we might be poisoned to death by a venomous insect that coincidentally falls into our kettle while we're drinking water, or be killed while walking on the road as usual, coincidentally encountering an extraordinary's out-of-control ability or a sealed artifact's uncontrolled power. In short, we could easily die from small or extremely low probability coincidences." This reminded Klein of Anderson's encounter, though that fellow had faced an attack from the audience pathway, specifically a psychological suggestion, which made everyone around him see Anderson as an enemy. However, the attacks from those ordinary people were very clever, or rather, they truly seemed to be able to attack Anderson only because of various coincidences. The scene at that time was still vivid in Klein's memory, and even now, he didn't know what the demigod from the audience pathway looked like. Hobert's description made everyone understand the audience's attack methods even better. They almost reached a unified conclusion: they are impossible to guard against. Finally, Alger sighed. "Fortunately, we have the gaze of the Fool and the Creator. Adam did not make things difficult for us." He believed that even if these 2 had not constantly watched that exploration, judging from Adam's words, he was well aware that Emperor and the world were the favored ones of 2 great figures. Then the other members also realized that even after encountering the legendary Adam, Hanged Man and the others had successfully escaped danger. At least, for now, they seemed to be out of harm's way. In other words, Adam also had some apprehension towards the Fool and the Creator and would not easily lay a hand on their favored ones. Klein, behind the gray fog above, thought to himself, "I am more inclined to believe that Adam hoped this mural would spread more widely through the Fool and the Creator." After all, these 2 evil gods were in a similar situation to Adam. Their forces are not the Orthodox churches, but rather, gray forces, and they do not resist such information. As this topic concluded, everyone felt they had gained too many surprises at this Tarot Club meeting. After a moment of silence, Emlyn cleared his throat. "I wish to rent a powerful magical item to complete my upcoming hunt." Audrey was very interested in this format. Rent. "Oh, Right, with the fool's witness, we can indeed conduct rental transactions with confidence. Exactly. Emlyn exclaimed inwardly, what a clever miss. He smiled and said, at other extraordinary gatherings, rental transactions for magical items are almost impossible to achieve due to a lack of sufficient trust and a strong guarantee. But at the Tarot Club, with the witness of the fool, who possesses power like a deity, we can all confidently engage in such transactions. Emlyn's idea seemed to open a new door for everyone. Even Klein sighed. This guy's thought process is indeed different. I hadn't even thought of such a transaction. Should I collect a certain percentage of a deposit? Heh, never mind, then the fool would truly become a middleman. Furs suddenly realized that Lemonou's magic book was very suitable for such a transaction. I have a magical item here that I can rent to you. She briefly described Lemonou's magic book's abilities and negative effects, then thought for a moment and said, the rent would be 50 gold pounds a day. But there's one condition. You can use the abilities in the magic book freely, but when you return it, there must be 2 more pages of abilities recorded on it. If you use a demigod level ability from it, you must add 4 more pages of abilities. The abilities you record can be duplicates and have no level restrictions. Emlyn was a little surprised. There are even demigod level abilities on it. Then this hunt is a sure thing. Even if they encounter a situation like the moon puppet, again, it can be easily resolved. Catalia nodded slightly. After all, Miss Magician also has an organization behind her. They can certainly provide her with opportunities to record demigod level abilities. Alger sighed. Miss Magician's background is not simple. Audrey and Klein's gazes almost simultaneously turned towards Hobert's direction. Those demigod abilities must have been provided by him. Emlyn asked, is it convenient to reveal what those demigod level abilities are? Yes. Furs secretly glanced at Hobert before saying, there are demigod level distortion, chaos, and use. Klein and Audrey almost simultaneously thought, indeed. Catalia, however, was a little strange. Aren't these all abilities from the lawyer pathway? Have the members of the Abraham family changed pathways? Furs continued. The demigod who recorded these abilities once tested them. Distortion and chaos at this level, when used on a sequence 6 extraordinary, can prevent the target from escaping the corresponding state for 12 to 15 seconds. Speaking of this, she felt a small surge of pride inside. Although this might reveal some information about Hobert's abilities, just like wanting to find a place to talk about how handsome her boyfriend is, Furs had a strong desire to confide in this regard. Or rather, in other places, it wasn't suitable to confide this information. Only at the Tarot Club, where the other members didn't know Hobert's true identity, was it fine to talk about it, and it wouldn't bring any danger to Hobert. Moreover, Hobert did not object to such a statement, which was equivalent to a public advertisement. If anyone had something they couldn't solve and it was inconvenient to ask the fool for help, they could ask Emperor for help. Fair price, guaranteed after-sales service. Emlyn was surprised to hear this. Are you serious? As long as he could find a way to get close to the hunting target, a chaos thrown at them would end the hunt. Then he added, as if to confirm, do I really only need to record 4 of my own abilities? Klein nodded slowly. He had personal experience with this. During the battle against the 6-winged gargoyle, Hobert used an ability similar to chaos, and the monster never escaped the state Hobert imposed until its death. Catalia, however, sighed. This is the qualitative change of a demigod. Alger also recalled Emperor's process of eliminating the 6-winged gargoyle. A sequence 6 is as fragile as a child before a demigod. He hadn't had much contact with Emperor, and had never met Magician in the real world, so he had no idea that these two were a couple. Furs suddenly remembered a remark from Hobert, so she smiled and replied to Emlyn, this is a Tarot Club benefit. But I still want to thank you for providing the magical item and for the explanation just now. After thanking her, Emlyn asked again, can you explain the ability, use, further? This is an ability I really like. Furs smiled. It can extend some states that are beneficial to oneself, or the duration of continuous abilities. Again, Using sequence 6 as an example, states or abilities at this level can be extended by at least 1.5 times. It can also instantly end all negative effects and mental attacks one is subjected to. If used on an enemy, it can prematurely end some of their abilities, such as the Dawn Sword and Dawn Armor summoned by a Dawn Knight. And it can also be used on sealed artifacts, for example, making a Grade 2 sealed artifact unusable for 5 to 10 seconds, or strengthening and extending the consequences and duration of a sealed artifact's negative effects. Klein sighed. This ability is all about surprise. I can imagine that if wriggling hunger suddenly became unusable, it would not only cause incalculable consequences but also undermine my confidence in battle. Catalya, however, frowned and thought. Use should also be able to prematurely end some spells and ritual magic. This ability really counters mine. Fortunately, I haven't encountered a demigod level, lawyer, pathway opponent before this. After hearing the explanation, Emlyn said, I want to rent this magical item. I'll rent it starting the day after tomorrow. Furs smiled. Okay. After this transaction ended, Derek proactively said, I just learned a new piece of information. The former chief of Silver City did not die. He merely built a mausoleum for himself and moved into it. However, he hasn't appeared for a very long time, which is why many people, including myself, thought he was dead. I heard that the 6-man council is planning to open the former chief's mausoleum. Will such an action bring danger to Silver City? Hobert prompted. Regarding mausoleums, it easily makes one think of extraordinaries from the death pathway. Exactly. Alger thought the same. Then he asked the son, was your former chief also from the warrior pathway? Little son nodded. Yes, he was once a demon hunter. He most likely found the corresponding extraordinary characteristic and potion formula, attempting to jump to an adjacent pathway. Alger speculated, then he asked again. Has a sequence 3 from the warrior pathway ever appeared in Silver City now, or in Silver City's history? Derek thought hard. It seems not, at least not now. Then, could we assume that something is hindering the promotion of Silver City's demigods? Alger made another guess based on the clue provided by Derek. He said, to gain stronger power, to try and find a new way out. Perhaps your former chief hoped to be promoted to a sequence 3 of an adjacent pathway. Derek nodded, highly agreeing with Hanged Man's conjecture. Silver City had been making attempts for over 2,000 years, with too many tragic stories. Audrey asked curiously, Hanged Man, if the current 6-man council is going to open the former chief's mausoleum, does that mean his promotion failed? Or is it for some other purpose? And what kind of consequences will such an action lead to? Derek nodded repeatedly. He also had such questions. Klein glanced at the death card on the bronze long table. Perhaps there was a problem with that former chief's promotion ritual. He thought that Emperor should also know this, so he didn't let the world proactively remind them. I don't know about this either. Alger replied while also looking at Emperor. The meaning was clear. The knowledgeable Emperor might know the answer. So, little son, and Audrey and other members looked towards Emperor again. I heard that the ritual for advancing to sequence 3 of the death pathway requires a mausoleum of one's own. Hobert reminded again. That former chief couldn't come out on his own, most likely because the promotion process was not very smooth. He said, this is inevitable, because no one knows if the potion formula in that former chief's possession was complete. Even if the complete ritual is known, every promotion after sequence 6 is very dangerous, and this is where the role of extraordinary organizations becomes apparent. As far as I know, there are actually some tricks in designing the ritual during promotion. But Silver City probably doesn't have such information and can only grope its way. Everyone seemed to see Silver City, which had been groping for over 2,000 years, gradually and arduously making its way to the present. This Silver City, which had stood in the darkness for over 2,000 years, gradually became magnificent. Hobert said to Derek, there's too little information known right now. We don't know what went wrong, so we can't guess the consequences of this matter. I suggest you try to gather more information, and once you have it, everyone can help you analyze it. Derek was slightly taken aback. All right, Emperor, I'll do my best. After this topic concluded, the world said to Hobert, the method you mentioned earlier for temporarily gaining good luck has received a reply. The specific way to acquire it still needs to wait for the right opportunity to be found. The other party is very satisfied with the price you offered. You can pay in advance or wait until the opportune moment to pay. Hobert smiled and said, I will make a sacrifice to the fool around 5 o'clock. The large sum of cash I used to acquire the extraordinary characteristic just now will also be sacrificed at that time. Klein, controlling the world, said, all right. At this point, the Tarot Club was drawing to a close. After discussing a few interesting things that happened last week, Klein announced the end of the Tarot Club. In the God-forsaken land, Silver City. Returning to the real world, Derek, as usual, first glanced at the candle on the table. Fortunately, it hadn't gone out. Then, he stared blankly at the dim ceiling for a while. When discussing the former chief's issue, he could feel the respect of the other members. He recalled the constant help he had received from Emperor, which allowed him to trade with the outside world more conveniently. He believed that Emperor's help was precisely due to this psychological motivation. This made Derek both proud and sad. He was proud because Silver City had never given up, merely their continuous exploration and perseverance in the past were highly respectable. He was sad because they had no choice but to do so. Then, Derek thought of the murals displayed by Hanged Man. He lay on his bed, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. During the Tarot Club, he had tried his best to suppress his grief. The grief he had suppressed deep in his heart now surged forth, becoming uncontrollable. Derek didn't wipe away his tears. He swore this would be his last time crying. He swore that if the sun couldn't return, he would become the son of Silver City. He swore to forever protect Silver City from the invasion of the true creator and other evil gods. North Continent, Fenaport Kingdom, South Colson Region, Green Meadow Manor. Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together again. Neither of them was in a hurry to get up. Furs held Hobert's hand and said, thinking about it now, Silver City has it quite tough. Indeed, Hobert said, squeezing Furs's soft hand, so, if we can help, we should. Then he got up and said, I need to go back to Backland. I spent too much money at this gathering. Furs smiled and said, but the gains aren't small either. Hobert put on his coat and hummed in agreement. No engagements tonight, we'll have dinner together at the Lord's Manor. Okay. Hobert kissed Furs's forehead, returned to Backland using travel, and opened his safe to count the money. He calculated that the expenses for this Tarot Club were 28,850 gold pounds, plus the 6,500 gold pounds spent yesterday on acquiring black-furred baboons and psychedelic wind chimes, and another 13,000 gold pounds for helping the son purchase a potion formula. The total expenditure over these 2 days amounted to a staggering 48,350 gold pounds. As for Hobert's income from this Tarot Club, not counting the son's 4 extraordinary materials and deducting Furs's 500 gold pounds, the final profit was 5,500 gold pounds. Therefore, an additional 42,850 gold pounds still needed to be sacrificed to the fool. Seeing the second safe also running low on gold pounds, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Did I indeed spend a bit too aggressively during this period? This acquisition would take some time to break even, and Hobert was currently investing in the construction of Longtail Island without regard for cost. Although using the Creator Logistics saved a lot of money, he had already invested over 20,000 gold pounds in just over a month. The Earl of Light Bulb Factory and Wire Factory had already begun mass production, with significant initial investment, and Hobert had recently invested another 20,000 gold pounds. To seize control of Longtail Island, Hobert had also spent nearly 90,000 gold pounds. Fortunately, with Bishop Jody's cooperation, about 50,000 gold pounds of this money had already returned, otherwise Hobert's money in the safe would not have been enough to cover the expenses of this Tarot Club. Hobert then went to the country of disorder and bestowed himself 3 worms. As he was about to leave the country of disorder, he glanced at the 150,000 gold pounds and over 80,000 gold leathers stored there. These 2 sums came from large transactions with Miss Sharon and Simpson respectively. Since Hobert had a relatively ample supply of money recently, he hadn't touched this deposit. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to touch this deposit for now. There were still about 15,000 gold pounds in cash in the safe, which should be able to last for some time. After counting the money and taking the time worms, it was already past 4:30 p.m. Hobert simply made the sacrifice to the fool ahead of schedule. Then he performed the bestowal ritual and obtained the extraordinary characteristic and extraordinary materials traded at this tarot club. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he sacrificed the traded items to the country of disorder, sealing what needed to be sealed and shattering what needed to be shattered. When he returned to the Lord's Manor in South Colson, it was already past 5 p.m. Furs and Donna were already waiting in the dining room. Hobert smiled and said, "I heard we're having fish tonight." "That's right," Donna smiled. "When I was off yesterday, I caught a few big fish at Shipyard Island." Just as Hobert was about to praise her, Helen, the captain of the Special Operations Department's 2nd team, quickly entered from outside. "Lord. Fortunately, you're here at the Lord's Manor. Something big has happened on the West Bank." Hobert was startled. "It's not the blood worship sect attacking again, is it?" "That possibility cannot be ruled out," Helen said. "An entire village has already died. Teacher Dunn is also on site. He judged it to be an attack by an extraordinary of the death pathway. Teacher Dunn organized us to encircle and suppress the opponent once, but he managed to escape. It cannot be ruled out that it's an accomplice invited by the blood worship sect, because the opponent is very familiar with the situation on the West Bank." Hobert frowned. "You mean an entire village has died?" "That's right." Hobert stood up, picked up his cane, and said, "Let's go to the West Bank immediately." Furs and Donna also wanted to go, but because Hobert only had one magical item with the travel ability, he could only have Helen pick them up later. Leaning on Helen's shoulder, Hobert arrived at the West Bank. The place they reached was a valley, lush with vegetation, but amidst the plants were many white skeletons. Not far away, there were even small hills, the size of haystacks, made up of various bones. Not far away were Dunn, Elliot, and others. Elliot was the captain of the extraordinary team provided by the Bach family for Hobert to command, and he was currently undergoing official extraordinary training in Jeffrey City. Once Elliot had thoroughly digested the corrupted Baron potion, he would take the Chaos Mentor potion provided by Hobert and become a Sequence 5. Because this case required a large number of people, Dunn had also called them for support. In addition, there were several members of the 2nd team, who were the main force investigating this case. After Hobert appeared, Dunn led his people over. "This case needs your help." Then he pointed to a man in his 30s with light yellow hair. "This is Raymond of the 2nd team. His team was the first to discover the extraordinary factors in this incident." Raymond stepped forward and respectfully called out, "Lord." Then he began to report. In the past week, the security team of Lobby Town received multiple similar reports. Basically, people in various villages reported that someone seemed to be lurking suspiciously in the cemetery at night. The town's security team sent people to investigate and found evidence of body theft. During the investigation, they encountered an attack similar to zombies, so they handed the case over to the Special Operations Department. Through divination, we discovered that those bodies actually climbed out of their graves on their own, so we determined this to be an extraordinary case. After a detailed investigation, we found that anomalies had actually started 3 weeks ago. At that time, the bodies of deceased people in Lobby Town went missing and were only found far away the next day. Hobert was startled. 3 weeks ago? Yes. Hobert nodded. It was probably around that time that Mr. Azek visited Jeffrey territory. Although he had only just heard the beginning, he could almost certainly conclude that this case was related to an extraordinary in the death domain, and it might not be an accomplice of the blood worship sect. After all, the blood worship sect was not a small organization, and it was unlikely they would invite extraordinaries of other pathways to help raid Jeffrey territory. To be precise, based on the intelligence gathered in recent months, the blood worship sect had only attempted to infiltrate Jeffrey territory and had not shown any intention of a large-scale attack. Raymond continued his report. After their investigation and stakeout, they found no anomalies until the day before yesterday, when Mike reported to the town government. After Raymond and 2 others spoke with him, they realized that Mike was already dead. They returned to the village before Mike and found that everyone in the village had also died, but they seemed not to have realized their own deaths and were still working as usual. Raymond and the others found no useful clues. Just as they were about to leave the village, they discovered a pale white skeleton in the village. Just as they were about to pick up the skeleton, it turned into powder before their eyes. At the same time, everyone in the village seemed to suddenly realize something. After saying goodbye to their families, or crying or screaming in disbelief, they all turned into corpses. Raymond, whose clues were cut off, asked Dunn for help. Dunn arrived at the scene in the evening. According to his experience, that skeleton should have been left in the village by an extraordinary of the death pathway, allowing the villagers to move around as living corpses. And the bodies that had previously climbed out of their graves should also have been due to this skeleton. This inference was made because Dunn took out a map, marked the location of the skeleton, and also marked the locations where cases of bodies climbing out of graves had occurred before. Clearly, the skeleton's location was right in the center. Hobert, seeing the map marked by Dunn, couldn't help but exclaim, "Professional matters still need to be handled by professionals." In such extraordinary cases, experienced people like Dunn can quickly sort out broken clues and find new ones. Tomorrow, no, today the author must sleep until at least 10 a.m. Oh, hollow down pointing triangle, oh. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Dunn made a very logical guess about this strange extraordinary case based on the limited clues. He also roughly deduced the events of the case from Raymond and others' descriptions. About 3 weeks ago, a black fog covered the village where Mike lived. After the fog receded, a pale white skeleton was left in the village. From that moment on, the villagers were already dead, but they hadn't realized it and continued to work normally. Because the harvest season was not far off, and there was little movement among the villagers, no one noticed this. That skeleton basically affected the bodies of the entire Lobby town. Whether recently deceased or long dead, all bodies underwent a living corpse transformation. It wasn't until the Special Operations Department got involved that the skeleton disappeared, and with it, the effect. It was precisely by reconstructing the entire case and sifting through the clues that Dunn finally guessed the killer would surely return to check once he learned of the skeleton's disappearance, and might even try to manipulate the villagers' bodies again. So, under Dunn's organization, Helen and Elliot set up an ambush. Just as Dunn expected, the black fog reappeared in the early hours of today, and the villagers' bodies turned into living corpses again. However, the extraordinary hidden within the black fog was very alert, discovered Dunn and the others' ambush, and quickly left. Helen and the others immediately gave chase. The opponent knew the uninhabited mountainous areas like the back of his hand, which is why Helen suspected someone from the blood worship sect was helping him. They chased until noon today, but the opponent still escaped. However, during the pursuit, some new clues were found, which could quickly lead to a new round of pursuit. The reason Hobert was called for help was that during the chase, the extraordinaries from the Special Operations Department had a skirmish with the opponent, and Helen discovered that the opponent actually displayed abilities at the demigod level. Fortunately, the second team had a large number of members and a level 2 sealed artifact provided by the Lord's Manor, so only some were injured, and there were no fatalities. Dunn pointed to the pile of white bones, which resembled a haystack. That should be some skeletons the opponent collected from the surroundings. I just checked, and most of them are animal bones. According to divination, This pile of bones has a close association with the killer, but the opponent should have some anti-divination ability, making it impossible to divine the killer's location using these bones. However, we can still find the opponent's traces through other methods of divination. The skeleton lord was not yet a demigod in the strict sense, but wherever it passed, some animals, insects, and other creatures would die. So, an astrologer only needed to divine these unnatural deaths to find some clues. Hobert looked at the pile of bones and suddenly remembered something. He asked Dunn, "Have you heard of an extraordinary creature like the skeleton lord?" Dunn thought for a moment and shook his head. Hobert thought, indeed, Dunn was only a captain-level official extraordinary before his death, so he probably didn't have access to information at that level. Logically, Helen's rank in the Gnostic Society was higher than Dunn's, but organizations like the Gnostic Society had far less intelligence on the extraordinary world than the Orthodox churches. Helen also didn't know anything about the skeleton lord. Hobert then explained, "Last year, I received intelligence that there might be one, or rather, a skeleton lord, in the South Colson region. And the skeleton lord's eyes are said to be one of the main materials for a sequence 4 of the death pathway." Hobert didn't know how long the gatekeeper, who died in the room where the ancient death god's corpse was stored, had been dead. After coming to South Colson, he hadn't heard any rumors about the skeleton lord, so Hobert thought it had already left. Who knew that the skeleton lord was still hiding deep in the mountains? Dunn nodded. "So that's it. That explains why the killer, despite having demigod-level abilities, still chose to escape." During the previous encirclement, Dunn and Helen and the others had already realized that if the killer was a demigod, there would be no need to escape. After all, the Special Operations Department currently only had Helen, a Sequence 5, in the South Colson region. A demigod could easily wipe them out. So Dunn and the others all guessed that the opponent might be a Sequence 5, but very likely possessed a Level 1 sealed artifact. Hobert was called in to deal with that Level 1 sealed artifact. Now that they knew what the killer was, it would be even easier to handle. Immediately, the group followed the clues and began a new encirclement. After discussing with the astrologer for a few moments, Hobert found that their divination results were not as useful as his own association, as the level difference was clear. So, for the subsequent actions, Hobert took the lead in finding clues. During the continued pursuit, Hobert said to Helen, "After this case is over, I will apply for certain permissions for you. In the future, if you need a Level 1 sealed artifact, you can pray to the Creator and prepare the granting ritual to obtain the help of the corresponding sealed artifact. After resolving the problem, you can then sacrifice it to the Creator." Helen was a little surprised. That was a Level 1 sealed artifact. Wasn't he afraid she would run off with the sealed artifact? Then she shook her head and smiled. "In that case, I would surely die a miserable death." So Helen nodded. Yes. During the subsequent search, they discovered 2 more piles of bones, but after searching until late at night, they still couldn't find the skeleton lord. At this point, Dunn's previous mapping method once again proved useful. He believed that these piles of bones must hold some special significance for the skeleton lord. Since the opponent was a lord, could these piles of bones indicate that this was part of its dominion? They could try using the map again to find further clues. After marking the locations of the 3 skeleton piles, they indeed discovered a pattern in their arrangement. Although they were in different directions, they shared a common center point. Everyone once again marveled at the practicality of this method. Dunn took the opportunity to explain to everyone that this method was only useful in specific environments, such as for extraordinary creatures with territorial awareness, but it was not foolproof. Regardless, everyone greatly admired the experience Dunn displayed. It was already late at night. To prevent the skeleton lord from attacking the villagers again, everyone lit their lanterns and searched through the night. An extraordinary creature of this level possessed at least normal human intelligence. It knew that although it had been discovered, as long as it returned to its long-established territory, it would not fear those extraordinaries who were below the demigod level. After crossing another mountain, everyone found a small mist town with a pale white light, in the mountain hollow. The streets there seemed to have many pedestrians, and if it weren't for the abnormal color of the light, it would look like a mountain town with a vibrant nightlife. However, although the mist town seemed bustling with people, there was no sound at all, and besides pedestrians, there were also some wild beasts on the streets. This brought a term to Hobert's mind: ghost market. When everyone first saw the mist town, they all seemed to have the illusion that the mist town also saw them. Without time to rest, the extraordinaries of the Special Operations Department immediately launched a surprise attack. Furs and Donna, who had come along, also joined the assault. Hobert gave Furs a wink, and Furs understood, staying by the side of the seemingly quite excited Donna to protect her. As they approached the mist town, a faint smell of decay wafted over. Everyone found that the residents of the mist town seemed to have encountered an external enemy and spontaneously organized to meet them. Most of them were ordinary living corpses, some still relatively intact, others already showing white bones, and among them were also some deceased extraordinaries. Helen, Elliot, and the others were prepared for a fierce battle. But just as the two sides were about to clash, Hobert, who was at the very front, suddenly drew his rapier and cut open a netherworld gap. Those living corpses seemed to have seen something terrifying they had never seen in life or death, and they all turned and ran. But after only a few steps, they fell down in droves, turning back into normal corpses. Only a few living corpses, who had once been extraordinaries of the death pathway, were still stubbornly holding on, but under the pressure exerted by that rapier, they couldn't even stand. Helen and the other members of the Special Operations Department were stunned for a full 3 seconds before they seemed to come to their senses and went forward to eliminate these living corpses that were still persisting. At this moment, a thick black fog emerged from beneath the mist town. Helen and the others all retreated backward and stood ready. Hobert stepped forward and said, "Everyone, retreat from the mist town. I'll deal with it." Helen sighed in her heart. Is this a demigod? An extraordinary battle was resolved by him just like that. While thinking, she organized everyone to withdraw from the mist town. Donna, who had originally wanted to show off her skills, only got breathless from running during the charge and had to retreat from the mist town without even touching the enemy's clothes. She looked at Hobert, who was venturing alone into the mist town. I didn't expect Hobert to be so powerful now. Furs, beside her, just smiled without saying anything. Then Furs also looked at Hobert's back, with some worry in her eyes. But it wasn't worry that Hobert couldn't defeat the Skeleton Lord, but worry for Hobert's current responsibilities. The risks a demigod had to bear were greater than at Sequence 5. Inside the mist town, Hobert, distorted, the gray fog, and a passage appeared before him. He walked step by step into the black fog, which contained the aura of death. Hobert remembered that when he fought the feathered serpent on that island, it had also spewed out a black mist from its body. However, at the angel level, extraordinaries of the death pathway usually only have gray mist around them, possibly because angels of this pathway are closer to the netherworld. Through the distorted passage, Hobert seemed to see a pale white lord's manor and a skeleton with giant-like pale white bones and a pair of scarlet eyes sitting on a throne. It was as if with every step forward, the skeleton's figure grew a little larger. Hobert also exuded the majesty of a fallen earl and transformed the rapier in his hand into the shape of a normal sword, raising it high above his head. The skeleton's figure returned to its original size, and the surrounding black fog seemed to lighten a bit. Hobert saw the skeleton sitting on the throne slowly rise, and then, it ran. Hobert was stunned for a moment. It really ran. And it ran into the netherworld. He then quickly chased after it, again using his rapier to cut open a netherworld gap, and also chased into the netherworld. He had already entered the netherworld once, half-willingly, during his previous battle with the feathered serpent. The netherworld is distinctly different from the spirit world. Firstly, the netherworld is bone-chillingly cold, and upon entering, it immediately attracts a large number of ghosts. They weren't coming to watch the show, but to see if there was a chance to kill Hobert and then use his body to return to the real world. Even if they weren't extraordinaries of the death pathway, and their bodies would rot after death. They would still have to return to the netherworld after a few days. However, those who could become ghosts all strongly desired to return to the real world to complete their regrets from life. The ghosts here are also quite different from the ghosts in the real world. Ghosts in the real world are basically extraordinaries, or involve extraordinary factors. Most of the ghosts in the netherworld are formed from ordinary people. They are the residents here, having lost most of their memories and the concept of time. Theoretically, Death God could turn these ghosts into normal spirit bodies, making them disappear from the netherworld, but Death God has been fallen for a long time. Besides ghosts, there are various special undead in the form of skeletons and zombies, such as Hant and Maximilian, who established a contract with Hobert. Many natural spirits can also freely enter and exit the netherworld. Their appearances are often bizarre. Besides extraordinaries of the Death God sequence, extraordinaries of other sequences are very dangerous here. However, Hobert is different because he has the mark Mr. Azek gave him, so he can move around here more easily than in the spirit world. Even without Mr. Azek's mark, just holding his rapier kept the ghosts from daring to approach him. As soon as Hobert stepped into the netherworld, he used the special mark on his body to mobilize some of the netherworld's power to find the skeleton lord. Then he used a distortion to catch up to him. The skeleton lord seemed to realize something and quickly left the netherworld. Hobert also pursued him closely, leaving the netherworld. There was no moon that night. After coming out of the netherworld, Hobert quickly adapted to the surrounding darkness and found that he was at one of the bone piles. The skeleton lord must have felt the suppression from Hobert himself and that rapier, and was still desperately fleeing. Weakening. Hobert added negative effects to the opponent while again distorting the distance. The rapier in his hand suddenly lengthened, piercing into the opponent's bones. But the skeleton lord did not stop. Hobert then realized that this guy might not have a sense of pain. So he injected his spirituality into 1-109, and his right fist was covered with a layer of orange light. Slaughter. He punched the skeleton lord, making him fall apart. Hobert didn't expect the opponent to be so fragile. He was about to step forward and crush the opponent's head to collect those scarlet eyes. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes quickly dimmed, and finally disappeared without a trace, and even the pale white light on his bones also disappeared with him. All of this happened so fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The skeleton lord became like an ordinary skeleton. Hobert even squatted down to check. It was like a corpse that had been left in the wilderness for an unknown number of years, eventually rotting away until only white bones remained. Hobert frowned, wondering if collecting the skeleton lord's eyes required specific conditions. If the conditions weren't met, would nothing be collected? That's not right. Hobert then thought, even if extraordinary materials couldn't be collected, there should still be an extraordinary characteristic extracted, right? Now there was nothing, which was very strange. Suddenly, Hobert looked at the bone pile not far away. The astrologer had once divined that these bone piles had a very close association with the skeleton lord. Hobert seemed to have thought of something. He injected his spirituality into 1-109, and two thick flames extended from his back, quickly forming dozens of fire crows that whistled and drilled into the bone pile. Whoosh! The bone pile quickly ignited, and after burning, it emitted an eerie green flame like ghost fire. Hobert immediately used travel to go to the location of another bone pile, and sure enough, he saw the skeleton lord standing up from the bone pile there. Hobert smiled. No wonder the main material is scarlet eyes, or rather, the so-called skeleton lord is just a pair of eyes. Whichever skeleton these eyes attach to, that skeleton becomes the skeleton lord. Maybe that's not quite right either. You should have gone through some ritual or method to create an association between those skeletons and you, so you can possess those skeletons. The skeleton lord only had a skeleton frame and couldn't speak, but his teeth, now wide open, were enough to express his surprise. Had this secret been discovered so quickly? The two flames from before reappeared behind Hobert, and dozens of fire crows once again drilled into the bone pile in front of him. The skeleton lord jumped out of the eerie green flames, and Hobert stepped forward, use. At the same time, he punched out, knocking the opponent's head to the ground. When the skeleton lord jumped out of the flames just now, his eyes showed a tendency to dim again, but Hobert's use ability prolonged the time before the skeleton lord could transfer to another skeleton. Hobert quickly turned the head of his staff into a box, and at the same time, he bent down, his other hand already clenched into a fist, smashing the skeleton lord's head and picking up the 2 scarlet eyeballs, throwing them into the box at the fastest speed. A second or two later, the skeleton lord, or rather, the 2 eyeballs, seemed to finally realize that he couldn't enter another skeleton. He bounced around in the box, but couldn't break through the barrier Hobert had set for him. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally caught this guy. For him, with the rapier and Mr. Azek's mark in hand, he had considerable restraint over both Death God, Sequence Extraordinaries and extraordinary creatures, so dealing with a skeleton lord was not difficult. Even without these cheating-like advantages, Hobert was half a sequence higher than the skeleton lord. But what Hobert didn't expect was that the skeleton lord could actually borrow a corpse to return a soul. Looking at the scattered skeleton on the ground again, because the skeleton lord hadn't been able to leave just now, those skeletons still looked taller and more imposing than normal human skeletons, and the pale white color on them hadn't been lost. Hobert remembered that the auxiliary materials seemed to also require skeleton lord's bone powder, so he sacrificed these skeletons and the eyes in the box to the country of disorder. After entering the country of disorder, those eyes became very docile and well-behaved. Hobert opened the box, contemplating how to kill him, but he immediately realized that these eyes seemed to have already died. This might be a common problem encountered by the Death God sequence, how to kill the dead again. Hobert smiled, deciding to leave this problem to Dofus. He returned to the real world, used travel to go to the 3rd bone pile, and burned that bone pile down as well. Returning to the town in the mountain hollow, Hobert told everyone that the skeleton lord had been dealt with and instructed them to pile up and burn the corpses here. Half of the extraordinary characteristic would be submitted to the lord's manor, and the other half would be their merit. Although everyone basically just followed the lord around the mountains for half the night during tonight's battle, they had started working on this case since early this morning. Even Raymond and others had been investigating this case for several days before Hobert joined the operation, by which time the case had been mostly sorted out. These merits should not be overlooked. Hobert's decision made everyone very happy, because they had harvested 11 extraordinary characteristics this time. Even if it was only half, and they had to share it, they could still get a lot of merit. After all, this was not an extraordinary battle, but merely an investigation of an extraordinary case during peacetime. After burning the corpses and returning to the lord's manor, it was already late at night. However, the chef knew that the lord and lady had not eaten dinner, so he had been waiting for Hobert and the other 2 to return. Hobert saw that the fish brought by the servant was still hot, thanked the chef and servant a few times, and was about to eat when he saw the dead fish eyes on the fish head. This reminded Hobert of the skeleton lord's eyeballs he had thrown into the country of disorder, and he suddenly lost all appetite. After forcing down a few bites, Hobert said to Furs, who was clearly hungry and had already eaten half a fish, "I plan to give the extraordinary materials formed by the skeleton lord to Mr. Dofus." Furs was slightly startled at first, then smiled. "I have no objection." Hobert simply put down his knife and fork and began to recount the past. "Last year, Mr. Dofus and I explored a ruin and discovered a Grade 1 sealed artifact there. That so-called Grade 1 sealed artifact was the Black Hound spirit beast currently imprisoned in Mist Town. At that time, with our abilities, we couldn't acquire this sealed artifact." Hobert only gave a rough outline of the matter. "We agreed to explore it together again after we advanced, but then I met Mr. Azek and explored that ruin with him. Because of this exploration, I was very familiar with that sealed artifact, and later, I took an opportunity to obtain that Grade 1 sealed artifact." At this point, Furs and Donna stopped eating, both listening to Hobert recount the past. Furs only learned today that Hobert and Dophis had actually explored something together. I've always felt indebted to Mr. Dophis for this matter. Hobert said. At that time, in that ruin, we also found clues about the Skeleton Lord. I wanted to give this main material for advancing to demigod to Mr. Dophis to repay this favor. But after so long in South Colson, I haven't found any clues about the Skeleton Lord, and I even thought I would have to repay this favor in other ways. Furs expressed understanding and was very willing to listen to Hobert's past stories. Now it's good, you can just give this main material to Mr. Dophis. Hobert smiled slightly. I'm going back to Backland after dinner, and I'll come back to accompany you tomorrow night. Donna, seeing that the story was finished, picked up her knife and fork again. How does that saying go? Oh, right, it avoided a fierce battle. Furs's face was slightly flushed, then she looked at Donna with a wry smile. Hobert glanced at her. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. After having dinner together, Hobert chatted with Furs for a few more minutes before returning to Backland. After a short rest, it was already past 5 in the morning. He first used Grant to bring the Skeleton Lord's eyes and a piece of the Skeleton Lord's bones into the real world. Hobert found that those eyes were now very well behaved, even in the real world. Knocking on Dophis's door, the Earl's mansion butler had indeed already woken up. Hobert smiled and said, I brought you a gift. Dophis looked at the box in Hobert's hand, seemingly sensing something. What reward should I give you? No reward is needed. Hobert smiled. I have already obtained the sealed artifact from the ruins outside Backland City. He raised the box in his hand. It should have been yours. The expressionless Dophis did not decline, only saying, I need to advance this morning, and I need your help. Hobert smiled. No problem. It turned out that all the other materials were already prepared, and only the Skeleton Lord's related materials were left. Originally, he was supposed to go to Military Intelligence Section 9 for work today, but Dophis's advancement was clearly more important, so Hobert simply took a leave of absence. After breakfast, the two went to Hobert's study, and Dophis began to prepare the potion using the graduated cylinders and scales there. Dophis first added the auxiliary materials to the beaker. The Skeleton Lord's bone powder had just been ground, and even though it was ground into bone powder, it still had a faint pale white color. Hobert felt that this should be a very good spiritual material for the Death God sequence, so he said, I still have some Skeleton Lord's bones. If you need them, I can give you more. Dophis shook his head. It's not very useful to me. He then explained, the bone powder of the Skeleton Lord is much better than mummy powder in terms of effect and experience, and one dose is effective for a week. Hobert seemed to see a wave of gold pounds crashing towards him. He smiled. This is good news for the nobility. Then he had to state, it's not very useful for me either. In this regard, the ability of use was much more effective than these potions, but in pursuit of an exciting experience, Hobert barely even used use. Dophis continued to prepare the potion, adding 20 grams of Skeleton Lord bone powder, a pair of antennae from a gray spirit moth, 1 netherworld 3-color flower, and 30 milliliters of zombie brain fluid to the beaker. Then he began to add the main ingredients. First, a piece of snow-white crystal was added, and then Hobert saw the Skeleton Lord's crimson eyes again. But Dophis did not add it immediately, waiting instead for the snow-white crystal to dissolve. Hobert reminded, it's best to add it quickly, otherwise it can easily burrow into the surrounding skeletons. It can only do that in its own territory, Dophis explained. There need to be many corpses and skeletons around for it to gradually create its territory. Hobert nodded slightly, I see. After preparing the gray-white potion, Dophis held it and said to Hobert, I need you to help me with 2 things. Tell me. First, within 10 seconds of me drinking the potion, kill me. Hobert was slightly stunned. Are you sure this is help? This is clearly sending you on your way. Then Hobert recalled that the ritual for advancing to undead was to become a dead person. When he first saw this ritual, he had guessed that it might involve some means to become a dead person, in a mystical sense, but he didn't expect that one actually had to die once before becoming an undead. Dophus continued with his request, "Don't let my body suffer too much damage." Hobert asked, "What counts as too much damage? Like dismembering and mincing, or like?" Hobert raised his hand, "I'm not that perverted." Dophus nodded, "Second, after I become an undead, I will lose my memory. It will take about a month to recover some important memories. However, I have already left relevant diaries and notes. You need to take me to my room and, for the next month, have Serena take over my work." Hobert asked somewhat strangely, "You can recover your memory in a month?" He remembered that Mr. Azek took many years to gradually recover his memory. "Only important memories can be recovered within a month," Dophus explained, "but as I die more and more often, the process of recovering memories will also become slower and slower. Additionally, writing diaries and notes in advance greatly helps with memory recovery." Hobert slowly nodded. He realized that Mr. Azek's strength, for some reason, must have regressed to the undead state quite suddenly, which didn't give him enough time to prepare. "I understand," Hobert said. "I hope you don't forget how to read and write by then. According to some information I've seen, most of the time, people don't forget things that are more instinctive. If I truly forget how to read and write after the first resurrection, it means I have great talent," Dophus said. "But even if I forget how to read and write, I will understand the meaning of the words when I see them. I've also left relevant textbooks that will allow me to quickly regain my reading and writing abilities. For the first few days, Serena just needs to deliver food to my room on time." Hobert nodded. "So, the more you forget, the higher your talent. This reminds me of a certain scumbag surnamed Jong on Bright Summit." Then he realized that Dophus had been preparing for today's advancement for a long time. "Let's begin. You can leave the rest to me." Dophus took a deep breath, and with a solemn expression, drank the potion in his hand. Hobert stared at Dophus's Adam's apple, and after he swallowed the potion, he slapped his head, sending it spinning 360 degrees. Dophus barely struggled, falling to the ground cleanly and convulsing. Hobert quietly waited for Dophus to revive. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, just as Hobert was about to doubt whether he had truly killed him, he finally saw the muscles and bones in Dophus's neck begin to twist. It took 4 or 5 minutes for Dophus's head to rotate back 360 degrees, and some light returned to his wide-open eyes. Then Dophus resumed breathing, tried to move his limbs, slowly got up, and met Hobert's gaze. After a moment of eye contact, Dophus's eyes gradually became confused and fearful. He opened his mouth. Where, you, who?" Hobert found that the other party had lost the ability to string words together. "According to the theory you just mentioned, your talent is very high." Then he smiled. "Are you trying to ask who I am? Did you forget? I'm your dad." Dophus apparently didn't fully understand Hobert's meaning and didn't react for a moment. Hobert chuckled. "Your expression is so rich now, much better than always having a cold face before. To be honest, I always felt that you were already a dead person before you became an undead." He got up and lightly hoisted Dophus onto his shoulder. "All right, I'm not playing with you anymore, I'm taking you back." Dophus struggled a bit, but at this time, he had no concept of using extraordinary power, so his struggle seemed very weak. Indeed, on Dophus's desk, many diaries and notes were already stacked, and an open notebook lay on the desk, which was clearly the first one to be read. Hobert pressed Dophus, who was acting like a child, into a chair and let him read the notes himself. Then he instructed Serena to pay more attention to Dophus during this time and report any situations to him promptly. As for the other servants, they were temporarily not allowed to approach Dophus. In a blink of an eye, it was the last day of May. On this day, a construction team arrived at Order Square and erected a tall iron pole in the center of the square. At the top of the pole was a pumpkin-sized light bulb. At this time, most people did not yet recognize light bulbs and thought that Order Square was going to add some new building. Curious people went to ask, and there were special personnel in the construction team explaining, "This is the Earl of Light." Most people did not understand the meaning of this sentence and thought it meant that this new building was a donation from a certain earl. After preliminary experiments, the staff set up a canopy, seemingly intending to stay there for a period of time. Until evening, as night fell, the gas lamps around Order Square were lit. Gradually, Backland's fog made Order Square appear hazy. Many people who had finished their day's work, after dinner, chatted and laughed as they strolled in the square. Just then, something seemed to light up in the air above the square. It grew brighter and brighter, eventually becoming dazzling. The intense light it emitted pierced through the fog, illuminating the entire Order Square. Compared to it, the gas lamps became as dim as fireflies. Most of the people strolling in Order Square had never seen the full view of the square at night, but this time they did. Even leaving the square and walking a street away, the light from the square was still visible. Further away, some even thought that the fog in Backland was not too dense that night, so they were seeing the moonlight. The first to regain their senses were the people in the square. Some panicked, rushing home with their wives and children. Others, however, were very curious about what it was and cautiously went to investigate. They found that under the bright light, many people were already asking questions. Staff members maintained order and, using megaphones, loudly explained, "This is the Earl of Light, a light bulb that brings light to Backland." At the same time, there was also a product display there, with many fist-sized light bulbs glowing. They were also very bright, giving people the illusion that it was still daytime. The staff passionately shouted, "Buy a light bulb and hang it on your ceiling, and your entire room will be as bright as day." The light bulb isn't expensive, only 8 pence each. If used for 2 hours a day, it can last a year and a half. Please keep your receipt. Any light bulb that breaks within 1 month from the date of purchase can be exchanged for a new one at our sales department. Although he introduced it enthusiastically, no one bought it. Everyone was basically in a mood of watching the excitement, learning about this new thing. Some people kept asking if the light bulb burned gas. Someone asked what electricity was and how to get it. The staff patiently explained again and again. That night, Order Square was very lively. The display of the large electric light made many people feel like they were watching an exciting circus. It wasn't until late at night that everyone noticed that the enormous light bulb had not gone out. A few people who knew the nature of light bulbs were very surprised. How is this different from the light bulbs I've seen? In the latter half of the night, residents around Order Square who got up to use the restroom saw that the electric light in the square was still on. They muttered while using the restroom, "This is big news, it will definitely be published in tomorrow's newspaper." However, the next day's Backland Morning News did not publish such an advertisement-like promotion. But an apology news item piqued many people's curiosity. The general meaning of the report was that an experiment on light bulbs by the Earl of Light factory in Order Square had received complaints from nearby residents. Because the light bulb was too bright, it kept people from sleeping. In response, the Earl of Light factory published an apology in the newspaper to the residents around Order Square. It then briefly introduced the experiment, stating that new breakthroughs had been made in the research of light bulbs, greatly extending their lifespan. To verify this significant new breakthrough, this experiment was designed. Finally, it stated that for the future of Backland and to bring light to Backland, residents around Order Square were requested to temporarily endure for the next 2 months, as it was estimated that the continuously lit electric light would only last for a maximum of 2 months before going out. For a time, everyone discussed this report, full of curiosity about the ongoing experiment. In terms of public opinion manipulation, Hobert absolutely crushed the advertising industry of this world. Hobert was very clear that if he used normal publicity methods, people would first think it was an advertisement and wouldn't pay attention. Secondly, it would require a large amount of space to explain what a light bulb is, what electricity is, and so on, and very few people would read to the end. In that case, it would be better to promote it subtly with this apology, and it was also important to state that residents around Order Square had complained to the relevant departments, forcing them to publish the apology in the newspaper. However, the light bulb had only lit up yesterday, so how could anyone have complained so quickly? When did the ruined kingdom's bureaucracy operate so fast? This was purely a play arranged by Hobert in advance, but because of its novelty, it easily achieved the desired effect. At this time, for gentlemen and ladies, newspapers were an important source of information, so if they had time, they would usually read most of the newspaper during breakfast to have topics for conversation with colleagues. Thus, today in Backland, most of the middle class learned about the experiment in Order Square. And they used their limited knowledge to explain new things like electricity and light bulbs. This was a widespread popularization of electrical knowledge, and although the direction of popularization might not be entirely correct, they spontaneously learned the basic knowledge of electricity and light bulbs. When passing through Order Square, everyone would look at the light bulb still shining brightly in the center of the square. Even in the daytime, its brightness was clearly visible. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, the topic of light bulbs was quite popular. But after 4 or 5 days, the popularity of the topic basically faded. Just then, an article was published again in major Backland newspapers, which was a criticism from a professor in the scientific community against the Earl of Light factory, saying their report was untrue. Because according to normal logic, the lifespan of a light bulb would not exceed 10 days. Not only that, most light bulbs only last a few minutes, or a few hours. Then he began to list his experimental data, telling everyone the true lifespan of a light bulb, urging them not to believe the previous false reports. When the report came out, people initially didn't think much of it. But by the evening, major Backland evening newspapers followed up with a report, stating that the Earl of light bulb factory had found the professor who made critical remarks that morning and made a 3,000 gold pounds bet with him. If the experimental light bulb's lifespan could exceed 10 days, the professor would have to compensate the Earl of Light factory 3,000 gold pounds for reputational damage and publish an apology in the newspaper. If the large light bulb went out within 10 days, the Earl of Light factory would donate 3,000 gold pounds in research funding to the professor. This immediately made everyone pay attention to the matter again. Firstly, it was a dispute and a bet, which easily piqued the curiosity of gentlemen and ladies, as well as their desire to watch the excitement. Secondly, the prize money was the amount most likely to spark imagination among the middle class. With their income, they certainly understood what 3,000 gold pounds meant. With this money, they could own their own house, or rent a larger one, own their own carriage. In short, it would raise their standard of living by a notch. If the prize money were 10,000 gold pounds or tens of thousands of gold pounds, it would indeed be more astonishing, but they had no practical concept of such an amount of gold pounds. That very evening, many people rushed to the square to inquire how many days the light bulb had been lit, and the crowd gathered to watch the square was immense. The next day, the topic of the Earl of Light bulb became heated again, and everyone discussed how many days the light bulb could stay lit. Some curious gentlemen would even visit their friends in the scientific community, resolving their doubts while also completing a middle-class social visit. Many ladies also wrote letters to classmates or friends with relevant knowledge, taking the opportunity to maintain their relationships. The answers they received were basically consistent. As the professor who criticized the Earl of Light factory said, under normal circumstances, it was difficult for a light bulb to last more than 10 days. However, combined with previous reports, many in the scientific community had already guessed that the Earl of Light factory must have found new materials for manufacturing filaments, and the specific results would only be conclusive after the bet ended. For a time, the relatively marginalized scientific community suddenly became a hot topic in Backland. At balls or banquets held in June, it was essential to invite a friend from the scientific community and ask him to explain the knowledge involved in this bet to everyone. This would give the host a lot of face. And those scientific workers or scholars who were usually obscure were very grateful for this dispute, as it made them sought after. Nobles like Earl Hall also began to pay attention to this matter. Hall even pointed at the newspaper and said to his good friend, Wolf, this is definitely a commercial promotion that could be written into business school textbooks. After seeing the relevant reports, Klein also muttered to himself, no wonder the creator's dependents cherish the drafts left by Emperor Rosal, they indeed contain many, advanced, concepts. East District, 19 White Whale Street, an apartment building that looked very dilapidated. Emlyn had patiently staked out here for a day. Through the clues provided by Magician, he indeed found 2 targets for this hunting competition here, Gallius Kevin and Argos. By evening, he finally waited for Argos to leave. Now, only Gallius was left in the room. This was a very good opportunity. Emlyn waited for more than 10 minutes and still didn't see Argos return, so he decided to act. Emlyn ingested extraordinary potions, sprayed liquids to mask his body odor, and then sprayed a potion that granted short-term invisibility. Taking out Lemonou's magic book, he first found the astrologer's divination interference ability, preventing the opponent's spirituality from detecting him in time. Taking a few deep breaths, Emlyn, who rarely participated in extraordinary battles, mentally replayed the battle plan he had rehearsed countless times. The operation began. He moved at his fastest speed to Gallius's door, and Lemonou's magic book was flipped to the page with the open door ability. Emlyn pressed his palm against the wall, opening an insubstantial, illusory door. He rushed in, quickly found Gallius's location, and by now, Lemonou's magic book had been turned to the page with the chaos ability. Before Gallius could understand what was happening, he fell into a state of chaos. Emlyn quickly stepped forward, used the hand not holding the magic book to twist Gallius's cervical spine, and then forcefully pulled off his head. Gallius's headless body fell, blood gushing everywhere. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced by one of shock. He looked down at the head in his hand in disbelief, seeing Gallius's bewilderment. The fellow didn't understand what had happened until the moment of his death. So simple, so easy. Although Emlyn was very proud, he didn't think he could eliminate a competition target so easily. But the facts told him, it was that simple. Emlyn glanced at the magic book again. What he had just used was not the demigod-level chaos, but the chaos recorded in the middle pages, which could record middle sequence abilities. After becoming a demigod, Hobert could also control chaos at sequence 5 level. After all, 3 pages could record demigod-level abilities, so this magic book also recorded many sequence 5 level abilities of the lawyer pathway. Sequence 5 level chaos could last 3 or 4 seconds for a sequence 6 or sequence 7 extraordinary, and Emlyn only took that much time from the start of his action to successful hunting. While sighing, Emlyn found a small wooden box and some waste newspapers from the room to hold the head, while squatting nearby, waiting for the extraordinary characteristic to precipitate. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, Emlyn suddenly looked up at the door. Although the room was filled with the smell of blood, it still didn't prevent him from smelling Argos. He's back so soon. For a moment, Emlyn was a little nervous, unsure how to handle this situation. Thump. Argos outside knocked on the door, then made no further sound. Emlyn immediately understood that the other party had smelled blood and realized something was wrong in the apartment. What should I do? Rush out and deal with him directly? No, that would make him visible and lead to capture by official extraordinaries. Emlyn instinctively took out a potion and hid himself again. He suddenly had an idea. He placed Gallius's head on the bed and hid himself in the corner, creating a scene in the room that suggested an assassination had been completed and the killer had already escaped. As soon as he hid, the window on the balcony opened, and Argos jumped in from outside. Inside the room, Argos saw his companion's body. He initially frowned, but when he saw the stack of newspapers and the small wooden box, his pupils suddenly constricted. Not good. Only then did Emlyn remember that he had forgotten to put away the wooden box. Argos, almost without thinking, grew illusory wings on his back and immediately flew towards the balcony. Emlyn quickly fumbled through Lemonou's magic book. Slap. But because he flipped too quickly, it fell to the ground. By the time he picked it up, Argos had already flown out the window, landing on the street amidst the astonished gazes of many people, and quickly fled. Emlyn really wanted to slap himself at this moment for making such a basic error. But it was too late to chase now. Emlyn was about to put away Gallius's head and retreat. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he flipped to the page recording the demigod-level distortion, and he thought, let's try it. Injecting spirituality into the magic book again, the mysterious symbols recorded on that page suddenly twisted and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Emlyn actually sensed Argos, who had already run 300 or 400 meters away. He immediately distorted the other party's intention, turning his escape into a charge. On the street, Argos suddenly turned around and ran towards Emlyn at a speed that seemed to leave afterimages. Emlyn was stunned. It really worked. That was 300 or 400 meters. Not 3 or 4 meters, and not 30 or 40 meters. This is the power of a demigod. It is estimated that if a demigod used it themselves, they could probably attack targets within 500 meters. Emlyn realized then that he had been too conservative. He should have used the demigod level, chaos, when he was outside the apartment, then swaggered upstairs, entered the room, and dealt with the target. Seeing the terrified Argos run back, Emlyn finally breathed a sigh of relief, giving the other party another, chaos, and easily killing him. He took a few deep breaths, and the strong smell of blood quickly calmed Emlyn. It's over, another instant kill. This made him realize again that Miss Magician's background was not simple. Then Emlyn's mouth curved upwards. No wonder the ancestor wanted me to join the tarot club. This is definitely a gathering prepared to welcome the apocalypse. Footsteps came from outside. Someone might have already called the police. Emlyn quickly began to clean up the scene, removing his own traces to avoid leaving clues for official extraordinaries. When he left with the target's head and the extraordinary characteristic, and got into a hansom cab, he still felt a sense of disbelief recalling the experience. On the night of June 9, the 10-day deadline arrived, and Order Square once again became crowded. At 6 p.m., the light bulb was on. At 7 p.m., it was still on. At 8 p.m., it was still on. At 9 p.m., the brightness of the light bulb was still normal. No one knew who started cheering and applauding first. They seemed to be celebrating something, but they couldn't quite articulate what they were celebrating. In short, they felt like they had witnessed something. Hobert in the crowd also applauded, smiling slightly. He, however, knew exactly what he was celebrating. The next day, June 10, the so-called professor published an apology in the newspaper to the Earl's Light Factory, stating that he had jumped to conclusions without understanding the facts, causing a very negative impact on this enterprise, which symbolized Backland's vitality and future, and so on. At the end of the report, the professor also speculated that with the new technology found by the Earl's Light, their light bulbs should have a lifespan of between 1,000 and 1,300 hours. The gentlemen and ladies who read this report immediately calculated, if used 2 hours a day, this light bulb could last 500 days. Even if the professor's calculation was inaccurate, 800 hours should be usable, right? That would still be 400 days. Of course, it's impossible to use it for the exact same amount of time every day. Occasionally, it would definitely be used more. So, using it for 10 months should not be a problem. Thinking about it, this lifespan is quite long. By then, the topic of light bulbs had reached a sufficient level of popularity. On June 11, a report announcing the official sale of Earl's light bulbs further fueled the topic. The report stated that Earl's Light products had been inspected by relevant departments and passed all national standards. Although people didn't quite understand those inspections and standards, they seemed very impressive. The report also stated that, in response to public demand and expectations, the Earl's Light Factory decided to release its light bulb products early, on the 15th of this month. For the first 3 months of sales, there would be dedicated sales stores. After 3 months, the light bulbs would seek cooperation with major department stores. Household light bulbs, based on brightness, were priced at 6, 8, and 10 pence respectively. As for obtaining electricity, users around the Queen's district would have their wires installed for free and only needed to pay electricity bills regularly. The cost of electricity, if calculated at 3 hours of use per day, would be around 1¾ pence per day. For users in other areas, the Earl's Light factory could provide battery services. Light bulbs and household wiring were also installed for free. Each set of batteries could power an 8-pence light bulb for about 20 hours. Batteries would be replaced by dedicated staff who would come to the door, with each replacement costing 1 soul and 3 pence, which is 15 pence. However, each user of batteries had to pay a 10 gold pounds deposit. If wires were laid to the user's block, wires would be laid for free, and the deposit would be refunded upon retrieval of a set of batteries. Such offers would only last until September. After that, wires, lamp holders, and other products would incur certain fees. Everyone calculated and came to the conclusion that using electric lights was only slightly more expensive than gas lamps. And the cost of the light bulb itself could basically be ignored, as it only cost 1 pence or even less than 1 pence a month. The key was that installing new lighting tools was free. It should be noted that installing gas lamps, gas meters, and corresponding pipes cost a lot of money. Currently, many landlords in Backland are reluctant to install a set of gas lamps in their houses. After all, gas lamps and oil lamps were only a little brighter, but the cost doubled. Many people were tempted after seeing this report, feeling that free installation was very cost-effective, and the crucial point was that the cost of lighting had not increased much. At the end of this report, the Earl's Light factory stated that due to limited initial production capacity, before the 18th, they could only supply 10,000 light bulbs and accompanying batteries and wires. Many gentlemen were eager to try buying a light bulb. Fortunately, there were still a few days to discuss it with their families. Hobert, of course, knew that the next few days would be a critical period for everyone's consideration. Therefore, from the 11th to the 15th, reports about Earl's light bulbs were continuous. There were direct advertisements, as well as some reports meticulously designed by Hobert. For example, the promotion on the 12th was an anecdote. A coachman delivering goods to the Queen's district in the early morning thought he had overslept and rushed to his destination, only to find that the recipient had not yet woken up. Because under the illumination of the light bulbs, the entire Queen's district was as bright as day, and the delivery coachman had arrived more than an hour early. In fact, with the current usage of light bulbs in the Queen's district, it was far from reaching this level. Hobert's report was merely conveying a message. Nobles had already begun to use light bulbs on a large scale. This was a trend, a movement. The report on the 13th was about a patrolman who, while on patrol, heard someone shout, "Catch the thief." He and the startled citizens around him quickly surrounded and caught the thief. According to the thief's confession, he had already stolen from that household twice without being discovered. But today he was discovered because the owner of that house, as a trial user of the light bulb factory, had just installed light bulbs, and in the bright environment, the owner discovered the thief's presence. The thief repented. "I really shouldn't have gone to steal in such a bright house." Hobert didn't care if the direction of the thief's repentance was correct. Even if everyone knew this was his designed promotion, it didn't matter. The message he wanted to convey was actually received by everyone. After installing light bulbs, because the house is bright enough, thieves will have certain reservations. The promotion on the 14th was in the story section of the newspaper. There was a story about a young man who found love because of the light bulb experiment in Order Square. It was then that everyone realized that the light bulbs in the square had been on for half a month and were still maintaining normal brightness. After half a month of warm-up, the day of sale finally arrived on the 15th. The dozen or so sales stores were packed with people, and tens of thousands of orders were received in just one morning. The first 1,000 or so users who pre-ordered were using light bulbs that very night. The reason for such a small number was that the electricians Hobert had initially trained were not yet very skilled. For this day of sale, over the past month, Hobert had trained 300 electricians, and before the sale, he temporarily hired 1,200 vagrants. Each electrician was assigned 2 assistants, and the remaining 600 people were responsible for moving and transporting batteries and wires. For this, Hobert rented a large number of carriages, all with the Earl's light bulb logo. In several middle-class concentrated areas of Backland, you could see such a carriage passing by almost every little while. Although the second batch of electricians had already started training, Hobert was not in a hurry. He would continue with this installation speed, which would create a sense of scarcity. The crucial point was that if installation was too fast, the electricity might not be enough. The first large power plant built in the suburbs would not be completed until early July. Before that, the only sources of electricity for the entire Backland were the medium-sized power plant built on the estate and the small power plant near the Queen's District. Currently, electric wires have been laid on most of the main roads in the Queen's District, and some nobles are already using electric lights. Another group of nobles is in the process of installation, and the electricity consumption here will definitely increase daily in the future. Therefore, the medium-sized power plant on that estate mainly provides electricity for the entire middle class. If they installed as many electric lights as they sold, it is estimated that the electricity supply would become strained within a few days, which would be an even bigger problem. As long as the large power plant in the suburbs is repaired, the electricity problem will not be a concern for the time being. Unless machine electricity and large-scale heating electricity become widespread, at most 3 large power plants would be enough to provide sufficient electricity for Backland's lighting. After a few days of sale, the popularity of the light bulb had not diminished, and installation orders were already scheduled until August. Some nobles couldn't sit still and sought various channels to cooperate with Hobert. However, Hobert refused all invitations to balls, salons, etc., citing busyness. Viscount Glaine's home first became lively. It should be said that since his father's death, the mansion had never been so lively. Earl Hall's mansion also became bustling with people. Audrey was so annoyed that she simply hid in the suburban estate. Just as some people began to harbor ulterior motives, preparing to put pressure on Hobert by disrupting his business, news came from the sea. Only then did everyone realize that while Backland was enthusiastic about light bulbs, a major change had also occurred on Longtail Island. Hobert did indeed fully reclaim the administrative power of Longtail Island at the same time the light bulbs were released. This story begins in early June, when the deadline for the 3rd round of rubber acquisition arrived. However, the Lord's Manor of Longtail Island, citing maintenance of the rubber processing plant equipment, asked the plantation owners to wait a bit before sending their rubber there. The plantation owners were puzzled. The so-called processing plant only had some furnaces and iron pots, so why would it need maintenance? But they soon realized that it was they themselves who needed maintenance, because Hobert began to order debt collection. The first to be pursued for debt by the Lord's Manor were the speculators. Several plantation owners, after receiving loans from Hobert, teamed up to buy rubber at low prices from other islands, planning to sell it to the Lord's Manor at 1.5 times the market price. This was almost an open secret. Furs, who was stationed on Longtail Island, never interfered. It wasn't until these individuals transported large quantities of rubber back to Longtail Island that Furs informed them that the governor's mansion would prematurely recall their £3,000 loan because they had severely breached their contract. The contract clearly stated that the loan could only be used for planting rubber. If a breach of contract occurred, the governor's mansion had the right to immediately recall the loan. Those plantation owners panicked. Besides using the loan to acquire rubber, they had also poured all their savings into it, and they had no money to repay the loan. So they requested to sell the rubber they held first, and then repay the loan. Furs's reply was, "First, deal with your breach of contract, then we can discuss the acquisition of rubber. You have 3 days, after 3 days, we will start arresting people and using your fixed assets to settle the debt." Those plantation owners rushed to borrow money, but everyone was frantically planting rubber trees during that time, so no one had any cash. Then they quickly contacted rubber buyers, hoping to convert their rubber into cash, but after contacting 2 rubber buyers via telegram, both said they did not need large-scale rubber transactions for the time being. 3 days later, Freya brought the constables to arrest people. The plantation owners, left with no choice, had to use their rubber plantations, villas, and slaves to settle the debt. Such fixed asset debt settlement usually involves a discount, and FIRS now decided the percentage of the discount. After an on-site inspection, FIRS gave them a conclusion ranging from 40% to 80% off, with the main criterion for this conclusion being how they treated their slaves. The more brutal they were to their slaves, the steeper the discount FIRS gave them. Those whose fixed assets were ultimately less than £3,000 had to use the rubber they acquired to settle the debt. Longtail Island only had 2 large rubber plantations worth several £1,000s. The other rubber plantations were not large, only worth £2,000 or £3,000, and with such a discount, there wasn't much left. But using rubber to settle debt was absolutely not calculated at 1.5 times the market price, but at 30% of the market price. If they were unwilling to accept this method of debt settlement, then, unfortunately, the governor's mansion would arrest people, because these plantation owners had severely breached their contracts, and all their assets would be confiscated. At this point, the governor's mansion, or rather Hobert, suddenly showed a violent side, and several plantation owners suddenly realized that in terms of power, they were not on the same level as Hobert at all. Previously, Hobert simply didn't use such methods, now he started using them, and with good reason and basis. Left with no choice, these plantation owners had to use their assets to settle the debt. The governor's mansion immediately acquired 6 rubber plantations and a large quantity of rubber. With the breach of contract resolved, the governor's mansion could now acquire the rubber they held, but because they had serious breach of contract records and were on the governor's mansion's untrustworthy list, they could only acquire it at 40% of the market price. Of course, they were unwilling to sell and went to BIAM to contact other buyers. After resolving the issues of these speculators, the governor's mansion's gaze, or rather Hobert's gaze, turned to the other plantation owners. The governor's mansion, citing too much rubber from debt settlement, temporarily stopped acquiring everyone's rubber, but their loans were also due and needed to be repaid immediately. The previous loan contract explicitly stipulated that as soon as the rubber trees started producing latex, the governor's mansion had the right to recall the loan. Unlike the previous rubber tree saplings, new rubber tree saplings could produce latex half a month after being planted. Although the quantity was very small, they did produce latex, and according to the contract, the Lord's Manor had the right to recall the loan. These plantation owners were not very panicked at this time, because this group of plantation owners had some background, either managing plantations for officials in BIAM or for wealthy individuals in Backland. They immediately telegraphed their respective masters, requesting some funds to repay the loan, and simultaneously contacted rubber merchants to sell the rubber they held. These plantation owners first discovered that the rubber they held could not be sold. After extensive investigation, they quickly learned that there were 2 main reasons why the rubber couldn't be sold. The first was that some time ago, Earl Hobert had acquired rubber on a large scale in Backland, causing a slight premium on rubber. At that time, major rubber buyers began to acquire rubber to replenish Backland's supply. However, Backland's rubber market was only so large, and it was quickly filled with an influx of rubber, so buyers already had a batch of rubber on hand. The second reason was that the 6 speculative plantation owners on Longtail Island had just acquired large quantities of rubber on other islands, making rubber a relatively hot commodity all of a sudden. Buyers, fearing that rubber prices would rise, had acquired another batch of rubber recently. Therefore, the rubber in the buyers' hands was enough to cover their normal transactions for the next half year. And these buyers usually operated multiple bulk businesses and could not invest all their money in just one product like rubber, so they generally would not continue to invest in rubber. Investors in BIAM were most exposed to this type of bulk raw material transaction. They all knew that these raw materials were generally in oversupply. Although rubber prices had risen now, the entire rubber market was only so big, and it would definitely fall in price before long. So no investors were willing to acquire rubber. As a result, in the current rubber market of the Rostad Archipelago, plantation owners on islands other than Longtail Island had sold off all their stock. Rubber also seemed to have risen in price due to perceived scarcity, but there had been no large-scale rubber transactions in the past week. Those plantation owners who previously had speculative ideas started to panic. They waited for several days in Byam, only to get a single 300-pound transaction, and they still had to transport the rubber to Byam. They had now become very strapped for cash, unable to even meet normal living expenses, and could only sell to the governor's mansion at 40% of the previous market price. They had operated on Longtail Island for so many years, and in the end, they left with only a few hundred to over 1,000 pounds each. Some former pirates began recruiting men and horses again, preparing to resume their old trade. Some wanted criminals from the ruined kingdom went to other islands to seek opportunities. Most of them were quite open-minded. If you're going to speculate, either you make a fortune, or you lose everything. The Rostad Archipelago was never short of stories of overnight riches and overnight poverty. Ultimately, Hobert, in essence, used £18,000 in loans and approximately £5,000 in cash to acquire 6 rubber plantations and a large quantity of rubber at about 35% of the market price. Overall, it was equivalent to spending £23,000 to buy about £28,000 worth of rubber at market price, plus acquiring 6 rubber plantations. This batch of rubber would be enough for Backland for some time. Meanwhile, those plantation owners who had not engaged in speculative transactions were also somewhat panicked. The governor's mansion had only given them 3 days, but they received news that the rubber they held could not be converted into cash. The nobles behind them were also hesitant about whether to continue investing. They had already invested once when these plantation owners planted rubber trees, and in the coming months, the rubber market might not see much activity. The crucial point was that they didn't just own this one plantation, and now this plantation needed another £3,000 to operate normally. That amount of money would be enough to buy another small rubber plantation of this kind. Just as they were hesitating, the debt collectors from the governor's mansion arrived and, without further ado, took these rubber plantations as collateral for the debt. Some rubber plantations were not the property of the plantation owners, but the governor's mansion had the authority to take them as collateral, eventually sending a notice to the true owners of the plantations. This greatly angered the group of people behind the plantation owners. Although the governor's mansion had such power, it usually didn't use it lightly, as who knew which powerful noble might be offended by such an action. But the governor's mansion on Longtail Island did just that, and the tone of the notices sent out was quite strong. Most people were angry, but they found that they couldn't do anything about the governor's mansion on Longtail Island. It was Earl Hobert's territory and not under the jurisdiction of Byam. Legally speaking, Hobert had only one superior, King George III. But some people were still indignant and, in some social gatherings in Backland, vehemently denounced Hobert's atrocities on Longtail Island. It was also at this time that everyone learned that while releasing light bulbs, Hobert had also done so many major things on Longtail Island. Even if they discussed it further, it was useless. Ultimately, Hobert, with those £54,000 in loans, acquired 18 rubber plantations. Unlike the previous £18,000, these £54,000 were heavily inflated. Firstly, these 18 plantation owners, including their investment in new rubber trees and loans from the governor's mansion, each spent between £4,000 and £6,000. However, the medicine sold to them for £10 actually cost only 5 sous, which was 1/40th of the selling price. The saplings sold to them for £30 each cost no more than £1. They thought they were trading with people from the Earth Mother Church, but in fact, they were all Hobert's subordinates selling them. So, most of these people's investments actually flowed into Hobert's pockets. And when their investments were used to settle debts, they were all based on unripe rubber trees, each valued at only £3. Hobert essentially used the financial and human resources of these plantation owners to nearly double the rubber cultivation area on Longtail Island. In the end, he even made a profit. This was the main reason why that group of people was angry. Just as Backland began to buzz with discussions about Hobert's actions on Longtail Island were not yet over. Currently, there are only 3 rubber plantations on Longtail Island that are still privately owned. One belongs to an adventurer named Annalyn. While everyone else was frenzied by the governor's mansion's offers, he calmly noticed that while the loan from the governor's mansion was contracted, how the rubber would be acquired was not. Thus, he did not make investments beyond his means. The other 2 are large plantations, valued at £7,000 and £8,000 respectively. Although they also made large investments over the past month and a half, neither of them took loans from the governor's mansion. Hobert was not without recourse against them. On June 19, the governor's mansion issued a decree concerning slaves on Longtail Island. In accordance with relevant ruin laws, Hobert granted all indigenous people of Longtail Island the status of Longtail Island residents. To employ residents of Longtail Island, there must be a clear employment relationship, food and lodging must be provided to the residents, and wages must be paid directly to the residents. Anyone who seizes wages in any form is guilty of robbery. Throughout that entire day, the plantation owners and mine owners were stunned, as they had never heard of such an astonishing decree in the Rosted Archipelago. Of course, the most bewildered were the slave traders on Longtail Island. If they were all residents, how could they make money? Then, on the next day, June 20, the governor's mansion announced the tax law for Longtail Island. Starting next month, both rubber plantations and iron and copper mines will be required to pay taxes in accordance with the relevant regulations in the ruined kingdom's tax law. Individual business owners on this island will also be required to pay taxes in accordance with the relevant individual income tax regulations. Some people discovered that the income level of the local natives basically fell outside these tax regulations. Only after this decree was issued did everyone suddenly realize that, legally speaking, everything on Longtail Island belonged to Earl Hobert's private property. This meant that the ownership of their assets, whether purchased or organized by themselves for cultivation or development, was in the hands of the Earl. The remaining estates and mines were mostly properties of various nobles. Among them, some sent a telegram to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, "Are you serious?" In fact, they wanted to ask, "Are you driving away investment from Longtail Island? Do you know that this will lead to Longtail Island being isolated?" Hobert had the governor's mansion reply, "Absolutely serious. In other words, absolutely clear." So, those nobles sold their properties on Longtail Island to the governor's mansion at a low price. The reason for their selling was not out of spite, but because the production cost on Longtail Island was too high. It should be known that if they started paying wages to slaves, the long-term cost could be 2 to 3 times that of similar industries on other islands. Simply based on cost calculations, they had to withdraw. Finally, the only private property left on the entire Longtail Island was the estate owner named Annalyn. He even expressed willingness to pay wages to the residents of Longtail Island and accept the tax law promulgated by Hobert. When discussing this matter with Furs, Annalyn said, "In the North Continent, this is merely the most basic requirement for human rights, yet the estate owners in the Rosted Archipelago act so surprised, which is quite ridiculous." After learning that Annalyn usually provided his slaves with enough food and housing in wooden sheds, Hobert decided to acquire his estate for £5,000. For this, Hobert personally spoke with him once. "The price I offered is already higher than the market price. With this money, you'll have enough to buy a medium-sized rubber plantation. What I need to explain to you is that I must reclaim the governance of your estate for unified management," he said meaningfully. "You are the only person who came out of this operation unscathed." Annalyn, in his 40s with a mustache on his upper lip, considered for a moment before saying, "Earl, I am very curious about what Longtail Island will become in the future. After selling the rubber plantation, can I continue to stay on this island?" "Of course you can," Hobert smiled. You can even join us, but you will need some training and a period of experience in certain positions. That would be my honor, Annalyn said respectfully. I am willing to sell my rubber plantation. After the conversation, Hobert personally saw Annalyn out, instructed the financial staff to pay him the money as soon as possible, and had the Human Resources Department arrange his training. After Annalyn left, Hobert and Furs closed the door to calculate the total cost of reclaiming governance this time. First, Annalyn's £5,000, Hobert commented. This was the most worthwhile expenditure in this operation. Furs sat in the governor's leather chair and began to record the expenses. Additionally, there was £26,000 spent on acquiring those mines and the 2 large rubber plantations, Hobert said, standing by the desk. Speaking of which, these nobles withdrew quite cleanly. I had originally intended to extract more from them. They probably sold their properties on Longtail Island at discounts ranging from 50% to 60%. After recording the second expense, Furs also added, the reason why nobles don't take the properties on Longtail Island seriously might be because they have too many such properties. She sighed. As you said, the difference between nobles and common people has never been about clothing and speech, but about their accumulated wealth. Hobert smiled. Our lady now possesses good political acumen. Furs also smiled slightly, accepting her husband's praise gracefully. Let's continue, Hobert said. The total loans issued were £72,000, and the cost of acquiring discounted rubber was £5,000. Additionally, the cost of acquiring iron ore and copper ore over the past month and a half was about £16,000. These were necessary expenses to stabilize the estate owners and mine owners. Only by continuously and normally acquiring ore, creating the illusion that the governor's mansion had an inexhaustible supply of money, would the estate owners confidently fall into the trap Hobert designed for them. Next, Hobert planned to find a way to get this money back, then devalue the iron and copper mines, and acquire them again. However, because the nobles withdrew quickly, Hobert didn't get such an opportunity. So, this last batch of withdrawing nobles didn't lose much money. Hobert said, the last sum of money was for the potions and saplings purchased from Bishop Joti. Approximately how much was spent? Furs flipped through the ledger. A total of 2,360 rubber tree saplings and 3,200 doses of potions were sold. A total of £3,160 was spent. Hobert nodded. Good, that's the total cost. Calculate the total. Furs quickly calculated. £122,160. £120,000. Hobert chuckled with a sigh. Then he added, now let's calculate how much money flowed back from the extraordinary potions and rubber tree saplings. Furs calculated on a scratchpad and said, each sapling brought back £29, so 2,360 saplings brought back £68,440. Each potion brought back £9 and 15 Sul, so 3,200 potions brought back £31,200. A total of £99,640 flowed back. Hobert sat at the large desk, glanced at Furs's ample chest, then picked up the scratchpad. So, we spent a little over £20,000 to gain governance over Longtail Island. This operation was quite successful. Furs firmly believed that if his plan could continue, he might control the entire Longtail Island without spending a single penny. Then Hobert asked, approximately how much have we invested in the development of Longtail Island? Furs again pulled out the accounts compiled by the financial staff from the relevant documents, approximately £32,000, including the construction of factories, salaries for civil servants, wages paid to slave traders, and food and necessary expenses for workers and civil servants. I have already contacted Apton, Hobert said. In the near future, we need to plan for the construction of a foundry, a machinery factory, an armaments factory, and other factories with a certain level of industrial capability on Longtail Island. In the future, he planned to move the production of light bulbs and wires to Longtail Island as well. Moreover, since the related electricity industry had begun, it was impossible to only produce light bulbs. Currently, Relevant workers and technicians were unwilling to come to a remote place like Longtail Island, but that might not be the case next year. Furs nodded. I will make the relevant plans with Conrad. Hobert went to the wine cabinet, got a bottle of good wine and 2 glasses. The next step is to fully take over Longtail Island. He smiled. Conrad has been impatiently waiting for a long time. As he spoke, he poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Furs. Furs looked at the wine glass, lost in thought. Hobert took a sip of wine. What's wrong? Furs looked at Hobert. I just realized that you seem to be drinking more frequently lately. Previously, Hobert had always been very restrained. Hobert spread his hands and smiled helplessly. I am a fallen earl, so drinking a bit more can be considered a form of fallen, right? Furs relaxed, so he was acting. She knew that, compared to other nobles, Hobert was actually very restrained. As he said, for him, drinking more was also a form of fallen. After finishing their official business, the 2 drank a few glasses of wine, celebrating the success of the operation. Hobert sat in the chair, holding Furs in his arms, envisioning the future of Longtail Island in the office, and then Hobert returned to Backland. Because everything that happened on Longtail Island created a very unfavorable public opinion for Hobert in Backland, he now had to solve this problem. Back in Backland, Hobert poured himself another glass of wine, celebrating alone the digestion of his potion during the series of actions on Longtail Island. The things he did on Longtail Island could be described as utterly unscrupulous for all the powerful, and what Hobert did not expect was that this led to excellent digestion of his potion. Now about 3/4 of it had been digested, far exceeding his expectations. He had originally thought it might take until next year to fully digest the potion, but now it seemed he might fully digest it this year. If he undertook more similar actions or events, the digestion might be even faster. Arriving at his study, Hobert also briefly calculated his recent expenses in Backland. For the initial use of electric lights, Hobert did not intend to make money. He hoped to popularize them in Backland as quickly as possible, so that everyone would associate electric lights with Earl Hobert. Therefore, the expenses in this area were almost uncalculated. Not only did he spend all the bounty from hunting the pirate general a while ago, but he also took out £100,000 from the Country of Disorder's savings, and it was almost all spent. It wasn't until light bulbs started to be sold and deposits for batteries were collected that Hobert's finances in Backland rapidly recovered, and he began to plan investments in surrounding cities. Currently, funding in Backland was not an issue. The problem was how to resolve the envy of the nobles in Backland. The key was that the nobles whose interests were harmed on Longtail Island, and those who wanted to participate in the light bulb business, and the wealthy, now seemed to be united. They were using the events on Longtail Island to portray Hobert as a despicable villain, who would stop at nothing for profit, carrying out shocking acts of plunder and coercion on Longtail Island, causing immense losses to the people of Longtail Island. A few days ago, at a noble gathering, Hobert had already informed Princess Alice that he had some preliminary results regarding the case entrusted by the Queen, and hoped the Queen could fulfill her previous promise early. Previously, the Queen had asked Hobert to investigate who had cursed Duke Bowen, but Hobert had never started the investigation. Even the materials the Queen gave him were still gathering dust in his office drawer. Hobert's request was equivalent to asking the Queen to fulfill her promise in advance. The Queen had not expected that the events in the Rosted Archipelago would affect public opinion in Backland. This was a rare occurrence, or rather, it was difficult for a colony to influence the suzerain state. The Queen even had to look at a nautical chart to know the approximate location of Longtail Island. Because of Hobert's previous protection of Princess Alice, the Queen had a deeper understanding of Hobert's abilities and was confident in the investigation he was conducting, so the Queen decided to fulfill her previous promise in advance. Thus, on June 25, the Queen hosted a small court ball. The ball not only invited some earls and viscounts but also barons and lords who had complaints about Hobert. Of course, nobles who had a good relationship with Hobert, such as Earl Hall, were also invited, as was Duke Christine, who was becoming increasingly powerful in Backland. This somewhat surprised the nobles who were attacking Hobert in the media. It was clear that the queen was personally mediating between the two sides. On the 25th, at the court ball, Duke Christine greatly intimidated those nobles. Even though many lords and barons privately discussed Hobert, and some even paid to publish critical reports about him, they didn't dare to utter a sound in front of great nobles like Christine or Earl Hall. The ball officially began, and the queen addressed everyone, stating that Hobert had done things on Longtail Island that were quite constructive for human rights and the legal framework of the Rosted Archipelago. This surprised many nobles somewhat. They hadn't expected the queen to come to mediate, but rather to unilaterally support Hobert. Next, the queen's speech subtly warned those nobles that if they felt they had suffered losses on Longtail Island, they could seek compensation from Hobert, but in the ruined kingdom, slandering an earl was not permitted. This warning already made many people's legs tremble. They had originally prepared the conditions they would discuss with Hobert. However, some nobles continued to observe, thinking that if there was a warning against slandering Hobert now, there might also be a warning for Hobert later. It wasn't until Princess Alice invited Hobert to open the ball with her that all the nobles understood. The Queen and Princess Alice truly completely supported Hobert. In this situation, unless the king was asked to intervene, it could be assumed that the entire royal family supported Hobert. But how could the king possibly get involved in such a matter? Even if the king did get involved, everyone would have nothing to say once Hobert explained the legal basis for all the property on Longtail Island. Who made the situation on Longtail Island so special? At this moment, Alice and Hobert danced gracefully in the ballroom. She said, "Later, tell me the specific details of what happened on Longtail Island." "It sounds quite exciting." Hobert smiled, happy to oblige. "I really envy you," Alice said, "having your own territory, where you can do whatever you want on that island." Hobert smiled helplessly. "It's not that free. If I could do whatever I wanted, those plantation owners and slave traders would already be doing hard labor on construction sites." Alice was somewhat puzzled. "You seem to dislike the plantation owners of the Rosted Archipelago very much." "I just don't like the ruined kingdom's colonial methods," Hobert replied, "or rather, I don't like this colonial-style development. But Emperor Rosal used this very method to make the Intis Republic strong. This method was effective in the past, but in the future, we might have to suffer the bitter consequences of colonization," Hobert said. "Besides, Emperor Rosal isn't necessarily always right." Princess Alice smiled and said, "I love this kind of understated arrogance in you." Since their shared experiences in Masic last time, their conversations had become increasingly casual. After finishing this dance, the two took a glass of wine each from a waiter and went to a corner to discuss another matter. Alice whispered, "Following your previous advice, I haven't done any investigations recently. I can feel that the surveillance on me has been decreasing." Hobert knew she was referring to the investigation into Prince Edsac's death, so he smiled and said, "Some things, when delayed, can have unexpected effects." Alice then asked, "So what should I do next?" In the past, Hobert certainly wouldn't have offered an opinion on this, but now their relationship had become much closer. At the same time, the Queen and Alice had indeed helped Hobert today. The Queen's help was understandable, as there had been a previous promise, and this was just an early fulfillment of that promise. However, the favor from Alice's help had to be repaid. Hobert considered for a moment, looking around. Although nobles were constantly paying attention to them, they didn't dare to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Don't worry," Alice said. "Since just now, I've activated that anti-eavesdropping magical item again, and among today's guests, only you and your father are demigods." Alice possessed a magical item that prevented others from eavesdropping on conversations, but it could only prevent ordinary people and extraordinaries below the demigod level from listening in. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "Your Royal Highness, have you ever considered that although the Witch Church people are highly suspicious, the ones who actually killed His Royal Highness the Prince might not be from the Witch Church?" After a slight surprise, Alice immediately understood, someone from the royal family. The princess was very intelligent, but her eagerness for revenge had prevented her from considering this point. Since it was a cooperation between the witch church and the royal family, then after problems arose in this cooperation, there was a high probability that the witch church would deal with that witch, and the royal family would deal with the problematic prince. It's not impossible. Hobert couldn't recall the specific details, but he vaguely remembered that it seemed to be someone from the royal family who forced Prince Edsac to commit suicide. Alice sighed. I understand. She smiled slightly. I owe you a favor. Hobert also smiled. No, we are helping each other. Their intimate conversation made many nobles feel uneasy. In their eyes, the usually aloof Princess Alice talking so warmly with Hobert was a continued expression of her support for Hobert in this matter. Otherwise, could it be that the princess had fallen for Hobert? After the court ball ended, no noble dared to use the Longtail Island matter as an excuse to make trouble, nor did any noble dare to go to Hobert's earl's mansion to demand compensation. However, Hobert knew this was an excellent opportunity to establish a community of interests. Upon returning to his earl's mansion, Hobert instructed Dolphus, who had recovered many memories, to prepare for a dinner party. The next day, Hobert went to work at Military Intelligence Section 9 as usual. Today, he didn't slack off. Instead, he searched in his drawer for a long time and found the documents the Queen had sent someone to deliver. The Queen had already paid first, so regardless of how dangerous the matter was, it had to be investigated. As the Queen had said before, since Duke Bowen fell ill last year, 7 demigods had diagnosed him. Their diagnoses were all consistent, believing that Duke Bowen was under a curse. However, they had tried various methods to deal with the curse, but none had any effect. After a quick read, Hobert, through some scattered words in the demigods' diagnoses, deduced many methods to resolve curses, but this only enriched his knowledge, and the problem remained unsolved. At the end of the document, there were brief introductions to some of Duke Bowen's political enemies and adversaries, provided by the Duke himself. Hobert read them once and still shook his head. It didn't seem like these political enemies and adversaries were behind it. Take these political enemies, for example, they were political enemies from years, even decades ago, some even grudges established by their ancestors. If they really wanted to use such methods to kill, they would have done so long ago. The key was that Hobert understood these nobles too well. It wasn't that they were noble or upright. Rather, they would try their best not to get themselves into trouble. Attacking the current queen's brother would very likely bring them huge trouble, and they wouldn't take that risk. As for those adversaries, a few might possess such means. Hobert noted down their information and then decided to meet Duke Bowen privately to see if he could find any clues on him. He first thought of visiting Duke Bowen at night but then wondered if the Duke's house had any anti-theft sealed artifacts. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it would be better to inform him in advance. Since Hobert had no acquaintance with Duke Bowen, Hobert simply wrote a letter to Princess Alice, asking her to help facilitate this private meeting. Preferably at night, and preferably alone. After writing the letter and sealing it with a wax stamp, Hobert had his secretary, Shallon, run the errand, delivering it personally to Princess Alice. Hobert knew that this secretary was sent by Georgina to watch him, and Georgina was loyal to the royal family, so he could completely trust Shallon to deliver a letter to a member of the royal family. As soon as Shallon left, Chunas, the director of the Action Department, came over and chatted with Hobert. The two first discussed the still very popular light bulb business, and then Chunas mentioned that there was a reception tonight at the East Byam Veterans Club, and hoped Hobert could attend. This was not the first invitation from the club. Hobert knew that military personnel hoped to cooperate with him. Because of Christine, Hobert had a military label, and his first batch of cooperation partners would naturally prioritize military personnel. Previously, Hobert had always refused to attend, but now the timing was just right, so he accepted the invitation. Chunas breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally relented. In the afternoon, Hobert received a reply from Princess Alice. At 10 o'clock tonight, Duke Bowen would meet Hobert alone at the manor where he had last visited the Duke. Hobert shook his head and smiled. His evening schedule was very full. Around 6 o'clock, Hobert and Chunas arrived at the East Byam Veterans Club. Upon learning that Hobert was attending, tonight's reception was exceptionally lively. Many people came to inquire about how the Longtail Island matter was being handled, offering to provide some assistance if it hadn't been resolved yet. In fact, they had been vocal in their support for Hobert before this. Military officers who had served in colonies greatly disliked those nobles. The profits they had fought hard to gain were being divided by these nobles who had done nothing. Because the ball where the Queen and Princess supported Hobert had only taken place yesterday, the information hadn't spread yet, and everyone only learned today that the problem had already been resolved. This left them somewhat disappointed, as it meant one less channel for cooperation with Hobert. However, after the reception began, Hobert proactively said, "I know why everyone invited me today. Many of you are my elders, and I won't say anything insincere to you. Today, I've brought 20% of the shares in the Earl of light bulb factory. These shares require £600,000 to purchase." The reception immediately fell silent. £600,000 was no small sum even in Backland. If it had been a year ago, Hobert wouldn't even have dared to dream of such a huge amount. Even 7 or 8 months ago, he was still worried about tens of thousands of pounds for the Jeffrey territory. 5 or 6 months ago, Hobert made a £150,000 deal with Sharon, and he was so happy that he dreamed of rolling in piles of money for several days. But now, Hobert spoke of £600,000 right away, with the magnanimity of a millionaire. At this point, Emilius, who had also come to the banquet and had been promoted to admiral, asked, "In such a short time, the Earl of light bulb factory is already worth £3 million. Hobert smiled and said, "Everyone might have overlooked a very important thing. Let me take the first day of light bulb sales as an example. On that day, there were over 36,000 pre-orders, and almost everyone paid a £10 deposit." Everyone gasped sharply. That meant, on that single day, the Earl of Light's income reached £360,000. No wonder Hobert immediately spoke of £600,000. The reason Earl Hobert only now started looking for partners was, firstly, because the brand effect of the Earl's light bulb was already established, at least it was a household name in Backland. At the same time, because light bulbs were a very new thing, major media outlets began to report on them, meaning Earl Hobert no longer needed to spend money on new promotions. Many nobles and wealthy individuals in other cities were also eagerly looking forward to using electric lights as soon as possible. Furthermore, the negative public opinion on Longtail Island had been resolved, and Earl Hobert was not short of money. Seeking cooperation at this time allowed Earl Hobert to maintain an absolutely dominant position. The officers at the club all knew that the light bulbs had made a lot of money, but they weren't sure exactly how much until today, when they realized it was so much. As of today, the light bulbs had been on sale for 11 days. Although only the first day received over 30,000 orders, the number of orders gradually decreased thereafter. However, now that Earl Hobert said, Earl's light was worth £3 million, no one dared to refute it. Shares with such good prospects would certainly have a premium. After further understanding the situation, everyone expressed their willingness to purchase shares of Earl's light. Earl Hobert then said, "There is one thing I must inform everyone, this industry will not be profitable at the beginning. Although I currently have a huge amount of cash, I will use it to build power plants and lay power lines, and I cannot distribute dividends to everyone. The construction of such infrastructure is quite expensive for a company. It would actually be more suitable to build it with the will of the state. However, relying on ruin to build power plants and lay power lines would take an unknown amount of time, so Earl Hobert still decided to build these supporting facilities himself. No matter how much money he had, it would all be invested in this. Earl Hobert had roughly calculated that the money he had was enough to build a dozen large power plants, but he couldn't have just power plants without power lines. If all that money were used to lay power lines, it might only be enough to fully cover 2 or 3 cities, including Backland. Therefore, in terms of infrastructure construction, an individual's power is very limited. However, Earl Hobert believed that his goal had basically been achieved. After all, Backland has 5 million people. Even if only 1/5 of them understood the Earl's light bulb, that would still be 1 million people who could associate the light bulb with Earl Hobert. To advance to sequence 3, generally, a feedback of 100,000 is sufficient for the ritual's requirements. 1 million people would be more than enough. Although Earl Hobert said this, everyone could see how great the prospects for light bulbs were, so people almost scrambled to buy shares. After roughly determining the shares to be purchased, the reception ended in a lively atmosphere. Returning to the Earl's mansion, Earl Hobert rested for a moment and then used travel to arrive at Duke Bowen's estate in the suburbs. At this time, the estate was silent, and only one room in the large villa was lit. Earl Hobert, distorted, the distance, and in a few steps, he arrived at the corridor of the lit room on the second floor. In the long corridor, a man in his 30s, wearing a black knight's uniform, stood in front of the door. "Hello, Earl Hobert." Earl Hobert nodded. "Hello." He guessed that this should be the person protecting Duke Bowen. The man knocked on the door, and a weak voice from inside said, "Please come in." The other party politely opened the door and said to Earl Hobert, "Please." Earl Hobert entered the room and, by the light of the gas lamp, saw Duke Bowen, his hair gray, gaunt, and seemingly several years older than when they last met. He was covered with a blanket, seemingly too weak to get up. "Young man, come sit down yourself." "Okay." Earl Hobert replied, but only stood opposite Duke Bowen, staring at him for more than half a minute. The Duke's spiritual body seemed to be covered with a thin layer of black mist, and within the black mist were some black thread-like things, tightly entanglement around his already somewhat weak spiritual body. Currently, the black mist and black threads had spread to his chest. If the entire spiritual body were entangled by black threads and covered by black mist, it would signal the Duke's imminent death. As Earl Hobert had judged last time, this was a very typical appearance of a spiritual body afflicted by a curse. Earl Hobert, distorted, and tried it. Just as one of the demigods in the data mentioned, distortion, and chaos, had no effect, as if they couldn't sever the connection between the Duke and the source of the curse. Earl Hobert took a deep breath and sat opposite Duke Bowen. There were two things about this curse that Earl Hobert couldn't figure out. The first was that, according to the data, this curse had lasted for over a year, yet it hadn't killed the Duke. This was very strange. Generally, curses that span a long time are because the caster's ability is too low, requiring multiple rituals to curse the target to death. However, such curses are very easy to resolve. The second was, what was the medium of this curse? Unless it was a direct curse, a clandestine curse from the shadows would definitely require a medium. And if it were a direct curse, either Duke Bowen would have died long ago, or he would have found a way to resolve it. Because that kind of curse is very aggressive, it would either take the Duke's life on the spot, or it would certainly be defended against, at least noticed by those protecting Duke Bowen. The problem now is that the medium of the curse is unknown. The 7 demigods before had tried many methods, neither severing the connection between the curse and its source nor finding the medium of the curse. Duke Bowen knew that the young man in front of him was contemplating, so he also remained silent, as if quietly awaiting his judgment. Earl Hobert pondered for a full 10 minutes before suddenly smiling and asking, "Many people must have asked this already, but I still need to confirm." He asked, "Do you feel any discomfort now? Cold, weak, stiff muscles?" Duke Bowen smiled helplessly. "Very prone to illness, my organs seem to be failing, as if this body is becoming increasingly unfamiliar to me." Earl Hobert nodded slightly. This indeed conformed to the reactions after being cursed. Generally speaking, curses are mainly divided into 2 types. One is a curse through the path of fate, for example, making a person very unlucky, even so unlucky that they might fail at going to the toilet. Or so unlucky that the fate of their close relatives would also be affected, watching their loved ones die one by one before their eyes. The other is a curse through the path of the spiritual world. Earl Hobert had discussed this issue with Helen a few days ago. The general theory seems to be to directly attack the spiritual body part represented by a certain internal organ through some kind of link, using the spiritual world as a pathway. This would cause the organ to become separated from the spiritual body, exposing it to the spiritual world, enduring the spiritual world's erosion without any protection. The specific manifestation is that the attacked internal organ will rapidly fail, appearing to die from a certain disease. For example, if the heart is attacked, it looks like death. From heart disease, if the lungs or trachea are attacked, it looks like death. From suffocation. For chronic curses, like Duke Bowen's, the spiritual body still provides some protection to the internal organs, so the external manifestation is being very prone to illness. This seems to be an unsolvable problem. Duke Bowen smiled. Young man, just do your best, no need to push yourself. Earl Hobert glanced at the Duke. You are quite open-minded. The torment of illness over the past year has made me understand many things. At this moment, he no longer had the dignity of a duke. Instead, he resembled an old man on the verge of death, left only with reflections on life. He said, to be honest, I should thank the person who cursed me for not letting me die immediately. It was only in the past year that I realized how arrogant and conceited I used to be. At over 50 years old, I hadn't even wholeheartedly supported my son, the heir to the title. I also discovered that I had missed so many truly precious things in life. After a year of preparation, I have no regrets. For me, death is just that. The Duke smiled. Sometimes I even wish death would come sooner to end my current suffering. Earl Hobert really wanted to tell him that death had fallen over 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he smiled, saying, indeed, philosophers are born out of suffering. Earl Hobert stood up, walked to Duke Bowen, and extended his hand. However, nobles as open-minded as you are rare. He looked as if he admired Duke Bowen and wanted to shake his hand. Duke Bowen weakly extended his hand, preparing to offer a few words of encouragement to Earl Hobert, but suddenly realized that the young man's handshake was too strong. Sorry. After a few handshakes, a smile crept onto Earl Hobert's face. I might have to pull you back from death. Duke Bowen looked at Earl Hobert, stunned for a few seconds, then said, if there's a possibility, it's not impossible. Then, please, Duke, have your servants bring all items from the South Continent here. If any are inconvenient to move, you can take me to see them. Earl Hobert said seriously, if I don't find what I'm looking for here, I'll have to search other mansions. Duke Bowen nodded and asked the man standing guard outside to call the butler. Soon, the entire estate seemed to awaken, and servants, with sleepy eyes, went to search for items from the South Continent. Most of these items were gold ornaments, all gifts for Duke Bowen. Earl Hobert touched each item, one by one. After more than 20 minutes, he suddenly looked towards the door. A servant was bringing in an exquisite, South Continent-style cane. Earl Hobert dropped the ornament in his hand and eagerly went to take the cane. This is it. He asked Duke Bowen, do you often use this cane? I used it often for a period of time. Duke Bowen recalled. But that was probably 2 years ago, which doesn't match the timing of the curse. Earl Hobert laughed. This is not a curse at all. He paused and then added, I have found what I was looking for. Duke Bowen understood, and had the butler take the servants back. Only he and Earl Hobert remained in the room. Young man, can you tell me what's going on? Of course. Earl Hobert stood the cane aside. I suspect this cane must have undergone a certain deity's blessing. Earl Hobert spread his hands. I don't know if the person who gave you the cane did it intentionally or unintentionally, but not every blessing from a deity is good. For example, this cane, if I'm not mistaken, you must have used your extraordinary abilities while holding it, which means your spirituality activated that blessing, marking you. Although the connection between this cane and that deity was very weak, and you later stopped using this cane, your spirit body was still subtly polluted, gradually drawing closer to the netherworld. Because it was a pure pollution of the spirit body, and very slight at first, you didn't notice it at all until this pollution caused your body to sicken. Hobert crossed his hands and extended an index finger. This is a very clever trap, because it looks too much like a curse, whether it's the appearance of the spirit body or the manifestation of your illness. So everyone focused on how to break the connection of the curse, and of course, they found nothing. If it wasn't for Mr. Azek's mark on Hobert, he wouldn't have been able to confirm this matter. During their conversation just now, when Duke Bowen mentioned death, a thought flashed through Hobert's mind: could this be a curse from the netherworld? Extraordinaries of the death sequence also have the ability to curse, but their curses are more like attacks of the undead language type, which are easy to distinguish. However, many netherworld creatures also have the ability to curse, and their curses are all kinds of strange. That's why Hobert took the initiative to shake hands with Duke Bowen and used Mr. Azek's mark to probe those black mists and black lines. As a result, his spirituality immediately sensed a familiar, touch, artificial death god. After encountering the feathered serpent on the primitive island, Hobert could immediately distinguish the sensation of artificial death god. Only then did he immediately realize that this was a slight pollution from artificial death god. Because this pollution spread too slowly, Duke Bowen did not develop characteristic symptoms such as pale yellow oily feathers. Hobert thought back, and although 7 demigods had diagnosed the Duke, none of them were demigods of the death sequence. And even if they were demigods of the death sequence, without Mr. Azek's mark, they might not be able to distinguish that this was a blessing from artificial death god. The rest was to find the way Duke Bowen's spirit body was polluted. Since it was related to artificial death god, it was most likely from the South Continent, and it had to be an item that had been used frequently for at least some time. According to the professional ethics of a noble butler, such an item would most likely be in the manor where Duke Bowen resided, in case the Duke wanted to use it again. As it turned out, searching led him to that cane. Hobert couldn't explain these logics and thoughts too clearly to Duke Bowen, he could only generally clarify the whole story. Duke Bowen looked at the cane, his expression shifting from solemn to sorrowful. After a long while, he said, that was a gift Achilles gave me when he returned from the South Continent. Hobert recalled that Duke Bowen's heir was named Achilles. He now truly believed that before Duke Bowen fell ill, he truly hadn't put much effort into cultivating an heir, which must have made Achilles feel very insecure. Then Hobert recalled the list of political enemies and rivals Duke Bowen had provided, and the final result made that list seem quite ridiculous. Hobert asked Duke Bowen, given this outcome, can you still maintain your previous magnanimity? If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have asked that. But now, with such a question, he seemed more like a demon. Duke Bowen caressed his chest for a long time before saying, young man, my heart can't withstand your beating anymore. After a while, he took a deep breath and said again, please keep this a secret for me. The Duke looked at the cane. I will take it to my grave. In other words, he did not intend to make this matter public. This was indeed the most likely choice a noble would make. I will, Hobert said with a smile, but I don't think this cane is suitable as a burial item. He realized his words seemed ambiguous, so he clarified, it might cause some alteration to your corpse. Duke Bowen nodded. I understand. Then he asked, can you cure the pollution on my body? Once the Duke's illness was cured, his heir would surely notice something. However, this could be covered up with some lies, such as only curing the illness, but not finding the source of the onset. I can try, but I can't guarantee it, Hobert said. He had just envisioned using Mr. Azek's mark to mobilize a portion of the netherworld's power, to see if he could draw this pollution into the netherworld. He could also perform corresponding rituals, praying to the netherworld for power to eliminate the pollution of the spirit body. However, the netherworld was not the country of disorder after all. Hobert was not sure if the netherworld could give a suitable response to his needs. What if Duke Bowen's spirit body was directly sucked into the netherworld and couldn't be retrieved? That would be interesting. Duke Bowen seemed to have returned to his earlier composure. Please do. Hobert stood up again, went to Duke Bowen's side, drew the rapier hidden in his cane, held the Duke's hand with one hand, and with the other, cut open a netherworld gap. The entire room instantly became cold, and even the flames of the gas lamp turned green, casting a green glow over everything around. Duke Bowen felt as if his soul was a piece of paper floating in midair, rootless, and could drift into the cold abyss at any moment. This caused the gentleman protecting Duke Bowen to immediately enter the room. He was surprised by the spirit world gap before him. After Duke Bowen difficultly made a gesture indicating he was not in danger, the gentleman closed the door and stared intently at Hobert's operation. Hobert, using Mr. Azek's mark, indeed mobilized a portion of the Netherworld's power, and as he intended, sucked away the black mist from Duke Bowen's spirit body. Then, Hobert commanded a wraith to grasp the black line on Duke Bowen's spirit body. Duke Bowen immediately seemed to have his throat twisted, his eyes rolled back, and his limbs twitched uncontrollably. Soon, at Hobert's command, the wraith dragged the black line back to the Netherworld. Duke Bowen's spirit body became pure enough again, but a year of slight pollution, combined with being tormented by the Netherworld, made the spirit body appear somewhat weak. He needed to rest for a period of time to fully recover. Hobert checked to make sure all the pollution had been sucked away before he swung his rapier again, closing the Netherworld gap. Duke Bowen was completely buried in the sofa, gasping for air, like a drowning person just pulled ashore. Hobert found a bottle of strong liquor in the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses. One he forced down Duke Bowen, whose hands and feet were not obeying him, and the other he drank in one gulp. He let out a hearty, "Ah," feeling as if a raging fire was burning in his stomach. Duke Bowen also felt much better, just now, was that the Netherworld. The gentleman guarding the door was slightly startled, because the Duke's voice sounded more powerful than before. Hobert put down the wine glass. "Yes. How do you feel?" Duke Bowen moved his arm. "It feels like taking off heavy armor." "It seems the problem is solved." Hobert put away his rapier. "If you have any other questions, you can send someone to find me." "Oh, right, I remember the Church of the Night Goddess has potions that can quickly restore spirit body damage." "Thank you." Duke Bowen thanked him very sincerely. Hobert smiled slightly. "Gentlemen, goodbye." He lightly tipped his top hat with one hand and stepped into the illusory space. After Hobert disappeared for a few seconds, Duke Bowen asked the gentleman guarding the door, "Am I really all right?" "From what I can see, your problem has indeed been resolved." Hobert. Duke Bowen repeated the name, then asked, "What are your impressions of him?" "He is a very powerful extraordinary, and he also showed a very knowledgeable side." The next day, June 27, the officers who attended the reception at the club yesterday all came to Hobert's Earl's mansion and signed contracts for purchasing shares there. After seeing off the officers, Hobert welcomed the Queen's envoy. The Queen once again bestowed many rewards upon Hobert, but did not state why the rewards were given. Everything was unsaid. At noon, after Hobert had lunch, he was in his study preparing for the afternoon tea party that was to be held. Suddenly, his spirituality sensed something, and he saw a figure wearing a complex and luxurious black dress, carrying 4 heads, appear in the study. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth, and that letter floated lightly down in front of Hobert. Hobert immediately realized that this was Klein's messenger. Just as he was about to open the letter, he suddenly noticed that the messenger was still standing at the desk, so he asked, "Is there anything else?" The 4 heads, from left to right, each spoke a word, forming a sentence. The messenger's reward is 1 gold coin. Only then did Hobert remember about this matter, which made him couldn't help but praise Klein. How stingy. He's already a rich man in Backland, and still so frugal. He rummaged through drawers for a long time but couldn't find a single gold coin. Are banknotes acceptable? You can find other spirit world creatures in the spirit world to exchange them. The messenger's 4 heads shook together. No, the spirit world has no banks. Hobert had no choice but to call office and have him find a gold coin to pay the messenger. Only then did the messenger leave. Hobert, in not a very good mood, opened the letter and looked at it. It turned out that Klein had invited him to meet that evening by the river where they had met before. He pondered for a moment, thinking it was probably to discuss infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral. At this afternoon tea, Hobert invited Earl Hall, Grelint, Lord Bradley, and several other close nobles, informing them of his intention to sell 20% of the shares of Earl's Light, for a total price of £800,000. They could invite friends to the Earl's mansion to purchase them tomorrow. The nobles had no intention of bargaining. They knew that Hobert was not short of money now and had just resolved the Longtail Island matter. At this time, his selling of shares was purely to use this opportunity to establish a solid interest group to hedge against risks. For the nobles, the price of £800,000 was not high, as even buying a baronetcy required £1 million. Earl Hall alone subscribed for 5% of the shares. This was only after considering the feelings of other nobles, otherwise he would have definitely bought all 20% of the shares himself. Earl Hall had already realized that Hobert's improvements to electric lights might cause a redistribution of wealth across the entire ruin. He just hadn't expected this redistribution process to be so fast. After the afternoon tea, Hobert saw that it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, so he went to Longtail Island for a tour. At this time on Longtail Island, the governor's mansion had completely controlled the western plains, first by dividing villages and towns based primarily on the former rubber plantations. After the previous small towns and natural villages were merged or redivided, town mayors, town government civil servants, and village chiefs were sent to them, establishing a very effective bureaucratic system. Furthermore, Conrad temporarily transferred many personnel from the South Colson area, as well as the second batch of Backland noble children who had just completed their assessments, to conduct land and asset registration. For the ruined people on Longtail Island, the island had become chaotic, completely lacking the order that a colony should have. The local indigenous people also felt some changes. First, a person from the North Continent moved into the village and could communicate simply with everyone using some local languages. The first thing he did was not to rob things or women, but to teach everyone how to farm, and brought many advanced agricultural tools from the North Continent that could be used for free. The iron and copper mines were all temporarily shut down, and the miners who had obtained resident status began to build a large number of brick houses, forming natural villages based on the iron or copper mines. Afterward, they would also widen and reinforce the mine shafts, equip the most advanced pumps, and only then would they begin to remine. The ore Hobert had acquired earlier for £16,000 was enough for some time. The reforms on Longtail Island were proceeding in an orderly manner, because it hadn't yet reached the stage of land distribution and forcing local indigenous people to live modern lives. Hobert temporarily felt no digestion of the potion. After dinner with furs in the evening, Hobert returned to Backland and met Klein on the banks of the Tassoc River, at the same place where the two of them had met last time. Without pleasantries, Klein said as soon as they met, "I plan to act 3 days later, on Saturday evening. Be prepared." Hobert nodded. "No problem. Also, the opportunity to gain good luck has arrived. Tomorrow, have those who wish to gain good luck attend the ball I am hosting." Klein took out 2 invitations. There are only 2 spots. Because Will Ossepton, the Serpent of Destiny who was restarting, had only obtained 2 time worms. Klein said, "Make sure those 2 people find an opportunity to chat with Dr. Allen's wife for a few sentences, and it would be best if they could help her, such as offering an ice cream." Hobert put away the invitations and repeated, "No problem." He took out a box made of an order crystal. "This is my preparation for the action in 3 days." Klein opened the box and saw 6 thumb-thick time worms lying inside. You. Are your family's time worms free?" 6 more. Hobert smiled slightly. "Please help me pray to the Fool, mister, to make these 6 time worms into charms. I'll take 4, and you take 2. If those high-level charms are not used in this operation, then those 2 charms will be yours." Originally, Hobert intended to pray to the Fool's power himself to create the charms, but he suddenly found that he had no concept of making charms, not knowing what metal to use or what symbols to engrave. He thought that Klein had quite a bit of research on this, so he simply let Klein make them. Klein closed the box. "Leave it to me. This would be the biggest confidence for the infiltration operation. Hobert also remember to return the box to me. That was a box made of order crystal. After discussing business, the two chatted a few more sentences about the sale of light bulbs, then each left using travel. The next day, Hobert still didn't go to work, and another 20 or 30 nobles came to the Earl's mansion, snapping up the 20% of shares. Hobert also sent 2% of the shares to Christine and 1.5% each to the Queen and Alice. Christine sent £80,000 in cash, and Hobert symbolically kept £10,000, calling Serena to return the rest of the money to Christine. However, the servant went to look and only then learned that Serena had taken leave the day before yesterday to attend her brother's wedding. Hobert had barely been at the Earl's mansion these past few days, so he didn't know about this, nor did he take it too seriously, and he asked Office to return the money. By then, Hobert's community of interests was established. He still held 55% of the shares and had absolute control over the development of Earl's Light, having the final say. This would circumvent many risks encountered by Earl's Light. As for it thoroughly integrating Hobert into the noble circle, that was merely an incidental matter. At this time, Hobert's funds had reached several £1,000,000, enough for him to achieve further expansion plans. In fact, Hobert's actions had already begun simultaneously with the sale of electric lights. First, he bought a small factory, converted it into a school, and established the Backland Electrician School to solve the current severe shortage of electricians. Next, he leased 3 more large factories, recruiting large numbers of vagrants to produce wires, batteries, utility poles, cross arms, porcelain insulators, and other supporting facilities. At the same time, he leased a medium-sized factory, purchased a large number of carriages and horses, and established a distribution agency, as well as a home battery replacement service, and so on. The largest investment was buying 2 sizable plots of land in the suburbs and quickly starting the construction of a second batch of large power plants. The construction of supporting facilities in Backland was like this. The rest could only be done little by little after the corresponding technicians were trained, stringing wires throughout Backland streets and alleys, leaving Hobert's mark on this era. Now Hobert had already sent people to buy land in Pritz Harbor, not far from Backland, preparing to build power plants, lay wires, and provide electric light services. In Eastchester County and Enmad Port, Todd had also sent people to conduct surveys as per Hobert's instructions, preparing to use the massive funds currently at hand to first lay out the framework of electric light services. As for large cities in the north like John I County and Constant, although there were many potential customers, Hobert temporarily had no intention of expanding there. Because that would be the most intense area of the subsequent war, even if power plants were built, they wouldn't be enough for them to squander. Currently, in the Earl's light bulb factory, Hobert only provided a general direction, leaving the specific matters to Todd to manage. Hobert also extended an invitation to Apton to serve as the deputy general manager of Earl's Light. Todd was still young after all, and having gone from obscurity to being highly sought after, Hobert was afraid he might not withstand some temptations and relax his strict demands on himself. At the same time, Hobert also hoped to leverage Apton's accumulated connections to develop a series of basic industries on Longtail Island. For the construction of Longtail Island, Hobert did not use money from Earl's Light, but rather a separate account managed by a team of financial personnel led by Furs and Phillip. Even without using the money from Earl's Light, Hobert still had £200,000 in savings, enough to build Longtail Island into a medium-sized, comprehensive industrial base. Hobert's long-term plan was to use Longtail Island as a springboard to seek an opportunity to establish a nation in the South Continent during the upcoming war. By then, the North Continent would be in chaos, especially with the fall of Constant, a major industrial town, which would cause Rouen to lose a large amount of industrial production capacity. And in the later stages of the war, Backland would also become uneasy, and if Hobert had industrial demands during the nation-building period, he might not be able to obtain enough industrial products from Rouen. So it was better to do it yourself and be self-sufficient. Moreover, Labor and raw materials on Longtail Island were very cheap, and the construction cost was actually not high. These construction projects could also bring a large number of employment opportunities and create wealth for the indigenous people of Longtail Island. On Thursday morning, Hobert finally returned to work at Military Intelligence Section 9, but as soon as he started, he began to slack off. Hobert first went to the South Colson area, obtained the Beast Tamer potion formula from Bishop Simpson, then returned to Backland and handed the formula to Viscount Glaint. Over the past month, Grelint had introduced 3 more batches of Backland noble children to Hobert, and for now, these noble children were sufficient. This greatly alleviated the recent shortage of personnel, but if there were too many more, this group might become difficult to control in the future. Since Grelint had basically completed the tasks Hobert assigned him, he would be given the Beast Tamer potion formula and extraordinary characteristic as per their previous agreement. In the past period, in addition to establishing a mature immigration mechanism, Hobert also established a new training mechanism, recruiting literate people from Backland's East District and among vagrants, training them basically, and then sending them to the grassroots for experience. Compared to residents of the East District, many vagrants had attended grammar schools. They were all bankrupt middle-class individuals. Although the quality of these people varied and they were difficult to manage, this mechanism could almost completely solve the future shortage of personnel. And these people also really needed this job. Although the salary was not high, it included food and lodging, a type of job almost non-existent in Backland. This was also why so many people scrambled to get into the Earl's light bulb factory every time it recruited, because it included food and lodging. For the poor, this could save over 90% of their expenses, and even for ordinary workers, it could save about 60% of their expenses. Initially, many wealthy people privately mocked Hobert for offering such good benefits, but they soon stopped laughing because their factory workers also demanded similar benefits. Even without such demands, work enthusiasm also declined. Under Hobert's supervision, Viscount Glaint completed his advancement. At the same time, he again brought up the matter he had previously entrusted to Hobert, asking him to retrieve his father's ring from Earl Vincent. To avoid alerting the enemy, this time Grelint told Hobert that the activation incantation for the ring was to recite in ancient Forsac language, Summer of Winter County. The reward was still a Grade 2 sealed artifact, which was the most valuable reward Viscount Glaint could offer. Hobert promised to keep an eye on this matter for him. If he could get it conveniently, he would, but if it involved taking on some risks, then it wasn't necessary. Leaving Viscount Glaint, Hobert returned to his mansion and happened to meet Serena, who had returned from Tingan City. "Your brother's wedding is over?" Hobert asked casually. "It's over." Serena smiled slightly. "They might have a baby in another month or 2. I need to save money quickly to buy gifts for the baby." Hobert smiled and said, "Perfect, you do something for me, and I'll give you a reward when you return." Serena nodded repeatedly. "You tell me." Elizabeth successfully got into Backland University. "Please help me choose some gifts to thank Lord Atwood." Hobert said, "Act dignified and generous," and apologized to him, explaining that "I am tied up with official duties, which is why I had to ask you to express my gratitude." After the Earl's light bulb became an instant hit, Hobert's standing among the nobility rapidly increased. For a lord who was also the current Minister of Education, sending a butler to visit and express gratitude was entirely appropriate. Serena was stunned. Is that all it takes? Only then did she realize that her teacher intended to give her a reward. "Thank you, teacher." Hobert smiled faintly. "Go." In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Hobert was about to go to Longtail Island to have dinner and dance with Furs, but Furs, uncharacteristically, arrived at the Earl's mansion in Backland. She was accompanied by Zio. Hobert smiled. "We haven't had a small gathering in a long time. Shall we go to Longtail Island to taste the local fruits, or to Jeffrey City for an authentic Fenaport-style feast?" Furs, however, said softly with a solemn expression, "Zio found Lewis." Hobert thought back for a moment before remembering that Lewis was a traitor from the Abraham family, now a divine messenger of the Aurora Order. He led Furs and Zio to his study and discussed the matter in detail. Zio said, "You should still remember Mr. A's gathering, right?" "Yes, that Mr. A. It is said that he was involved in the Backland Smog event and disappeared during that incident, so the gathering stopped. Recently, this gathering has resumed, and the current host is Mr. X. After several observations, I found that this Mr. X should be Lewis, whom Furs has been searching for." Hobert nodded and asked, "When is the next gathering?" "Tomorrow night," Zio replied. Hobert hummed, "Tell me the address and password for the gathering. I'll go eliminate him tomorrow night." Zio reminded him, "Let me investigate further. It seems Mr. X has many helpers around him." "Even better," Hobert said with a smile, "this will make my spoils even richer." Then he chuckled, "Don't worry, I've also investigated Lewis using Military Intelligence Section 9's resources. Although I didn't get much information, I'm confident I can eliminate him." In reality, he was merely a Sequence 5, and Hobert could easily eliminate him now. Zio nodded, "As long as you have a plan." Then she smiled. "It's true it's been a long time since we gathered, but I have a task tonight. I need to go stake out." After telling Hobert the address and password, Zio hurried away. Furs watched Zio leave before saying, "Zio is still so busy." She felt a little heartache for her good friend. "How can we help her?" "For this task, give her more remuneration," Hobert said. Furs replied, "That's a given. I've spoken with Zio's superior at Military Intelligence Section 9, asking him to give Zio some well-paying and safer tasks," Hobert said, "but that's all I can do. With Zio's personality, she wouldn't accept help that's too obvious." Furs sighed. "I once invited her to Longtail Island to help, but she refused. This method isn't good, Ouch." Furs was startled by Hobert's sudden, "Ouch, what's wrong?" I just realized that tomorrow's gathering needs to be acted upon in advance." Hobert chuckled. "Otherwise, if Zio doesn't attend the gathering, she might be suspected." Actually, he suddenly remembered that Furs seemed to have encountered an accident when she asked Zio to help find the main materials for a recorder, and only then did Zio join the Tarot Club, thus beginning her cheat-like life. But the problem now was that Hobert had already prepared the extraordinary characteristic for Furs to advance to, recorder, so they wouldn't encounter such danger at all. So how would Zio join the Tarot Club? And how would she get her cheat-like life? But these questions, of course, could not be told to Furs. They continued to discuss this issue until dinner, when Hobert and Furs were still talking about it. They were once very good friends, and now Hobert and Furs were living very good lives. There was no reason for their former good friend to still be working so hard from morning to night. Hobert, however, thought of a solution: come to Backland a few more times these next few days. When you're chatting with Zio, mention the rampant pirates on Longtail Island and the cultists. Also, tell her about the current shortage of official extraordinaries at the governor's mansion, and that we are about to advance into the mountains, which will affect the interests of the Mountain God Church. After a few days of groundwork, ask her to protect your safety and give her a good salary. If she wants to develop a career on Longtail Island, give her some support." Furs nodded. "That's a good idea." First, what Hobert said was basically true. Longtail Island indeed faced internal worries from the Mountain God Church and external worries from pirates, and its extraordinary power was currently insufficient. However, Hobert was already doing his best to solve this problem. Last week, Archibald had just arrived on Longtail Island with artillery, which not only greatly supplemented Longtail Island's naval defense but also brought a group of military extraordinaries. Currently, Seal was already a pyromaniac, and many officers were already fighters, provokers, or raging people. They could handle ordinary pirate attacks. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Archibald was now on Longtail Island. He was a demigod-level extraordinary creature himself, and currently had 3 Sequence 5 puppets. Even if a pirate general came, he would not return. With him and Angus on Longtail Island, even if the Mountain God Church's extraordinaries launched an attack on the governor's mansion, Hobert wouldn't need to provide support. Moreover, after the land reform that would take place soon, Hobert was preparing to start conscription on Longtail Island. Within half a year at most, Hobert was confident he could completely squeeze out the Mountain God Church's living space. These things didn't need to be told to Zio. Let her see and feel the thriving atmosphere on Longtail Island, and perhaps she would fall in love with it. But soon, Furs realized that this idea seemed a bit naive. Furs said, Zio's goal is to investigate her father's cause of death and restore her family's glory. Before this goal is achieved, she might not leave Backland for a long time. Hobert hummed, as if this goal could be achieved in the second half of this year. Regarding this, I will help her conduct some investigations, hoping to resolve her not sooner. They didn't talk much about assassinating Lewis until they returned to the bedroom to rest together that night. Through Lemonou's magic book, Furs knew how strong Hobert's abilities had become, and it also let her know how easy it was for a demigod to kill a sequence 5. After nightfall on Friday, a light rain began to fall. This, however, made the air in Backland much better. Carriages still galloped down the streets, and coachmen pulled down their hat brims to prevent rain from getting into their eyes. After the carriage lamps were covered with a layer of rainwater, their light seemed to scatter a bit, becoming somewhat unreal. Hobert, with his changed face, looked at the street. Pedestrians on both sides of the road hurried by with their umbrellas, while vagrants huddled in corners, hoping for the light rain to end soon. There was a joke in Backland now. Earl Hobert had hired all the vagrants. Although this joke was a bit exaggerated, since Hobert returned to Backland, he had already resettled 40,000 vagrants in the South Colson area. When several branch factories of Earl's Light started operating, Hobert successively recruited nearly 30,000 more vagrants. This reduced the number of vagrants on the streets of Backland by a quarter, because Hobert had also recruited some extremely poor commoners in the East District. Otherwise, the number of vagrants would have decreased by a full third. However, judging from the current trend, this quarter of the share would be filled again in the next 2 or 3 months, and the number of vagrants would return to around 200,000. It wasn't that Backland only had these 200,000 vagrants, but rather that the entire scraps of Backland were only enough to feed 200,000 vagrants. Looking at the wet streets, Hobert withdrew his gaze, his thoughts drifting for a moment. The carriage eventually arrived in the East District. Hobert got out in the rain and put on his hood. In fact, he could have completely distorted the angle of the raindrops, so not a single drop would fall on his clothes, but that would instantly expose his strength. So Hobert, like most passers-by, pulled down his hat brim and quickly walked into a dark alley, in front of a dilapidated wooden door. Hobert recalled the knocking password Zio had told him, curled his fingers, first 3 light and 3 heavy taps, then 2 long and 3 short. A few seconds later, the door silently opened, and a masked attendant scrutinized Hobert, whose appearance had changed. Friend, who introduced you? Hobert frowned. You must be new, right? I used to frequently attend Mr. A's gatherings at 177 Queens District, and no one ever asked who introduced me. Actually, he had only attended once. After Mr. X replaced Mr. A, he had only initiated a few gatherings, and indeed many previous attendees had only recently rejoined this gathering. Seeing that Hobert's mention of Mr. A's previous gathering address was correct, the attendant stepped aside. Hobert unhurriedly walked past him. As he passed through the not-so-long corridor, his spirituality felt 3 gazes sweep over him one after another. Mr. X had just taken over Backland's extraordinary gatherings, and at this time, he was acting very cautiously. Through the short corridor, he arrived at a rather spacious living room, and all those gazes and scrutinies disappeared. The Grade 1 sealed artifacts on Hobert were all in a sealed state, so even an angel's scrutiny might not be able to detect anything unusual. Of course, no one discovered his abnormality. Moreover, although Hobert wasn't wearing a mask, he was using the Order Crystal on his staff head for anti-divination operations, to prevent the highly spiritual traveler from sensing danger. He had arrived relatively early. He scanned the rows of chairs and finally sat down in a spot near the main seat. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the time for the gathering arrived. Hobert glanced around and saw only about 30 people, roughly half the number of Mr. A's previous gatherings. Many wild extraordinaries were probably still observing. There was no need to worry that Zio's absence from this gathering would make her suspected by the Aurora Order. At this moment, Mr. X, wearing a golden mask, arrived at the doorway and unhurriedly walked towards the main seat. He was dressed in a black classical robe and a magician's hat. He didn't exude a particularly strong aura, but the members attending the gathering unconsciously lowered their heads. Mr. X faced everyone, sat in the main seat, and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." "All right." Hobert's figure suddenly became illusory, then appeared in front of Mr. X. He didn't use distortion, but rather the flash ability of the traveler's blade. Hobert plunged his right hand into Mr. X's chest and pulled out a still-beating heart. Mr. X's body had just become somewhat illusory and hadn't had time to enter the spirit world. He looked in disbelief at the hooded person in front of him, holding his still-beating heart. His figure, which had begun to become illusory, solidified again and rapidly lost its vitality. Under the golden mask, the incredulous expression gradually turned into fear, frozen on the corpse's face. At this moment, the members attending the gathering suddenly realized that the host of this gathering had been killed. They screamed and ran out, and the living room became a chaotic mess. Hobert casually tossed the heart in his hand, took out a handkerchief, and while wiping the blood from his hand, said, "Extraordinaries of this pathway really have weak physiques. Travelers were indeed notoriously difficult to catch, but once their escape abilities were restricted, or they simply didn't have time to use them, it meant they would be in extreme danger." Hobert's speed was fast enough, so he didn't even use abilities like chaos or distortion. He just went straight in and eliminated the opponent. At this moment, the surrounding shadows seemed to become sticky. The shadows began to flow towards Hobert. They couldn't determine Hobert's strength, but they couldn't just leave either, so they could only try to attack. After wiping the blood from his hands, Hobert threw Mr. X's corpse into his spatial magic satchel, fallen. "Ah!" 3 screams immediately came from the shadows, and the dim figures suddenly leapt up, forming 3 grotesque human shapes like black paper cutouts, appearing to be in immense pain. Then, these 3 shadows stopped struggling and fell straight to the ground, the black paper cutouts revealing the faces of 3 people. They had always been influenced by the true creator, and now Hobert's, fallen, was like being struck by a high-level ability of this pathway at close range, causing them to die instantly. Hobert unhurriedly put their bodies into his satchel. He could feel that there were still some gazes in the surrounding shadows peeking at him, but Hobert was no longer very interested in these sequence 7 or lower members. At this moment, the members who had attended the gathering were still blocked in the narrow corridor. Hobert simply pushed down a wall and leisurely left the living room. There were almost no streetlights on the streets of the East District. Hobert walked step by step through the dim alley. At this moment, the darkness on the street suddenly became viscous, and illusory figures appeared one by one, staring at Hobert with ill intent. In Hobert's impression, the Aurora Order seemed to have a demigod in Backland. He wasted no words, his fist covered in an orange-red glow as he charged forward with slaughter. The viscous dark figures didn't expect the opponent to launch a fierce attack without even a probing attempt, and they quickly scattered like a tide. But Hobert appeared in front of the dark figures like a flash, stomping heavily on the ground. The violent impact spread through the dark figures like a ripple, simultaneously creating a large pit in the ground. A black shadow rolled to the side, silently writhing on the ground. That Black Knight had allowed his shadow to take this slaughter attack. The shadow was severely wounded, but the Black Knight himself was unharmed. Association. Hobert, who had previous combat experience with a Black Knight, made the shadow on the ground associate with its owner. This caused the shadow's injuries to be transmitted to the main body to a certain extent, and a muffled groan came from the approximate end of the dim alley. Chaos. He threw this ability in that direction. Since chaos could occur within a certain range, it didn't matter if it didn't hit the target. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert distorted the distances he rushed over, while injecting his spirituality into 1-109 Fire Crow spell. 2 streams of flames extended from his back, transforming into dozens of fire crows that smashed towards the opponent. The darkness at the end of the alley immediately became viscous and stood up like a semi-solid liquid, blocking most of the fire crows' attacks. The fire crows exploded, blasting bricks and tiles everywhere at the end of the alley, and the ground caved in. Many people, still asleep, were knocked onto the street by the shockwave of the explosion. Hobert seized this opportunity to arrive in front of the opponent, thrusting his rapier. The semi-solid, dark liquid was pierced, weakening. The Black Knight dodged the rapier somewhat frantically and fell into a weakened state. At this moment, a figure with bright, illusory symbols floating around it appeared between the two. This figure gradually emanated twilight colors and became clearer, with only a single giant vertical pupil on its face, holding a greatsword in both hands. Hobert's subsequent sword thrust failed to pierce this giant figure. At the same time, he felt his strength rapidly draining, and even his mind became ancient, as if he had grown weary of all combat and only wished to peacefully await death's arrival. Grant. Hobert struggled against the ancient feeling in his mind, granting the negative status effects on him to the Black Knight behind the giant figure. A wisp of twilight color appeared on the Black Knight, but this wisp quickly flowed to the ground and disappeared into the shadows. He gave all these negative status effects to the surrounding shadows, causing half the alley to briefly emit a twilight glow. At the same time, the tall figure with the giant pupil dissipated, and the figure with bright, illusory symbols floating around it reappeared. Hobert realized that this was a mystic, herded by the Black Knight. What he had reproduced just now was likely a scene like God of War's charge, or Giant King's charge. Hobert raised his other hand and injected his spirituality into 1-107 exile. The figure with the illusory symbols immediately felt a huge force, as if it was about to be blown into another world. Hobert seized this opportunity to stab the Black Knight with his sword. As the opponent recalled the mystic, a blue lava greatsword appeared in his hand, blocking Hobert's attack. At the same time, goat horns grew on the opponent's head, and his skin became dark and sinister, as if he was covered in a layer of armor. This was the demonization state. The opponent instantly switched to the soul of an apostle of desire. Hobert casually slashed, creating a netherworld gap, and the surrounding rain was swept into the netherworld by the cold wind. Hobert's mastery of netherworld power became increasingly skilled. While using the netherworld's power to put as much pressure as possible on the herded souls, he extended his rapier, amplify. He amplified the undead language that the rapier had been emitting. From the beginning of the battle, the Black Knight had been under attack from the undead language. Now these attacks finally manifested, and the Black Knight felt his muscles stiffen, as if his body was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. However, the Black Knight's flesh and blood magic worked at this moment. His heart instantly doubled in size, providing surging power to his blood and accelerating its flow. The feeling of muscle stiffness gradually disappeared. Hobert stabbed out with his sword again, and a hand extended from the Black Knight's chest, grasping the rapier. The Black Knight himself also quickly returned to normal from his demonized state. The hand grasping the rapier on his chest extended an arm, and then an illusory, delicate puppet emerged, its eyes blank and lifeless. Hobert was slightly stunned, not expecting this Black Knight to be herding 2 demigod-level souls. The highly spiritual puppet could cover the rapier with its spirituality, blocking Hobert's attack. What a pity. Hobert's mouth curved downwards. You can only herd 1 soul at a time. Although the switching was seamless, the coordination of various abilities was only difficult to deal with below the demigod level. In demigod battles, the attack of a single spiritual body could not achieve an unexpected effect. Even continuous skills were somewhat weak. As Hobert spoke, a puppet-like figure in his pupils was transforming from illusory to solid. This was a puppet-level possession. Hobert simply turned his rapier and plunged it into his own chest. The puppet, whose eyes had been lifeless, immediately looked pained and shrieked as it left Hobert's body. Hobert pulled out the rapier. He once again granted most of his injuries to the Black Knight. This was a demigod battle. Combos that worked well below the demigod level could very likely be broken in strange ways in a demigod fight. The combo the Black Knight had been using was always puppet possession, where he commanded his shadow to attack the target. Then, the second step was to use the mystic to create offensive reproductions, while using his own shadow to control the target. There were also third and fourth steps after that. However, in the battle with Hobert, his shadow was severely wounded by Hobert right at the start. He now dared not manipulate the shadow at all, fearing that the shadow's injuries would affect him. The Black Knight's combo also became a joke. The netherworld gap had always been there, and the Black Knight clearly felt that the souls he herded were being influenced by some power, as if it was vying for control of these souls. He realized that in this battle, he had no chance of winning. So, after having the puppet block Hobert's attack again, he prepared to immediately disappear into the darkness and escape. Hobert had been waiting for this opportunity. He knew that with his current abilities and the use of sealed artifacts, he was confident in defeating most Sequence 4s of other pathways head-on. Even if he couldn't defeat the Black Knight in a short time, Hobert was certain that the opponent would immediately flee given the chance. After all, the Aurora Order was a secret organization, and even if they cooperated with the royal family, it was not something that could see the light of day. The commotion just now was so great that the church's demigods would arrive in at most 2 minutes. He certainly wouldn't dare to fight a prolonged battle. Association. Hobert had already put the opponent in a weakened and state through combat, so association and the other 2 skills were 100% successful. The Black Knight's escape steps indeed stopped. He looked at his shadow. Although he had run, he hadn't taken his shadow with him yet. Hobert punched the opponent out of the shadows. The Black Knight suddenly realized that even if he ignored the shadow, it would eventually return to him. But Hobert's second punch was already coming. The Black Knight immediately turned into a delicate puppet, using the extremely strong physique of the puppet to take the punch, resulting in him being forced back repeatedly. Then Hobert kicked. The Black Knight realized that even the physically strong puppet seemed unable to block this kick. Only then did the Black Knight realize something was wrong. Of course it was wrong, because Hobert was currently using Fatal Attack, from 1 to 109, each strike heavier than the last. Most demigods could only endure up to the 4th strike. But the Black Knight had no time to dodge and could only block with his arms. Crack, an arm was broken. However, the Black Knight immediately used his flesh and blood to return the protruding broken bone to its original position. The Black Knight was about to switch to the mystic soul to block Hobert's next attack. With the previous experience, he now completely dared not escape. Hobert's rapier, however, suddenly lengthened, piercing the Black Knight's chest. The Black Knight was stunned. It can lengthen. Hobert's actions from association to fatal attack were actually just preparation for the rapier's attack. He needed that one moment, a moment that would only last an instant, to unexpectedly gravely wound the Black Knight. Making the rapier the main attacking weapon was entirely because it could damage the Black Knight's spiritual body, thus effectively preventing him from using his tenacious flesh and blood magic. The rapier suddenly widened, tearing open half of the Black Knight's chest. The Black Knight immediately retreated while using flesh and blood magic to heal the wound, but he found that the wound could not heal. The wound was like a giant vortex, and his life force and spirituality were rapidly draining from it. Arrogance. Hobert used this ability almost like a judgment, and at the same time, the sword in his hand transformed into a greatsword. The Black Knight seemed to think he could continue fighting Hobert, but Hobert stomped on his chest and beheaded him with a sword. The Black Knight didn't even have a chance to escape with flesh and blood magic, because his spiritual body had become fragmented, which made him realize he couldn't manipulate his damaged flesh and blood. He could only feel his life rapidly draining in fear, and it soon reached its end. Whoosh! A strong wind blew from the direction of the Holy Wind Cathedral. Hobert glanced at it, quickly put away the Black Knight's body, and did not forget to seal the netherworld gap, and leave the scene using travel. Archbishop Redall Valentine of St. Wind Cathedral was the first to arrive at the scene. At this time, the black, viscous liquid-like substance in the shadow had not completely dispersed, and there were still some blood-like substances wriggling on the ground, resembling caterpillars. Especially at the end of the alley, it almost blasted open this dead end to the street ahead. The robust archbishop, with a thick head of dark blue hair, surveyed everything. Soon, an old man wearing a black clerical robe and 5 Black Knight holy emblems on his chest appeared as if from nothingness. This was Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of St. Samuel Cathedral. He and Redall exchanged slight nods, acknowledging each other. Anthony also looked at the scene, the Aurora Order's Black Knight. Both archbishops saw the few drops of blood that had been wriggling moments ago but were now almost lifeless. Redall said, "I think so." He paused and added, "Who killed this Black Knight?" Both knew that there were many demigods in Backland, but battles between demigods were rare, because once they acted, the commotion would quickly attract the church's demigods. Even in some situations where they had no choice but to act, it was difficult to determine a winner within 1 or 2 minutes. Usually, 2 demigods would fight fiercely, and seeing that they couldn't quickly determine a winner and that the official extraordinary demigods were about to arrive, they would tacitly end the battle. However, the battle that had just occurred in this dim alley clearly had a winner. Whether from the black shadow on the ground, which was lifeless but not yet completely dissipated, or from the spiritual perception of the 2 saints, it was clear that the Black Knight was dead. At this moment, an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a soft hat flew down from the sky and landed steadily. Behind him was a pair of mechanical-looking yet thin and light silver wings. When the old man landed, the wings automatically folded and disappeared under his white priest's robe. He was Archbishop Holomic Haydn of the Steam Church. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the pupils of his eyes suddenly became illusory, and streams of information flashed through his eyes. After 1 or 2 seconds, his pupils returned to normal. The one who fought the Black Knight also seems to be a sequence 4, but he has good anti-divination abilities. I can't see any information about him. The 3 saints looked at the completely lifeless blood and the completely vanished shadow. Although the opponent had killed a demigod from the Aurora Order, the expressions of the 3 gradually became solemn. A demigod had arrived in Backland who could kill a Black Knight in about 1 minute, and they were completely unaware of it. Hobert arrived at a wilderness belonging to the Bach family in western Backland and poured out the bodies from his leather bag. The battle with the Black Knight had actually only lasted about a minute, so the extraordinary characteristics of these bodies were just beginning to precipitate. Hobert took off Mr. X's mask, revealing a thin face with a somewhat gloomy expression between his brows, like that of an addict. It was indeed Louis Wien. Hobert injected his spirituality into 1-109, reactivating the hurting ability of this sealed artifact. Louis's soul was sucked out of his body by 1-109, and, with a pained expression, entered the leather wristband Hobert wore, adding another dazzling blue gem to the wristband. Hobert's spirituality immediately presented 3 options. He chose travel, flash, and astrology. This way, Hobert could give the traveler's blade to Furs, allowing her to escape immediately if she encountered danger. Cutting off Louis's head with a rapier, Hobert accelerated the precipitation of extraordinary characteristics from the other bodies, collecting 1 Black Knight and 3 Rose Bishop extraordinary characteristics. At the same time, several extraordinary characteristics of other pathways were also precipitated from the Black Knight's corpse. Finally, Hobert used Fire Raven spell to burn all the bodies and then buried them in the mud. He used travel again to return to the Earl's mansion study. Furs was indeed still waiting there. She immediately stood up. How did it go? Hobert handed the head in the cloth bag to Furs. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Furs glanced at the head in the cloth bag. It was indeed Lewis. What gain? I also hunted an important member of the Aurora Order, Hobert smiled. He didn't specify that it was a Black Knight, to avoid making Furs worried or self-reproachful. Furs smiled. Thank you, Hobert. Hobert pinched her face. It's what I should do. Furs needed to deal with the head, and Hobert also needed to recover, so the two left the room together to attend to their own matters. There was no time for dancing tonight. Hobert came to the study, took off his coat, and the wound on his chest had already begun to rot, with some black blood flowing from it. This was the wound Hobert had inflicted on himself with a sword to prevent the puppet from possessing him. This sword strike caused great damage to that puppet, but Hobert was also injured as a result, and most of his injuries could only be given away. Hobert drew his rapier again, creating a netherworld gap, and used the power of the netherworld to heal the injured spiritual body. After sealing the netherworld gap, Hobert found a small knife, dug out the decaying flesh, and then used the healing fork to quickly heal the wound. After all this, Hobert sacrificed the extraordinary characteristics he had gained today to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert crushed the 3 demigod-level extraordinary characteristics while pondering how to deal with them. The mystic, extraordinary characteristic could be considered for sale to Bernadette, and the puppet, extraordinary characteristic would be kept to see if Miss Sharon needed it in the future. But how to deal with this Black Knight extraordinary characteristic? This time, Hobert acted cleanly and swiftly, not giving the opponent a chance to turn into a sealed artifact. The problem was that Hobert didn't need this pathway's extraordinary characteristic, and selling it at a low price to the Orthodox Church would be a bit of a waste. After thinking for a while, Hobert thought of Old Man Winston, whom he had kept, to see if he could make a magical item out of it. Even if the negative effects were strong, it didn't matter, it was better than directly using the extraordinary characteristic. As for the Rose Bishop extraordinary characteristic, it could be crushed and sold to the Orthodox Church in the future. There was also 1 Apostle of Desire and 1 Crimson Scholar extraordinary characteristic. The former would also be given to the Orthodox Church, and the latter would be sold to the Blood Race when an opportunity arose. Saturday morning, Pritz Harbor. Dorian walked out of the Fishermen's Association unhurriedly, but his heart was filled with some doubt and worry, because he had just received a letter sent by his student, Furs, through an intermediary. It said she had something important to meet him about and that she was now staying at the hotel at 55 Seawind Street. Dorian was puzzled as to why his usually lazy student had suddenly come to Pritz Harbor to meet him. He was a bit worried if Furs had encountered some difficult problem. Dorian wasn't worried that this would be a trap, because at the end of the letter, there was a secret code they had long established, so at least from Furs's perspective, this meeting was safe. After briefly observing the hotel on Seawind Street, Dorian finally walked in. After confirming there was no danger, he went to the room Furs mentioned in the letter and knocked on the door according to their pre-arranged secret code. The door opened, and Furs made an all clear gesture to Dorian, only then did Dorian feel relieved enough to enter. Teacher, I know this visit is a bit rushed, Furs said with a smile after closing the door, but there's something very important I need to see you about. Dorian breathed a slight sigh of relief, at least Furs's matter didn't seem too dangerous or urgent. Tell me slowly what it is. The two sat down on 2 chairs in the hotel, and Furs picked up a small leather bag and said, I knew that after Louis Ween betrayed the organization and caused you great harm, I always wanted to find him and avenge you. Give up that idea. Dorian sat up straight. Even if you have Lemoneu's spellbook, you are absolutely no match for him. Even if Hobert is also a sequence 5, and even if he is stronger than Louis, he might not be able to kill him. But as long as he isn't killed, his organization will definitely retaliate. They are all madmen, and even if Hobert is an earl, he can still become their target. He took a deep breath, your intention makes me very happy, but you don't need to take risks. If Hobert was still a sequence 5, it definitely wouldn't work, Furs muttered silently. Hobert has succeeded. Cough, cough, cough. Dorian choked on his saliva and coughed, only finding relief after drinking a few sips of tea. Then he seemed to realize something. Hobert has advanced to sequence 4. Furs nodded slightly. This couldn't be hidden, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Dorian asked with some concern, did you encounter any trouble? Did you accidentally leave any clues? Probably not, Furs said. Hobert changed his appearance, and he has a magical item with anti-divination properties on him. According to his description, he seized the opportunity and acted quickly. The opponent didn't even have time to enter the spirit world. Dorian sighed. That's good, that's good. Furs opened the exquisite small leather case on the floor. Inside was a head wrapped in newspaper. Dorian saw the face he would never forget. His triumphant smile was gone, replaced by an unsettling fear. As an astrologer, Dorian's spirituality could confirm that this was Louis Wien's head. Good, very good. Dorian muttered a few words, slightly agitated, and pulled out a fist-sized pure crystal ball from his pocket. It's made of star crystal and can effectively enhance your astrology. Before Furs could refuse, Dorian chuckled. Louis is my enemy. You helped me get rid of him, so I must pay you some compensation. Furs immediately refused. No, no need. Hobert has already left his extraordinary characteristic, which I will use to advance to Traveler in the future. Dorian said with a serious expression, do you want to make me feel guilty and uneasy? Then he smiled. Don't worry, your teacher, I still have some assets. Furs said nothing more. If she didn't accept anything, it might indeed make teacher Dorian uneasy. Dorian thought for a moment and then said, wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. Ignoring Furs's attempts to make him stay, he insisted on leaving and returned about an hour later. First, he handed Furs a box. Inside is another crystal ball, but this is a magical item. It allows people who can't use astrology to use astrology, though it can only reach a sequence 7 level at most. If someone can use astrology, it can bypass some anti-divination abilities and improve the accuracy of astrology. It can also be used as a medium for various forms of divination, such as dream divination and roulette divination. The negative effect is, do not use it under the starry sky, otherwise it will attract malicious gazes. After introducing it, Dorian added, this magical item does not conflict with your astrology ability, it's equivalent to giving you a higher sequence, astrology. Then he took out 2 documents. These are 2 properties in Backland, one in Hillsden District and one in Joe Wood District, both in good locations. Furs was slightly stunned. Teacher, this is too much. How about this, I'll only take that crystal ball. She roughly calculated that these 2 properties were worth at least £6,500, and the crystal ball was worth about £4,500, so Dorian was offering £11,000 at once. This was the legacy of a former angel family. They were currently unknown, but they still had many industries, including land, forests, properties, estates, and mines. No, Dorian said seriously, normally, assassinating Louis Wien, who is supported by the Aurora Order, would cost at least £30,000. What I'm giving you is still too little, but I can only give you this much for now. Furs knew that these rewards were hard to refuse. Teacher, this is enough. Really, when hunting Louis, we never thought of getting any reward. Hobert's main goal was also to target the extraordinary characteristic on him. Dorian smiled. He's a good lad. If Hobert wasn't Furs's husband, and Dorian knew they were deeply in love, he would have suspected Hobert had ulterior motives. Dorian had even considered that Furs meeting Hobert was her opportunity, and at the same time, couldn't this also be an opportunity for the Abraham family? To become a demigod at such a young age, he must be a member of an extraordinary family, or, as reported in the newspapers, have the support of the Rune royal family. This was a demigod who held sufficient goodwill towards the Abraham family, and in the future, it was very likely they would receive more help from him. The key was that Dorian still believed at this time that Furs and Hobert did not know he was a descendant of the Abraham family, so he could confidently ask Furs for help with some matters. Then, Dorian asked Furs about the digestion of her astrologer potion. Furs smiled. Now, no matter what I do, I habitually divine it. Then she said seriously, just recently, I discovered a fact: astrology is not omnipotent. I mean, for various reasons, one cannot be too superstitious about the results of astrology. Dorian nodded in satisfaction. This isn't the first time I've said this, your talent is very high. Backland, Military Intelligence Section 9. Hobert found Byron in the lounge and chatted with him in a corner about Hugh's recent situation. Finally, Hobert quietly asked, "Do you know the true cause of Hugh's father's death?" Byron smiled helplessly. My position at the time was too low, and I didn't know the specific details. Hobert nodded, pretending to think for a moment before saying, "All right, nothing else." He went to pour a cup of coffee, and as he drank, he said to the suddenly reserved intelligence officers, "Sorry, I interrupted your conversation. Please continue." He smiled, raising the coffee in his hand. "I'll leave after I finish this cup of coffee." Byron smiled. "We were just chatting, you didn't interrupt us." "That's good," Hobert said with a smile. "I just heard you say that you got some news about the Aurora Order. Are you finally going to strike at this mad secret organization?" This was his main purpose for coming to the lounge. He knew that someone would complain about this matter today. Just as he expected, an intelligence officer complained, "We are investigating the person who killed an important member of the Aurora Order." Another intelligence officer joked, "I really don't understand why we have to investigate the killer. Are we going to give him a Good Citizen Award after we find him?" Usually, investigations into cases where members of such secret organizations are killed are just a formality. If evidence is found, it's recorded; if not, the case is closed as a revenge killing or uneven distribution of spoils. After all, no one cares how these villains die. However, the higher-ups were very urgent about this case, and the intensity of the investigation was not small. Others also began to tease about the matter. It's as if we're supposed to help the Aurora Order get revenge. Hobert took a sip of coffee and thought to himself, it's very likely you will become accomplices. After listening for a while, Hobert roughly understood that Military Intelligence Section 9's investigation direction had indeed been misled by him. According to the witnesses they found, it was currently believed that an apprentice pathway extraordinary was responsible, as the other party had used flash. As for the signs of an explosion on the street outside, some believed that it was very likely a pre-recorded ability. This was precisely why Hobert used the flash ability yesterday, and not the distortion ability. If the Aurora Order received such news, they would very likely suspect it was revenge from the Abraham family, or purely for hunting that traveler. Even if they guessed that flash might come from a magical item, it would be difficult to guess Hobert's specific pathway, because based on the traces at the scene, the killer could also be a hunter pathway extraordinary. The abilities of the lawyer pathway, as long as carefully avoided, generally do not leave too obvious traces. As Hobert said, he left after finishing his coffee. In the afternoon, Chunnas came to find Hobert, and the two talked about the Earl of light bulb. Now Chunnas was also a shareholder of the Earl of Light, and their relationship had unconsciously grown much closer. Hobert smiled and said, "The promotion for the light bulb hasn't ended yet, because the big light bulb in Order Square is still shining." Chunnas praised, "I have to say, you are a business genius." Then he added, "There's a card game at the club tonight, do you want to join?" "Another day," Hobert said with a helpless smile. "Todd is returning from Pritz Harbor this afternoon, and I'm going to have a casual dinner with him." "It seems the hot sales of the Earl of Light aren't all good," Chunnas joked. "You don't even have time for entertainment anymore." After seeing Chunnas off, the smile on Hobert's face immediately disappeared. He had, of course, guessed that Chunnas's visit was an observation and test of him. Although Hobert had found a good reason to go to the lounge in the morning, it was still his first time going, and it was after the Aurora Order case had occurred. It wasn't that Chunas suspected Hobert. After all, on the surface, Hobert had no motive for the crime. It was just that he wanted to completely rule out Hobert as a suspect. Hobert's performance was also very natural. If he had accepted Chunas's invitation just now, it would have made him seem guilty, as he rarely participated in the club's entertainment activities. In that case, Chunas would have probed further. Because of Hobert's performance, Chunas had already ruled out Hobert as a suspect. After work, Hobert met Furs in the Earl's mansion study. Teacher Dorian's reward was too generous, Furs said. He actually gave me one sequence 2 sealed artifact and 2 properties. Hobert listened to the specific information about those rewards. That crystal ball might be useful to me, let me use it for a while first. As for those 2 properties, I suggest you can use them to collect rent. Furs was slightly stunned. I plan to give them all to you. After all, I didn't really play any role in this matter. You are Hobert's wife, and Dorian's student, that is your biggest role. Hobert patted Furs's plump backside. All right, let's go to dinner quickly, I still have an operation tonight. As night fell, Hobert used travel to once again arrive at the bank of the Tassoc River, where he and Klein had met before. Klein was already waiting there. The two met without any pleasantries. He took out 4 amulets. By praying to the Fool, I have made 3 types of amulets in total: the luck-stealing amulet, the deception amulet, and the deprivation amulet. The luck-stealing amulet can steal the target's fate for 3 seconds and can swap one's own fate with the other party's. The deception amulet can deceive the target, causing them to make incorrect judgments or not notice some key actions. The deprivation amulet can steal 3 extraordinary abilities from the target, with the order of theft starting from the most recently used one and tracing back sequentially. Here is 1 luck-stealing amulet, 1 deception amulet, and 2 deprivation amulets. The activation incantation for all of them is the ancient Hermes language word for theft. Hobert put away these 4 amulets, which looked like black crystal cards. They are all quite powerful. With these amulets, dealing with the Mad Mage of Mist Town would not be a big problem. However, specific intelligence about Mist Town could not yet be told to Klein. For this operation, Klein was also very cautious, only revealing all of his plans at this point. Then Hobert transformed into a small puddle of flesh and hid in Klein's pocket. Klein used travel to arrive at a dark corner of Pulsfield Street, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. After waiting for a short while, a group of believers who had participated in the evening mass came out of the cathedral. Soon, several servants came out of the cathedral with various cleaning tools and began to clean the street in front of the cathedral, mainly clearing the manure from the carriage parking area. Today, Backland was unusually free of mist. The crimson moon shone on the earth, and that red moon seemed to be watching everything happening on the street. Klein found a servant walking at the very back, used the power of Wraith to possess him, then controlled him to slowly walk into a corner, made him drink a sleeping potion, and settled him down. Then Klein transformed into the servant's appearance, diligently cleaned horse manure for more than 10 minutes, returned to the cathedral with the servants, and successfully moved into the servants' dormitory. Soon after, the servants all fell into a deep sleep, and Hobert emerged from Klein's pocket to rest. Although the negative effects of 1 to 109 were relatively easy for Hobert to avoid, if there was an opportunity, he still needed to rest to maintain his optimal state. Although this was inside the cathedral, it was not the core area. Archbishop Anthony, who lived there, would not pay attention to the servant's situation, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. One lay on the bed, the other stood on the ground, both waiting quietly. Until dawn, Hobert once again burrowed into Klein's pocket. Klein first used the paper figurine angel, imbued with the power of the gray fog above to interfere, avoiding Archbishop Anthony's spirituality, and with the help of Mysterious Queen, the erosive aura of the Wraith interfered with the sealing core at the bottom of the cathedral. In this way, they silently arrived at the living quarters of the Guardians closer to the core area, and once again used a potion to put a sparse-haired Guardian to sleep. Klein transformed into the Guardian's appearance, ate all the white bread on the table by the window, drank a glass of water, and perfectly mimicked his walking style, seemingly with some difficulty, as he went down to the underground area. As soon as he reached the corridor of the underground area, Klein almost lost control of his emotions, because he saw Leonard, with black hair and green eyes, an outstanding appearance, but a somewhat casual and relaxed demeanor, walking towards him from the opposite direction. Klein knew that his poet classmate had an angel of the thief pathway parasitizing him, but at this moment, he could only brace himself and walk forward, hoping that his poet classmate, fearing exposure of his own secret, would pretend not to know. As he walked forward, Klein quickly realized that it was the angel of the thief pathway who could detect his peculiarity, not Leonard. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then the possibility of the other party exposing me is very small. After all, he also has no small problems, and he is not an angel who believes in the Black Knight goddess. Once he exposes me, he will also have the risk of exposure, and there is absolutely no need to take this risk. Soon, the two approached, nodded slightly to each other, and tapped their chests 4 times clockwise with their right index and middle fingers, as if drawing a crescent moon. Then, one went inward and the other outward, passing each other. Klein let out a silent sigh of relief. The thief angel indeed pretended not to see anything, and didn't even warn Leonard. After cautiously walking through the underground passage for more than a minute, Klein finally arrived in front of a cold, large door. He was very clear about the handover process between the night watchers and the guardians. He knocked on the door of the guardroom outside the main door and, witnessed by the night watchers on duty, opened the Chinese gate. Inside the door, a profound darkness instantly surged. Klein felt as if invisible tentacles brushed against his skin in the darkness, penetrating his body and connecting with the corrupted wraith. Klein tried his best to enter the door with an indifferent expression, closing the Chinese gate. He took a nearby lantern, lit it, and patiently waited in front of the door for a while, just in case a night watcher came early to retrieve or return something. According to his experience, if the internal guardian was not disturbed by the night watchers for 5 minutes after entering the Chinese gate, then the Chinese gate would only be opened again when an extraordinary case occurred that day and a sealed artifact was needed. After an agonizing 5 minutes, Klein finally began to move again, walking towards the stairs leading to the second level. Passing through rooms storing various extraordinary materials, potion formulas, and hidden knowledge, in rooms imprisoning cultists or wild extraordinaries, Klein steadily descended into the underground. Here were partitioned areas constructed from steel, masonry, or silver. The doors to these areas were all closed, except for the one leading to the armor soaking in a steel bathtub. Passing this sealed artifact, Klein's spirituality seemed to be guided. He turned a corner and saw a stone chamber containing a bookshelf made of white bones, on which only an ancient notebook with a hard cover was placed. It was the Antigonus family notebook. According to the agreement with Hobert, he would first obtain this notebook, and then together they would search for clues about the saint who disappeared during the Backland smog event. Things went smoothly, but Klein still showed no carelessness or recklessness, cautiously entering the room, and was about to reach out for the notebook. Snap! Just then, the sound of a door opening suddenly echoed from outside, as if someone was walking over. Klein's pupils dilated. He lunged towards the bone bookshelf, having his puppet grab the Antigonus family notebook, while simultaneously reaching into his pocket to pull out Hobert, hoping this demigod could temporarily withstand the coming crisis. Hobert had originally thought he could hitch a ride directly into Mist Town, but he didn't expect Klein to prepare for a fight. Leaving the cover of the wraith puppet, he had no choice but to distortion the illusory tentacles in the darkness, so that the ceiling core would not notice him for the time being. Just then, he saw a figure wearing a hooded cloak and classical robes already standing outside the door. Her face was beautiful yet expressionless, and her eyes were deep but lacked spirituality. Hobert twitched his mouth. The person is already standing there, what the hell is there to resist? Get ready to go straight to Mist Town. So Hobert reached back, intending to pull Klein along with him. But he found he grabbed nothing. Looking out of the corner of his eye, Klein had already disappeared, while the Antigonus family diary remained on the bone bookshelf. Hobert then looked at his hands and feet, and then he realized, why haven't I disappeared yet? If Klein went to Mist Town and I didn't, that would be awkward. But immediately after, Hobert felt that he would definitely also be sent to Mist Town. After all, the Black Hound's spirit beast was still inside, and that Mad Mage of the Solomon family should also be inside. Without Hobert's help, Klein would have almost no chance of getting out of the town on his own. So Hobert looked at the figure outside the door, his eyes seemingly saying, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Then, a faint smile suddenly flashed across the beautiful face of the other party, and then she pointed her index finger at Hobert. Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something, as if something had changed within him, but he couldn't quite explain what it was. Fortunately, in the next second, Hobert was quickly erased, like a pencil drawing being rubbed out by an eraser. Hobert's vision first turned pitch black, as if he had entered a deep sleep without dreams. After an unknown period of time, the darkness in front of him suddenly swayed, and a chilling wind blew over him. He struggled to open his eyes and saw himself in a cornfield, with a mist above, and the crimson moon hidden within it, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Hobert quickly regained his thoughts. A cornfield. Why don't I remember any cornfield? Immediately after, Hobert realized that these cornstalks were a bit abnormal. Their leaves were all turning, as if they were turning to look at Hobert. Yesterday, author's bedroom light broke, and it was replaced today. The planned 10,000-word chapter couldn't be completed. Author didn't expect that replacing a light is so troublesome now. It's the kind with light strips, and he can't replace it himself, so he has to wait for the installer to come. The key is that he also has to choose a style, and he can't not choose. This made author a bit regretful that when he first installed a light, he only cared about how it looked and installed one with light strips. If he had installed an energy-saving lamp, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. He could have just bought the light when he went out to buy cigarettes, and it would have been replaced in 2 minutes. In the cornfield, a creature with a black body, resembling both a mouse and a rabbit, was gnawing on the corn stalks. Perhaps it was too engrossed in chewing, as it didn't notice a corn stalk behind it quietly bending low towards it. The creature, about to bite through the corn stalk, suddenly raised its head, finally realizing the danger. But it was too late. The bent corn stalk suddenly opened its corn cob, which was as large as 2 adult palms. Its red tassels were like the proboscis of a blood-sucking creature, and the enveloping leaves were like thin membranes of flesh. When fully open, there were no corn kernels inside, only a grotesque mouth filled with backward-pointing teeth. This corn cob immediately bent down and swallowed the mouse-like creature in one gulp. The creature struggled violently inside the corn cob, but soon became motionless. Hobert realized that these were not corn at all, but monsters shaped like corn. What puzzled Hobert, however, was that when the corn saw him, they reacted as if they had seen a monster, tilting over and trying to hide from Hobert. Hobert took a few steps forward, and the corn in front of him also moved to hide. He smiled. Are they that shy? After confirming that these corn plants were not aggressive, Hobert quickly moved forward by distortion, distance, but the cornfield seemed endless. Even after several distortions, he couldn't leave it. As he advanced, he injected his spirituality into the order crystal, searching for the Black Hound spirit beast. Theoretically, the Black Hound spirit beast should have been attracted by the order crystal as soon as he entered Mist Town, so why hadn't it appeared yet? But soon, Hobert stopped, hearing a faint rustling sound in the distance, as if some monster was hiding in the cornfield. He extended his left hand and injected his spirituality into 1-107, prohibition of hiding here. Whoosh! All the corn to his left suddenly fell to both sides. At the end of the cornfield, Hobert saw an old man who looked as if he had endured many hardships. It was Leanne Solomon, who had disappeared during the Backland smog event. Upon seeing Hobert, the other party's lips pulled back, suddenly revealing a sinister smile. Madness. Hobert was already prepared and immediately activated the shield of the order crystal. However, when the other party was still hiding behind the dense corn, the aura he emitted was already affecting Hobert, causing Hobert to feel a constant surge of crazy thoughts in his mind, making it difficult to form a complete thought for a while. It was hard to imagine how severe the consequences would be if he were directly hit by the other party's madness. Then, Hobert realized that both spiritual warning and perception were ineffective here. There was at least a 1 or 2 kilometer gap between Hobert and Mad Mage Lien, but with a single distortion, the other party appeared right in front of Hobert. Hobert, recovering from the slight madness state, noticed a frantic glint in the eyes of the Mad Mage. Thump. He raised a hand. He didn't seem to exert any force, nor did he touch the barrier, but a soft thud came from the barrier, as if it had received a heavy blow. Perhaps because the barrier was unharmed, Lien's frantic eyes seemed to regain a bit of sanity. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert poured his spirituality into 1-109, and while deactivating the barrier, he threw a punch. Slaughter. Lien, who was recovering his sanity, was sent flying by the punch. Hobert felt he had broken several of the other party's ribs, causing a depression in his chest. Amplify. While amplifying the serious injury into a fatal one, he raised his left hand again. Exile. The light of wisdom finally began to flicker in Lien's eyes. Distortion. Distortion, the concept of himself in a corn stalk, and that corn stalk was exile, several kilometers away. Hobert was somewhat surprised. A sequence 3 level distortion could even distort the target of exile. He had always thought that some of the judge's abilities were inescapable for the target, but now he realized that this understanding was only because he hadn't encountered a strong enough enemy. Of course, this was also related to Hobert being one sequence lower than Lien and using a sealed artifact. If it were exile, used by a chaos hunter, perhaps even a mad mage wouldn't be able to distort it. Lien looked at Hobert, a sinister smile flashing across his face. Grant. Hobert's entire chest immediately caved in, his heart and lungs feeling as if they were being crushed by some force. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that this mad mage in front of him could grant all of his own injuries to him. Hobert gritted his teeth and threw out a deprivation amulet. Theft. Lien's 3 abilities, grant, distortion, and madness, were stripped, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert immediately fled, while grant most of his own injuries to a nearby corn stalk. That corn stalk immediately exploded into a puddle of minced meat. It was a pity that the deprivation amulet only stole the opponent's abilities, preventing them from using them for 3 hours, but Hobert could not use these abilities himself. So Hobert could only use the sequence 4 level method of distortion space to quickly escape. Fortunately, Lien's distortion ability was stripped, otherwise the other party could have caught up with Hobert in an instant. However, the range of the opponent's ability was also very large. As he raised his hand to cast a new ability towards Hobert, Hobert had been paying attention to this point. At this moment, he immediately injected his spirituality into 1-107, stripping. The arrogance that Lien was about to use was also temporarily stripped. This was the law enforcer's stripping, which could prevent the target from using that ability for 3 minutes. Using this interval, Hobert finally escaped the cornfield. Although still within the Mad Mage's attack range, the distance between them now gave Hobert some reaction time. Moreover, Hobert noticed that the Mad Mage hadn't pursued him, but instead went to the corn around the battlefield and licked the blood Hobert had spat out from the corn leaves. Amidst his alarm, Hobert finally saw the town in the mist. The most prominent building in this town was an ancient-style spurred church. It was entirely black, had no bell tower, and countless dark crows circled and hovered at its peak. Numerous buildings were scattered around the church, including ordinary 2-story houses, simple wooden shacks, and bakeries with hanging signs. At the bakery, Hobert found Klein, who was lying on the ground, coughing and struggling, and the wraith puppet that was being devoured. Devouring the puppet was a woman in a plain white robe. She looked holy, dignified, and radiantly beautiful. She elegantly dug out the puppet's heart, took a large bite, and half of her face was covered in blood. This was none other than Despair Witch Panatia, who was also captured into the town during the Backland Smog event. In this scene, she looked very much like a fallen saintess. Upon seeing Hobert, Panatia twisted off one of the puppet's arms and threw it to Hobert, grinning with a blood-stained mouth. "Mr. Mad Mage, please, I have no intention of eating alone." Hobert was stunned. This person's mental state is problematic, she actually mistook me for that mad mage. But then he realized something was wrong and immediately poured his spirituality into 1-109. 2 pillars of fire appeared behind him, transforming into dozens of fire crows. Sure enough, the surroundings were already covered with long black hair, which was closing in on Hobert. Hobert immediately commanded the fire crows to burn this hair. At this moment, several ice arrows had already appeared in front of Panatia, shooting fiercely towards Hobert. As Hobert expected, Panatia's mental state was indeed not good, but it wasn't so bad that she would mistake people. She had said that earlier only to make Hobert think her mental state had significantly deteriorated, and then to find an opportunity to ambush him. Chaos. Hobert dodged the ice arrows, then snapped his fingers. Bang! The flesh bomb from 1-109 caused Klein's puppet to explode, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. Hobert had 2 fire crows circling around him and said to Panatia, who was rushing towards him, "I have no intention of disturbing your meal, I'm just here to rescue my companion." Panatia stopped, looking regretfully at the blood and flesh on the ground. She hadn't had a chance to enjoy it properly before it turned into minced meat. Hobert added, "You can eat in peace, we'll leave now, or I'll burn all this flesh and blood into charcoal." Panatia didn't answer, but just squatted down with a wary expression to pick up the flesh and blood from the ground. And Hobert also picked up Klein, about to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, all 3 people present looked up at the sky. The crimson moon had pierced through the mist, clearly illuminating the town. Panatia showed a terrified expression. Her hair grew long, like tentacles, picking up the flesh and blood within her ability range, and she rushed into a nearby house. Hobert also quickly carried Klein into the house and immediately locked the door. Immediately, some noisy whispers appeared on the street. The once empty town seemed to suddenly have many more residents, walking on the streets and greeting each other. They were temporarily safe in the house. Hobert and Klein each found a chair and sat down. Although Hobert had, grant, most of his injuries earlier, the remaining small portion was still very serious. After all, that was the attack effect of slaughter plus amplify. He suddenly thought that if a mad mage were fighting someone else, he could hit himself on the head with a brick, and then grant all the injuries to the enemy. If 2 mad mages were fighting, it would be even more spectacular. One would grant the injuries to the other, who would then grant them back, and so they could fight until the end of time. And Klein was not much better off. He lost his puppet right away and accidentally saw Panatia's incomplete mythical creature form, so his spirit was severely impacted, and then he suffered a demigod-level disease attack. If Panatia hadn't wanted to save some fresh ingredients, Klein might not have lasted until Hobert arrived. Hobert injected his spirituality into the healing fork, using it twice before his injuries were mostly healed. Ever since April reminded Hobert to keep the extraordinary characteristic in the healing fork safe, he had kept this magical item with him. Then Hobert treated Klein again, but he could only treat the diseases on his body. Klein's spiritual shock could only be recovered through meditation. Fortunately, Klein's many, death-seeking experiences had given him excellent self-healing abilities for his spiritual body. The 2 of them quietly caught their breath for a while before each recounted their recent experiences. Unlike Hobert, Klein appeared in a bean field, where countless bean pods opened their mouths and bit at Klein. It took him a great deal of effort to get rid of that bean field. His pants were also mostly torn, but fortunately, he wasn't hurt. Afterward, Klein, who had entered the town first, encountered the Despair Witch. After Hobert finished recounting his experience, a thought popped into his mind. I am no match for the Mad Mage at all. It's also fortunate that the other party had a tendency towards madness. If he had quietly grant his madness to me right away, I might already be dead. He sighed, if it weren't for the amulets, I might have died in that cornfield. Klein also sighed, today, I finally understand the power of a demigod. I didn't even have a chance to use an amulet. Or rather, even if he had used the deprivation amulet, he would still not have been a match for that despair witch. Hobert looked outside for a while and said, I have some information about this town. In some records, it's called Mist Town. Its specific origin is unclear, only that it's related to the concealment authority. Klein nodded and said, I just divined, and this place is the dangerous source of the Divine War ruins in the eastern Sonia Sea at night. He further explained, after entering those Divine War ruins, when night falls, if anyone doesn't sleep until dawn, they will find themselves having silently disappeared. Once, I was accidentally startled awake from a dream and saw this mysterious and eerie mist town in the distance of the sea. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, based on the information about that mural we traded before, this matter makes sense. Previously, they had traded information about the fall of the sun god, which mentioned the battle between the Rose Redemption and the ancient sun god. At that time, the Black Knight goddess also participated in the war, so it was normal for some powers related to concealment to be left in the ruins of the Divine War. The two exchanged glances. They did not vocalize the specific content of the information exchanged or how it made sense. They thought of it together, avoiding any eavesdroppers. But no matter what, Klein could confirm that all the creatures who disappeared at night in the Divine War ruins were sent here. Because they weren't directly annihilated, the results of their divination showed that they were still alive, and at the same time, due to the interference of concealment, their whereabouts could not be known. He also thought, this place is closely linked to night. Could it be a prison, personally created by the goddess? It's possible, she is the mother of concealment, and should be able to directly transform people and objects into a concealed state. Thinking of this, Klein continued, the scenes in this town have many similarities to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. I just saw that on the table in the room. There was a half-eaten white bread, a glass filled with red wine, and messy silver knives and forks. It looks like someone was enjoying dinner but suddenly evaporated. I've read relevant documents before. In the ancient ruins on the Hornassus Mountains, the furnishings and arrangements are well preserved. Some tables still have many dinner plates with dried, rotten traces, and in some rooms, there's half a bottle of wine that has almost turned into clear water. This was his doubt, and if this place was related to that ruin, there might be other dangers. Hobert mused for a moment before saying, this reminds me of a piece of information I forgot where I saw it, but the kingdom on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains was very likely a divine kingdom established by Antigonus and his sister. Klein was slightly startled. Antigonus's sister. The angel king has a sister. It's not that they can't have sisters, but these great figures of the ancient extraordinary world, after becoming angels, have experienced long years, and their families might have long since passed away. Moreover, Klein had never heard of any information about Antigonus's sister before. Yes, Hobert said, she is called Mother of the Sky, and their kingdom is called Night Country. Klein was surprised. Mother of the Sky. Night Country. The title, Mother of the Sky, sounds like she wouldn't survive 3 episodes. As for the Night Country, Klein had heard of it before. If Antigonus's sister's title was Mother of Concealment, then it was very likely the Black Knight goddess. He then recalled that during a free exchange session at a tarot club, the Hanged Man had mentioned that the Night Country was destroyed by the Church of the Night Goddess. Klein speculated that this should have been a war of annihilation initiated by the Church of the Night Goddess for the extraordinary characteristic of the Night Country. Hobert then looked at the moving figures outside the curtain. Before taking action, the creator gave a hint, the church is the key. Klein was slightly startled. That despair witch just said the church is very dangerous. Of course, it could be her lie, but I personally think it's the truth. The reason is simple. who would tell such an outlandish lie to food? And generally speaking, the ability of instigation requires some real information to support it. It might be very dangerous for her, Hobert said. Have you ever considered that if this place is related to the ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains, then the dangers we face, besides those from concealment, might also come from a high sequence of the diviner pathway? Klein understood. You mean, in that church, there are dangers from the diviner pathway? Then he answered his own question. It's very possible. These foods on the table actually all have a spiritual thread. I was wondering why this was the case, but with your reminder, I realized that perhaps high-sequence extraordinaries of the diviner pathway can make spiritual threads appear on some inanimate objects. Finally, he smiled helplessly. There won't be a high-sequence extraordinary of the diviner pathway guarding the exit in that church, will there? That would be too extravagant. Hobert exclaimed, not to mention an angel, even a sequence 3 in the real world is a member of the Divine Council and a regional bishop. If it's in a secret organization, that might be the leader. He guessed there might be an arrangement like a sealed artifact there. Klein nodded, which was more reasonable. After the Crimson Moon state ends, we'll have to risk exploring that church, Hobert continued. Now, let's summarize our enemies. Klein also agreed with Hobert's suggestion, as the most likely way out was hidden there. He said, the despair witch from earlier is the one who created the Backland Smog event. I know, Hobert smiled helplessly. I almost got killed by her before. Klein was slightly startled, recalling his recent experience, and then remembered that Hobert was also a Sequence 5 during the Backland Smog event. At this moment, he deeply understood that what Hobert had just said was merely stating a fact, not describing anything. There's also Mr. A of the Aurora Order, who is a shepherd, Klein said. As far as I know, he should have also arrived in this mist town. To be precise, Mr. A disappeared in front of Klein. Hobert nodded. A shepherd can indeed survive for a long time in such an environment. Moreover, his condition might be better than the Despair Witch and the Mad Mage, as he can eat himself when he gets too hungry. Then Hobert said, the saint I've been looking for, who went missing from our side during the Backland Smog event, should also be in this town. But his condition has never been very good, and his intelligence in certain aspects isn't very high. He might have already been tricked into the church by the enemy. However, the opponent should not die from this, because he was once a death's attendant and received death's blessing. Ordinary sealed artifacts would find it difficult to control him. To be precise, he was already dead, so how could he die again? However, Hobert was unsure if the Black Hound spirit beast still had spiritual threads. Klein was slightly startled. Death's attendant. This saint seems to have quite a story. Hobert continued, also, the Mad Mage I just mentioned is a descendant of the Solomon family and possesses a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The cornfield where I appeared and the soybean field where you appeared should both have been created by that sealed artifact. But that's a sealed artifact of the apothecary pathway, not the cultivator pathway, so the crops that grow are all monsters. In the special environment of this town, eating those crops might lead to a quicker death. He thought for a moment and then said, however, the Mad Mage didn't use that sealed artifact just now, and our saint didn't appear either. Could it be that the sealed artifact was taken by our saint? It's not impossible. In that case, it's unknown whether the Black Hound spirit beast has undergone some mutation. Finally, Hobert concluded, after exploring the church, it's best if we can confirm the status of our saint and prioritize meeting up with him. That way, we can have a chance of winning. Originally, his plan was for the Black Hound spirit beast to entangle the Mad Mage, while he would seize the opportunity to kill the Despair Witch, and Klein would kill Mr. A. Before taking action, Hobert had specifically confirmed that he could still sense the presence of the Black Hound spirit beast using the power of order from the country of disorder. This meant that after such a long time, the power of order within him had not disappeared, and he could still obey Hobert's commands. Hobert guessed that the enclosed environment of Mist Town might have prevented the power of order on him from completely dissipating. But the current problem was that after being in Mist Town for so long, he hadn't seen the Black Hound spirit beast. Klein also agreed with Hobert's simple plan: if it was just the two of them, they wouldn't be able to defeat the three enemies. The next question was, how to approach the church. The connection to the spirit world was severed here, so travel and flash couldn't be used. Hobert using distortion to cross walls also carried huge risks. Similarly, because the connection to the spirit world was severed, their spirituality was not very sensitive. If they distorted onto the street outside, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, Klein's sealed artifact with the travel ability also had the ability to open door. They could observe the situation on the other side of the wall through that illusory door and then decide whether to pass through it. So, the two cautiously moved towards the church, bit by bit, through the illusory door. As they passed the third room, Hobert looked at the shadow in the corner and immediately raised his hand. Arrogance. The shadow suddenly became like a pool of black liquid, flowing to the side, dodging Hobert's attack. Use. Hobert prematurely ended the opponent's shadow transformation state. From the liquid, a figure rolled out, his expression a mix of madness and fear. It was Mr. A, who had become very thin. Hobert was about to continue his attack, but Mr. A crashed through a wall and hid in the room Hobert and Klein had just come from. Thump. A loud sound was made when the wall was broken. The whispers on the street outside instantly vanished, as if they had all turned their heads to look at the room where Hobert and Klein were. Klein quickly opened the door, and the two entered the next room, closer to the church, where they waited quietly for a few minutes. The gazes outside slowly moved away, and the whispers gradually resumed. The two sighed in relief at the same time. Hobert smiled and whispered, "This guy really survived." At this moment, the whispers outside gradually quieted down. The two, as if sensing something, vaguely saw the crimson moon once again drawing in the mist through the window and curtains. Hobert said, "Hurry." Klein immediately opened the door in front. When they reached the room closest to the church, the whispers disappeared. Hobert and Klein suddenly felt a rush of mad ideas in their minds, such as going out to catch the despair witch and playing a game with three people. For example, catching Mr. A from earlier and tasting his flesh and blood. At the same time, they felt their movements were very uncoordinated. They wanted to raise their hands but turned around, they wanted to move forward but stood still. After his experience in the cornfield, Hobert knew this was a range attack of madness, and that Mad Mage seemed to have recovered a good deal of his sanity. Fortunately, his spirituality was also affected, preventing him from pinpointing Hobert and Klein's exact location, so he could only use this type of area attack. As for why he was able to use the extraordinary ability stolen by the deprivation amulet in advance, it's not hard to explain. It should be that after Hobert escaped, the Mad Mage used the use ability, ending the state of the ability being stripped ahead of time. The level of the deprivation amulet is probably higher than sequence 3, but not quite sequence 2. During combat, there's no time to restore the stripped ability, but after the battle, the Mad Mage would have a lot of room for maneuver. Distortion. Hobert distorted the negative effects on his body, grabbed Klein's shoulder, and then, by continuously distorting the distance, quickly passed through the space between the room and the church. The two stood in front of the church and looked back. The despair witch, Panatya, was rapidly giving chase by mirror jumping, while the Mad Mage stood far away on the rooftop, observing Hobert and Klein's actions. The Mad Mage's demeanor at this moment was indeed not as frantic as before, and it seemed the two of them had teamed up. Hobert glanced at them, and with one last distortion of distance, he and Klein entered the church. Panatya jumped out of the glass and quietly watched the two enter the church, a look of fear gradually appearing on her face. Inside the church, Hobert and Klein's madness state quickly disappeared. They swiftly regained their vision in the dim environment, seeing figures hanging in midair within their line of sight. They were all humans. Some wore black classical robes, some brown jackets, some fluffy skirts, and some had tattered clothes like beggars. They all resembled cured meat being air-dried, hanging from above, heads bowed, swaying gently. This immediately reminded Hobert of ghost stories about hanged men, but he couldn't see the ropes from which they hung. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through the church, and the corpses suspended in midair all turned to face Hobert and Klein simultaneously. Chaos. Hobert raised a hand. These corpses seemed to immediately lose their direction, some turning left, some turning right, but none of them looked at the two intruders anymore. Hobert noticed Klein's gaze and explained with a smile, "These guys all looking over at once is quite unsettling." If it were before, Hobert wouldn't have acted so casually, lest he awaken some unknown power. But recently, Hobert had noticed that breaking established rules, or breaking some conventions, for example, being reckless when caution was due, could make his spirituality more lively. Of course, such breaking was done with a certain degree of confidence. For instance, Hobert wouldn't do something suicidal like going out to fight the Mad Mage now. The two observed these figures for a moment. Fortunately, they were all human, and Hobert didn't find any black hound spirit beast among them. Spiritual thread, Klein suddenly said with some surprise. Hobert quickly hid behind Klein. He remembered that the spiritual thread would become somewhat strange here, and his current spirituality wasn't as sensitive as it was outside. He didn't know if there was any danger from the spiritual thread at the moment. Klein then explained, "Their spiritual threads are extremely peculiar, they all converge at the top of the church. It turns out they are suspended by their spiritual threads." Hobert asked, "Is there any danger to us?" "Our spiritual threads are like metal encountering a magnet, uncontrollably drifting upwards," Klein said. "Don't resist, I'll pull your spiritual thread back." Hobert immediately felt his movements were somewhat stiff. He followed Klein's instructions and offered no resistance. Klein continued, "Our spiritual threads still have a tendency to float upwards, we must constantly fight against it." Hobert nodded. No wonder this church is full of danger for the Despair Witch and Mr. A. Even if the Mad Mage came in, he would have difficulty accurately distorting his spiritual thread. Klein asked incredulously, "The Mad Mage can even distort spiritual threads?" All along, Klein had thought that spiritual threads could only be seen by extraordinaries of the diviner pathway. It should be an ability unique to this pathway. "I can do that too," Hobert casually explained. "It's just a conceptualized application of distortion, but the distortion isn't as precise, making it still very dangerous in this environment." Because he couldn't see the spiritual threads, the direction of his distortion might be wrong, bringing him closer to the source of danger and instantly hanging him up. Then the two looked into the interior of the church together. In the depths of the church, there seemed to be an altar. The two walked forward step by step, trying to ignore the swaying figures above their heads, who seemed to be looking down at them. After walking 20 or 30 meters, the two arrived in front of the altar, where a stone statue stood. It was in the overall image of a female human, but two beast legs grew from its ribs and waist, covered in short, thick, hard black fur. At the foot of the stone statue, souls were slumbering. After walking a few more steps and clearly seeing its face, Klein's eyes froze. Because the stone statue had a beautiful face, it was the same person who had brought them to Mist Town. Hobert's expression also became solemn. It wasn't that he was surprised by the other party's appearance, but rather that he felt the four beast legs greatly affected the overall image. He couldn't help but think, the Black Knight goddess's true form is probably similar to this, right? One leg ruins everything. Then he saw a figure diagonally behind the stone statue, so he gestured to Klein and bypassed the statue. They saw an old man in a black robe sitting behind the statue. He wore a hood, his head bowed, eyes closed, and his white beard was long and thick, as if it hadn't been trimmed in decades. Klein whispered to Hobert, "His spiritual thread is problematic. This old man's spiritual thread, after extending from his body, actually returned to where it came from." Hobert thought to himself, it should be referred to as he. He took a step forward. "Old gentleman." Klein again felt Hobert's actions were a bit reckless, but on second thought, the old man's state was so strange that if he wanted to harm them, he would have done so long ago, not waited until now. The old man opened his eyes, scrutinized Hobert for a moment, and his gaze finally fell on Klein behind him. Finally, another diviner has come here. Klein thought to himself, why did he say, another? The hooded old man said, in the extraordinary world, having a trustworthy companion is a very rare thing. He was referring to Hobert's trust in letting Klein manipulate his spiritual thread. The two hadn't paid much attention to this earlier, but after the old man mentioned it, Hobert realized that in this extraordinary world, there wouldn't be more than 5 people he could trust so completely, and Klein was one of them. Even if April had the ability to manipulate spiritual threads, Hobert wouldn't be so at ease. He knew that while April wouldn't harm him, her state was sometimes not good, making it hard to completely trust her. Klein had a similar feeling. He had just told Hobert not to resist his manipulation of the spiritual thread, and he truly didn't resist. Was it just because they had fought side by side before? Klein suddenly thought of this question. The white-bearded old man continued, do you want to escape from here? I can tell you how. Klein was not swayed. Then why are you still here? The old man bowed his head and chuckled, because I am already death. Klein felt a chill down his spine and quietly took a step back. Hobert smiled. I almost thought you were extraordinary of the death pathway. The old man slowly raised his head, looked at Hobert, and then slowly said, I used a special extraordinary ability to find the gaps in the world's history and fate, cut out my own image, and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and my spirit, they have long since completely died. Klein sighed inwardly, what an incredible ability. But he couldn't verify if it was true or false. Then why do you want to guide us on how to escape? The old man's long beard twitched slightly. When you open the door, the history and fate here will change, and this image I cut out will also disappear. At that time, you will see an urn of ashes. I only hope it can be scattered into the Sorrenzo River near Trier, the capital of Intis. That is my hometown. Hobert really wanted to ask, how did your ashes get here? But he realized he wouldn't get a real answer, so he changed the subject and asked, do you know Emperor Rosal? The old man's expression suddenly became solemn. Klein also noticed that Hobert had used, you, again. Hobert spread his hands, it's not hard to guess. Born in Trier, a extraordinary of the diviner pathway, he must be a member of the secret order. And I happen to know that Emperor Rosal had cooperated with the secret order. The old man's expression gradually softened again. What a clever young man. I want to confirm something, Hobert said. After Emperor Rosal's fall, did the extraordinary characteristic of the knowledge emperor separate out? Is that extraordinary characteristic in the hands of the god of steam and machinery? The old man fell silent again. Klein thought of the intelligence he had previously traded for in some diary entries, and he was also very interested in this question. A few seconds later, the old man smiled. I don't have any related memories. Perhaps I don't know, or as a historical image, I don't know this part of history. However, theoretically speaking, a knowledge emperor extraordinary characteristic could indeed separate out, and it's most likely to fall into the hands of the god of steam and machinery. Then he asked, where did you learn these secrets? As far as I know, very, very few people know about this, perhaps only a handful. Has the true cause of Rosal's death been announced in the current extraordinary world? Klein thought to himself, now, it's more than a handful, at least all the members of the Tarot Club know. Of course, if this old man had a dozen fingers on one hand in his lifetime, that would be another matter. Hobert merely vaguely said, I am an extraordinary of the lawyer pathway. The hooded old man was not satisfied with this answer. He pondered for a moment and then asked, is there going to be a new black emperor in the outside world again? Hobert smiled. You're already death, so don't worry about that. Klein turned his head to look at the corpses hanging from the church ceiling, barely suppressing a laugh. If it weren't for the extraordinary world, Hobert's actions would clearly be very unethical, disrespecting the elderly and the deceased. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.